hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. Moving through all my fears, you're blurring out my vision. Watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do, cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo, put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision cause of you tonight. It's electric. On the
You've been talking about patience, hoping for everlasting. You're known for talking crazy. I know it's infatuation. You know how I feel inside. You know what is real and I rock with your vibe, but I don't think that we should tie. I know for real, I know your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know for real, I know your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. Just let me be. I got a lot to say. I hope you don't feel no way. I hope you don't make the same mistakes when you blow the flame. You're kind of obsessive to me. You're kind of too strong on your feet. I can't say that I guarantee, but I know what you mean to me. I know for real, I know your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know for real, I know your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers of all ages, welcome one and all to the AYN Valorant Tournament. It is I, Colden, joined with me with none other than the VCT caster himself,
Oh, come
the
on.
one and only, the quack of quacks, the king of the ducks, Mister. Hey, I'm Quack. How are you doing, my man?
Thank you so much for that extra long intro. I feel like for a second I was Game of Thrones. I was Daenerys Targaryen, Stormborn, whatever, Breaker of Chains, Queen of Andals in the first minute. Like,
Wow,
could have gone on
You're giving
forever with
yourself
that.
even
That
longer
was
name.
so unnecessary, man. But thank you. I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool, and you know, we're doing this for the AYN Admiralty Youth Network. It's pretty cool. Support the community and a lot of local players. I mean, it's gonna be it's kind of stacked, right? We were talking about it the whole time, and some of these players are very strong, at least for the local scene.
Very strong is, I would say, and even that is kind of an understatement to some of these players in the tournament. I initially when this tournament started, right, I was expecting some sort of community. I mean, it is a community-based tournament, right? Expect some unknown names, right? Majority of the players coming out of nowhere, coming out of the woodwork. But yeah, I looked down the list. I took a peek at some of the players. I've seen the players in the Discord server, and let me tell you that you guys are in for a really, really good treat with some really insane games coming up. Together with the roster mania that's happening post the VCT season,
Ooh.
everybody is looking to form a roster, and for a lot of these teams, this is sort of like their very first performance as a team, right? Uh, this is there's so much to say, but I think the best way to do it is just to show it on the server, and just to round off things, I guess I'm just super excited of all the games that we're gonna have today.
Yeah, I can already see like all the formulations going on in the top of your head, and you're like trying to see, all right, this team's gonna do this well, and then that team, and I like this team. Well, we have to jump into the group stages first. You know, it's group stages at the start, and then tomorrow at the LAN we'll have the playoffs where the real challenge begins, I guess. But for now, let's take a look at all the teams that we have in this tournament. The group stages, I mean, we had like, what was it, initially 16 signups, and then all of a sudden it became 20. Like that's pretty crazy for a community tournament.
So if you guys take a look at the group stage, right? I think I'm pretty proud to say that we managed to find a way to accommodate 4 additional teams for this tournament. We realized that there was so many interested players and that we literally could not say no to them. It's just, when you have such great players that want to be part of the tournament, you kind of try to make as much possible avenues for them to play. And
Mm.
looking at the group stage, right, it is going to be a round robin group stage. So every single team in each group will play each other. So it's a minimum of 4 games going to be played for each team. So this actually gives those teams that, may not be as known a chance to really prove themselves, show that they have some sort of upset potential, right? So it's not like a single elimination best of one where you play maybe 1 game and then you're completely out of the tournament, right? You have
Heck yeah.
4 games minimum. So I think this is a fantastic system that the production and the admin
Yeah.
team have come up with. So really excited to see these games here today.
I mean, of course, we have to thank the Admiralty Youth Network for allowing us to do this, but also at the same time for Skies and her brilliant administrative abilities, and also Cloudy as well for, pulling all this together. I mean, look at this overlay. It's pretty sick. But other than that, I mean, just looking at all those team names in the group stages, yeah. Let's be honest, some of them are pretty hilarious. It's kind of fun to have some of these names every now and then. But at the same time, I mean, whatever Colden just said is very prevalent, especially with the way that the scene is right now. I mean, this is coming from the co-founder of the Valodex APAC, because this is true. With franchising and stuff, and now Ascension coming up soon. Every player, you want that spot, and sometimes these tournaments is where they can get a little bit of practice in. They can win some prize here and there, but at the same time, they get to practice. They get to maybe get some clips to put in their reels and share online and whatnot, and really just they get to run some strats, which is always something that's going to be sick. But right now, I mean, let's jump into the first game that we have at our hands: Equinox versus RSG. Not Resurgence, just RSG.
Just
Just throwing
Yeah.
that out there. But what are your thoughts on these 2 teams, Coldan?
Okay, so I think this is not Equinox's first appearance at a local tournament. I'm pretty sure. I think they have played together. I don't think it's their full roster that they were playing together. So uh I'm interested in this roster because they actually announced this set of players quite a while back. I think it was a couple of weeks, if not months ago. And looking down the list, right? You have Liquid, you have Kenji, Pudge, Mook, Alfin, and of course coached by none other than Menace. So these players have been around the block. They've been around different FPS titles as well. So pretty interesting to see that these group of players have come together, and they definitely have seen something in each other, right? These are some of the players that actually really want to try and make a name for themselves. On the other side, right? RSG, Wisa, Benef, Flaring, Dreamy, Kimi, and Musi. Musi and Silvestro will be the subs, right?
Subs, yeah.
So the starting players, right? Nothing to scoff at, right? With Dreamy, haven't seen him in a while. Excited to see him in the server. I haven't really seen him in too many local tournaments as of yet. Wisa, Benef, Kimi, I think household names in the scene. Everybody really knows them, and it will be pretty interesting to see these 2 teams go up against each other. I really don't have a favorite, unless
Okay.
you have one, Craig.
Well, I won't go into favorites per se, but I think it's fair enough to mention that Equinox, they seem a little bit more structured. They're playing under this name. They have a coach in the form of Menace, and then at the same time, for RSG at least, we know they're insanely cracked, but maybe they aren't as structured just because they haven't played together as a team that much. So it could be a little bit puggy, but who knows? Maybe they actually have some strats prepared, and that's something that we always want to look out for. But right now, first map, Haven. Any thoughts?
Classic map, right? It's one of the OGs in Valorant. A lot of players have an affinity towards that map. And looking at the agent composition, I really want to say that the attacking side, Equinox, has a pretty interesting composition, right? We don't see Neon too often. We know that it is definitely playable having the Neon, but not a lot of teams actually lean into that pick very often. So it's an interesting setup coming in from the attackers, and definitely got some attacking power with that breach as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that can allow you to disable some agents on the other side, especially if they're opping. But again, I think this is slightly due to that post-champions effect, if you will. Seeing the Neon come into fruition feels like something that people are picking up because we see some teams like Optic, for example. And I just, you can't help but feel excited about it. You can't wait and see what kind of interesting plays they might come in hand. But at the same time, on the other side, it's pretty classic, right? You got the Omen, you got the Jet. So I don't know, Colette. Like, what can we expect?
Ooh, I really want to point a lot towards the attackers because I think the defenders have a pretty standard composition, right? It's not too out of the bag from what they've chosen, right? The typical Jet, Chamber, Sova, Smokes, and the Breach. But I expect something really fast coming in from the side of Equinox, right? With that Neon in your back pocket, you can go for really fast executes off the back of some Breach utility. And
Yeah,
it seems like the protocol for this round, right? A lot of players from the Equinox side already gathered up and ready to take on this side. Whatever, gotta be careful around this
Oh
corner.
boy.
These two players.
And now he's peeking into it. He's already gotten the info, not to mention tagging up Liquid, picks up the double, and the spike dropped. This is a big problem for Equinox.
Oh, it's a fantastic start coming in from the defense side. Elfin claws one back though, but the damage has already been done. Another one off the back of Kenji, and now the players slowly falling into the death. 1v3 left for Mooket. He will not find anything more than that. So a very nice pistol round coming in from RSG. They set the tempo for the very first map of the day.
Already so incredibly exciting. You know, I wasn't expecting Contact to go that way, but whatever, aka flaring. I mean, he's playing on another account, but that just shows what he's capable of. It's exceptional how you have players like that who can just hide around and then peek out, get 2 quick kills, and all of a sudden the rest of the team just comes back in to support him, playing off of Contact. And you know, they picked up the pistol. Now going back into it, of course, they've got the buys. Equinox, I'm not sure what they can look for right now, except for a few picks.
Yeah, I mean, that you got to work with the Headhunter, right? That's your best weapon in this round for the side of Equinox. Try to get a potential defender that's caught lacking off guard somewhere around the map. But so far, RSG, a lot of map control actually by the assistance of Kimmy, right? On this angle with the Marshals, one-shot kill for these armorless fools all lining up in front of him. Mook eventually trades him out, but I think he's happy with that 1 for 2.
Not too bad. A little bit of damage, but still the main thing is Flaring is watching the angle, and he will get information that the hit is coming towards A. So he's got to be prepared for this, and he definitely is. Sending out the Aftershock just to stall even further allows for Dreamy to come up behind on the flank, but it doesn't even matter because the firing squad is prepped and ready to let it rip. 3 players instantly dead, 2-0, a perfect start. Let's see what happens on their bonus this time.
Oh, and look at that. Dreamy bringing out the operator round 3. You don't see that too often, right? But you got to play around that, right? It's not like if you buy in the second round, you are guaranteed to get an operator. It's, well, I mean, if you buy any gun, any investment in the second round, you can't get that. So this is a play that RSG are working around. They really want to get that operator up and going. And if they can keep this economy stable enough, they don't really, you know, they can get rack off a couple of rounds, right? Make your bonus round extremely potent, and Dreamy tries to find some sort of opening, but this time won't be too fruitful in that endeavor. Seaside is under attack this time around. Kimmy gets knocked down instantly. Kenji already has the Neon up towards side itself, scaling up towards the players at the back of that side, and they both go down without a single frag. So despite the operator invested in this round, it seems like already a lost deal.
A sudden call from Equinox's IGL, and you see this coordinated strat come into fruition. The way they just rushed in, and it's so coordinated as well. Right now it's a retake scenario, but the odds are against RSG, and without the proper weaponry, even with an operator in hand, unfortunately it's just not gonna work because it's tough to retake with an op, right? You get one shot and then you have to reload the chamber. Now he's all the way into A because he wants to hold on to that thing for the next round. So, I mean, Dreamy's just gonna have to hope that they don't walk into him. Or maybe they do.
As long as you live, that's the main thing for RSG right now. This heavy investment into the bonus round in the form of the operator is what you want to keep going forward, right? If you lose that, that's your massive investment just gone down the drain. You give a very potent weapon in the hands of Equinox Esports, but
it sounds like people who've like invested in the wrong like
in stocks.
Okay, I don't want to say that, but you know it happens sometimes. But that said,
welcome to Valorant Investing 101. When you invest into a big weapon, you have to make sure you don't lose it.
You know what? He held on to it. We can respect that. And this time, he's watching down mid. Unfortunately, not able to connect the shot, but he does get that information. He knows that Equinox are trying to pull something off through the middle. And Kenji, sending up fast lanes, just kind of causes question marks. This is smart by Dreamy, though. Look at this repositioning. He goes into Garage, knowing that they might go for a C split.
Perfectly timed Nebula there, just denies an info again. Same thing as the previous round, it's gonna be a C attack coming in, but this time around with the better weapons. RSG hold fast, drop the spike in the middle of things, and Equinox with this smoke lost onto the side itself. This buys them so much time.
Oh my god!
Golden Guinea with 3 kills, and Lisa closes out the round. It's a flawless round. That's exactly what you want. The saving that operates in the previous round.
And once again, you have to give respect. RSG showing that they have the right calls, the right reads. Off of an instant peek in towards middle, Dreamy instantly knows where they could go next. He positions himself towards Garage, and then the rest of the team are prepared for that hit coming in. Kimmy landing the first shot, and then the consequent 2. It's just perfect defense coming in from RSG. I don't know how Equinox can adapt to this.
I know I'm knocking down Kimmy, confident as ever. Dreamy, despite not really getting too much at the start of that round. And an attempt, right? Using the Hunter's Fury, tries to get a bit of map control. Kimmy, a lot of information, but will not push further off this angle. So that allows, right, the rotations on RSG to spread out towards the B and C side itself. So until Kimmy gets contact, which I think he will in just a few moments, calling for the rotations. Yep.
And now he knows. Yeah, numbers game. They're headed towards A. He knows that he's a little bit overwhelmed, so he backs off. And not to mention, this is something we saw in the first round, right? Elfin tends to try to lurk around B, but this time holding a different angle. He gets spotted out first. They just don't have the guns right now. So Equinox, a little bit of a Hail Mary. They go straight in. Kenji leading the charge, using his high gear to dodge like Matrix. Whatever, Wisa, they're all trying to hold this down, and they managed to do a little bit of good work, but then it comes down to Pooj, and he's able to find the first one. 5 rounds left in the magazine, and he needs to block off vision. He needs to secure the side, make it safe enough for him to get the spike planted. He might want to go for a reload as well, but unfortunately, it's just not quite safe yet. There's someone coming in from above. He whiffed the shot. He knows he's in danger, but still, Dreamy doesn't care. Hangs off the ledge, sprays it down with the frenzy, and that's the 4th win for RSG.
I like that attempt there, right? You go for the plant backside instead of default. The defenders may assume that it's going to be at the default position, so they may potentially get caught off guard. But from Jimmy's perspective, it was all too clear, right? He could see the spike in the plant right in the middle of nowhere. And yeah, it just takes the easy duel up from heaven. So a nice round coming in from RSG, right? They ensure that things do not go too awry, but on the other side, right, decent damage from the side of Economic Esports. It deals a little bit of a blow to the economy of RSG, but this time around, Alvin has a big gun of his own. See if he can make things work for that one.
You know what I realized? I said the name wrongly. It's Pudge, and I said Pooj. So excuse me for that.
Pooch,
but yeah,
Pudge, potato, potato.
potato, potato. This round, I mean, you can see that RSG are trying to switch things up. You got players in different positions. However, they are still playing quite safe, and that's the thing I want to focus on. This is incredibly disciplined positioning because they are not overextending. They are just peeking in and out of corners, waiting for the right times, trying to get information. If they go over aggressive, they might punish themselves, and that's why they're not going for that at this very moment. But at the same time, this kind of hurts their information gathering a little bit, so they're gonna have to use their abilities, but because of the timing of things, Kenji is able to find the first one, and BenF instantly goes in for the trade.
Flooding of players already just behind this smoke of theirs. Jimmy lines them up, but he cannot connect a single shot. Now trying to pull something back at the back of the side itself. Again, Dreamy left in heaven this time around by himself. The 1v2 clutch required from the man himself. And the crossing divide as well. This just makes the retake so much harder with an operator in hand. And Mook, oh boy, all too aware of his positioning. He will go down without an answer in this one. Mook with a fantastic 3k to close out this round. It seemed like it was a bit of a dicey affair, but that contact play was a fantastic campaign for Equinox, right? They realized that RSG was playing off contact, right? They wanted to get a bit of information before they use utility proactively, and yeah, Equinox just grabbed their way all the way up from from A long, and the neon from Kenji was already right around the corner. So
heck yeah,
despite knowing that they were there with that recon dart, it was just a bit too late, and that explosive play was fantastic. Oh my explosive play. Overdrive invested by Kenji.
No, but he
wants to take advantage of this side itself, but delayed and denied. Nobody's home.
A slight concuss coming in from Finef, and he's forced back. So that overdrive, the charge might be down to about like 50 or so right now. They're gonna have to make a quick move if they still want to use that thing, but otherwise, he's ran out. He's gonna go down to the classic.
But guys, don't blow your load too early. But this time around, Dreamy tries another shot, but they don't check shot. They don't check shot. Everybody is completely caught off guard, but Elfin fires at the optimum moment. He finally kills the rat and their backs, and they should be able to get the spike planted. Kimmy from up and above. Can he find some sort of solace? The retake has to be called for. It's a 3v3 even kill for both sides. Decent utility from the side RSG. I think they want to wait for a couple of abilities to recharge. Right, potentially, yes, get the smokes in. Elfin has to play advanced position. Like he somehow manages to survive, drops down. Somehow both players last 1v2 situation. Banaf, 1v2 required from in the flash is absolutely perfect. Banaf with 3 kills in the round. They take home a 5th round RSG. A successful retake despite it being so close.
Almost dangerous, right? But Banef came in with a cape and wind underneath that cape to save the day, because he had the aim, he had the right micro place, just a flash to throw Elfin off guard. He thought the swing would come in from the other side, but Banef just thought better to wrap around the right side of those boxes, and that's how he won out that 1v2. Incredible heroic plays, and that's sometimes the thing that you need to win out these retakes. Coming back into the next round, though, again, Equinox going fast.
But the utility usage, right, coming in from the side of RSG has been pretty decent so far. It's denied the Neon a full-on execute towards the site itself, right? This, even though it could have a bit of a team stun situation, Kenji has not been finding too much success, right? As the Neon on the entry. Contact plays was the main avenue of success for them in that one round, but this time around, Jimmy, if you can find some sort of opportunity with that tour de force, it definitely hold things back into contention. But with your main duelist down, it's gonna be a slow round from side of Equinox.
Oh, this is interesting though. Slow round. They went a little bit aggressive at the start, and unfortunately Kenji lost his life, but when it comes down to it, you can see the moving parts all across the map, and it all starts with Elfin, the lurker. A little bit of movement towards B, he sees nothing, hears nothing, but of course, being smoked off, he knows it's not that safe, so instead, he looks for another option, and right now, that's Garage. They smoke it off, And this is a little bit of a telling sign, but if they can take down Dreamy up at the top, they actually push him back. If they can take the site, they should be able to get it planted safely. And now we go in for a full-on retakes game, Kodan.
Oh, there's a flank coming in 2v1, and whatever actually finding the frag onto the counterpart. Silver flank is coming in right as fast as you might think. And now it's 3v2. Actually, the flank's actually going to reconnect with the main force of the retake coming in. The flash is absolutely, well, it's kind of whiffed, and just like that, the retake is successful on the side of RSG.
You know what's the funny thing about those paranoia flashes? It's like sometimes it doesn't quite hit you, so you don't get that near side effect, but you still see the big black ball just like flying towards you, so you know, like, oh god, I can't really, I need to avoid this thing. But then at the same time, the VFX just kind of clouds your vision a little bit, and you know, I think I'm starting to sense some nerves on this side of Equinox, EQX. They're calling the timeout now just to calm themselves down and maybe fix some holes in their strategies wherever they may be. I mean, it was the right call. They went in, they got the site, they got the spike planted, right, Koldan? But when it comes down to it, RSG, with the flank coming in, pushed out of A, not to mention the retake as well coming in from CT, it just overwhelmed Equinox.
I like the fact that they took that 2v1, right? They double pushed to flank. They got the kill, and they didn't push the issue further, right? They recollected with the one player that was at CT, and they just played their man advantage situation. This is a very small detail, right? Instead of splitting up 2-1, you go in together as a 3, and it puts a lot of questions for the attackers, right? Do you have to worry about flank? Are they actually all coming in from CT? You have to look at multiple angles at once, and I think that the little bit of confusion, right? Just that essence of doubt put into the minds of Equinox was just enough to push it over the edge for RSG. And look at the repercussions, right? This time around, lesser buys from the side of the attackers. Something fast perhaps coming in from Kenji. I would love to see that. Again, a lot of garage control gained for Equinox Esports. They try to execute onto the side itself, stunning each other. I guess the name of the game, they all love to do it.
Oh my god, we
trying to find some sort of timing through the smoke. He will not be successful in there. I think the retake has called for.
Oh boy. It has to be called, and it certainly has been, not to mention the fact that they were playing off of their ultimate. So Equinox, despite getting the spike planted again, a lot of these players are down to about 70 HP, eating those Hunter's Fury beams. Kenji, hiding inside of the Nebula, though, is able to find one headshot on towards Kimmy. So a little bit of favorable odds, and playing all these close quarter duels, I don't know how RSG can actually retake this unless they start peeking into each other, and that's where whatever, aka flaring, finds a quick second one, a third one now, maybe a fourth, doesn't matter. Benaf coming in from CT. He's trying to help him out, but unfortunately he gets taken out by Mook. Has to go in for the stick, but no, he goes in, he peeks out, he gets the way! A fourth one, and he sticks it towards the end. 1 second remaining before the explosion goes off, and he still gets the win.
Ah, no way, flaring, no way. How? Did you see where the chamber was? Look at the replay. Look where the chamber was. It was all the way on the A side.
He hurt him.
By himself, 1 HP left by the skin of his teeth. Sticks the defuse half and then just absolutely decimates the last player.
Ice in his veins, honestly. Like, he wasn't even afraid that the spike was about to go off.
I just find it so hilarious that Dreamy was on A side saving me. It's like, nah, mate, you settle there by yourself. I'm saving this big gun for myself next round.
Which is just like, you know, it's the logical call. And if the spike went off, if they lost a round, they would have managed to hold on to that thing for the next round. So it's a very valuable tool, but that's it now. Straight into A. Again, first point of contact picked up by RSG. They know the hit is here. Kiwi's so confident now. Just goes in from behind. Equinox not quite able to hold their ground, and unfortunately, that's all 4 players from the squad instantly decimated. It's all up to Elfin now in a 1v4 scenario. What can he do, Koldan?
I don't think too much. It's 1v4. Spike lost in the mix. There's a lot of time to his favor, but positioning is where he lacks. Kimmy with a 4K. capitalizing off that rolling thunder. Very proactive play coming in from RSG, right? They realized that a lot of players were towards the A lobby position, and instead of just playing back, right, they said, hey, let's get all our players here together. Let's take it aggressively. Let's stop Equinox from getting any sort of momentum whatsoever. And look at the round so far, right? 2 rounds to their name, Equinox Esports. RSG, comfortable as ever. Economy overflowing.
I couldn't agree more, man. Like, they really need a round, and considering this is the second last before the swap, Equinox, they have to save, because if they don't, they're gonna go into last round of the first half with unfavorable buys. It's 4 rounds in a row wins for RSG right now, and they are not slowing down. I mean, I think it's slightly due to the fact that they're playing so safely. I mean, every time that they peek out, you know, they've got some kind of contingency plan. Kimmy was able to dash away in that instant, and right now, they know there are some players gathered towards Garage. That's why you see Ben Naff in this position. He's prepared to possibly send a fault line their way. Hearing the jumps as well, Kimmy knows they're still hovering around grass, hovering around mid. And not to mention, if you take a look at the mini-map, Dreamy, with his big, bad gun, the operator, he's staring down the angle. How can Equinox actually make their way into this?
Flaring has been spotting out A long for the majority of the round, right? He calls for a smoke. It blocks out the A lobby position.
Oh,
Can
so good.
allow the rest of his teammates
That's
to just
A control.
focus on the C and B side itself. And yeah, B-Star, this jump peek spots out a bunch of players. And Kenji, can he finally find an opening frag? And he does. Oh no, down the swing around the corner. Kenji finds a second as well, just like that. The Neon that was so quiet in this map so far answers with 2 amazing opening frags on the C site. Difficult 3v5 now required for RSG as they attempt the retake with an operator in hand. It's gonna be a tough one.
Hold on, you can't teach that. You can't learn that. That's that neon gene. That's that neon zoomer movement. You just make your way onto site. You got a little bit of support from your teammates using the fast lane as well. You get Wisa, you pick up the Vandal, and then you take Kimmy down. It's so strong, so good.
Long, and they're all completely unaware. There's no time left on the clock. Flaring, try as he might, they get a couple of frags, but the time is just their biggest enemy. 2v2. I don't think the chamber will survive. Yeah, Alpin goes down, but the round still a very important 50 round garnered from the side of Equinox.
Just for that second, it kind of slows down the momentum of RSG. Equinox back into the fray. They get the 3rd win, a little bit of win in their sails. They buy back into this round, the last round before the swap, with a full buy, and this is something they can really use. But when it comes down to it, again, they have to watch out for how quick RSG actually rotates around the map, how safe RSG are playing around the map.
I swear, right? Jimmy has probably had an top tour de force every single round. But this time, aggressive push coming in from the side itself. Wisa again up against Kenji, and the fight again this time around goes in Kenji's favor. So double successes this time around for Kenji on the C side. They just repeat it, right? If it worked the first time around, we can do it a second. But look at this. There's a flank coming in from the A side. This could be absolutely golden if it's timed perfectly. The retakes coming in. Cosmic Divide tries to buy a bit of time. Alpin, if he times this correctly, he will be the best player in this round.
They have
The
no
MVP
idea.
perhaps is planted for him as well towards the CT position. All that Equinox need to do is buy time. Delay is the name of the game. They try to push down towards the C-long position. And they get hacked as required. Liquid, just the last player
Dreamy?
towards the C-long position. But Alpin in the backlines finally releases the trigger. And he finds the important frag on the diffuser. Liquid closes things out. It's an 8-4 half.
Switching
And
sides.
Equinox, they recover at least the last 2 rounds and give themselves a chance at this map.
What a call, what a strat, and it just comes down to, first of all, getting the site. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Kenji's got your back, but and then the one who really has their backs is Alphin. All the way from what was that? He went all the way from A, went through defender spawn, and just set up for the biggest flank ever. Not only did they not know that he was behind them, RSG didn't know that he was behind them. There was a cosmic divide the whole time. They could not hear him, even if he sprinted across the map just to get to C. Incredible place, but now we go into the second half. It's 8-4. And if Equinox can find this, now they stand a better chance at possibly making this game a lot closer for RSG.
We'll see long control actually gained for Equinox, right? They push down the breach and the neon. They will give up that piece of map control, but it was early information, so they know that they can focus their forces on the other parts of the map for the time being. But RSG very content with playing slow, right? They know that the threat of the neon is in the early stages of the round. So now Kenji, without a significant portion of his utility, he can't really go for such aggressive plays this time around, but fantastic jump spot, spots out like full of players. Kenji this time around does not find any single frag. Book battling his battling against that recon dart, but eventually will get taken down by Banaf. Fantastic 2k coming in from him, and the retake will have to be called for 2v5.
And that is just like insurmountable odds. I don't know how you're gonna retake this, but you can start by maybe going into garage. Maybe Elfin gets picked, but unfortunately the Headhunter whiffs, and Banaf collects on his third head on the corpse. Goes in for the fourth one as Kimmy holds the angle on towards Defender's spawn. It's a flawless win for RSG.
Yep, again, right, just a concerted execute where everyone knows what their role is. Utility was perfectly placed, smokes everything, the stun, fantastic job. It bought so much time to trade onto that
I just want to say, I love that little giggle, that little chuckle you had when Luke was trying to shoot down the recon.
We've all been there, man. We've all been there.
You're
recon dart sometimes is like the most invulnerable thing in the game for some reason.
Well, the round starts, and of course, RSG are the ones with the buys. You can see that Dreamy, off of nothing but a ghost, wants to go in for the operator again, but this time shut down by his counterpart, Elfin, with a Headhunter. If they can keep this up, they can collect more heads. It's going to be tougher for RSG to win this round, but that's it. They have the guns, and they are just waiting for info. They see the push coming down mid, so they know that A is possibly clear. They're just sending it down this way now.
Lisa, couple of hits on his platter, but will not find a single one. And as the rest of his team try to pick up the pieces, the death ball that is Equinox are just hoarding that A lobby position. For Risa, this could be perfect, or it could be an absolute disaster. I think it will be the former, as the side of RSG slowly clean things up. They don't even want to go for Spikeman, they just want to kill every single player from Equinox, and actually getting a pretty dicey. It's a 1v2, make that 1v1. Spike still lost in the mix, but Alphin has already crept up so far. A fantastic right click, Alphin. A thrifty round away doing the second round of the half. That is an absolute monumental shift in control for the side of Equinox.
That is
not acceptable whatsoever. It's a right click, classic right click. You didn't go for the spike plan, you took the ego fights and you lost them.
That is bananas. That is ridiculous. How the heck did that happen where you just have players going in all the way down mid and overwhelming, not to mention gaining control over a lobby and then winning out the duels that way with a classic at close point blank range. Next round now. We've got the guns.
Right away. Free gun. Classic 50 rounds are the scariest time. So frustrating, but that's the important thing, right? They cannot get into their heads. RSG has to stay fast. They cannot let that affect their mental. This time around, because of that thrifty round, they are put down to a low buy of their own. So let's see if they can replicate what Equinox has done to them. Well, of course, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, especially if you're on that attacking side.
You gotta be careful, and they certainly are holding on to it. RSG, on the other hand, after having lost that round, I mean, Dreamy was the only one with the pistol, so he's the only one with Vandal. But he's playing it differently, right? It's that lurk towards B as Chambers go for it. A split coming down their way.
Okay, feigning a bit of B presence, I like that, but just gotta be careful not to lose their rifle in the mix of things. The attack, in the meantime, coming in towards the A side. It's pretty free real estate, except that Kenji's already here waiting for all of them to peek good. So 1, 2, 3, make that 4. Instant kills Kenji alive and strong in this round. Fantastic hold of the side. He's not wavered whatsoever. Now Dreamy, he won a rifle in the round. Is the last one standing. Backs turn, finds a second, catches a third as well. Now it's a battle of who can be the biggest hero this time around. Kenji, the ace in the round. A fantastic anchoring of the ace side itself. This man has awoken. The monster in him has just woken up and just said, no, 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 none of you getting past this smoke. None of you are getting that spike plant.
Yo,
And the
call
ace
him,
as well. Oh my god.
call him Gandalf because man just went, you shall not pass. Has anyone tried to go through a... he saw the dash coming in. He knew the Cloudburst was there. But he just reacted so precisely to every single one of those micro flicks. So those pistols did absolutely nothing. But here we go. Next round, an RSG, they have the full buys.
Yeah, he was the one that was struggling a little bit on the first half, right? But look at the resurgence he's had. It's fantastic. I love to see that from players when, despite going down in a difficult situation, they come back into the map. You know, just as if they just switched flicked a switch. Switched a flick. But a lot of information gone on the C long position. Look at the Astra already in C, deep C, right? They can just give up positions from the defense on that entire side of the map. Focus the rest. As Kenji manages to get away without too much of a hassle.
They did hear his footsteps though. So Koldan, they kind of know that he's around this spot. If you were Kenji, what would you do? Because I don't know. He's going so far forward, holding this off angle.
Yeah, sometimes when you've got an ace in the previous round, you are just so eager to take an early fight, right? But you have to play with teammates, have to play together as one. And this time, it could be the perfect opportunity, but those tank reads are set up perfectly. Unfortunately, can't get the second kill, but the rest of his teammates accelerating into the side itself. But Liquid here to hold down the fort, a multitude of frags.
10 seconds.
Ready for the side of Equinox. They completely shut down the attack. The rotations that have been called for, the early positioning from the Astra allowed for so many players to lead towards that A side itself. So a fantastic round coming in for Equinox Esports, reading the rotations, reading the execute, and topped off with fantastic frags.
Can you feel it, Koldan? Can you feel it? Because I feel something coming up. It starts with a C.
A 50 round.
It ends with a K. Maybe a Thrifty. I don't know. We don't know about the Thrifties yet. They're buying up the Stingers, and I like that. But it's a bit of a comeback coming in from Equinox.
Yeah,
2 more rounds.
All comebacks start off with a good 50 round.
That's true. That's true.
Second round,
and
right?
they did have that. They did have that. That second round really changed so much, but now Elf is
no!
looking the wrong way, exposed towards C-Long. He loses this life to Ben F. It's up to Punch as well. Let's move to land this, and Mook will collect on 2. Punch on the other side of Nebula, a bit of a crossfire somewhat. He's able to take down Kimmy. Flaring now, not to mention Dreamy. They can't do all that much because they just don't have the guns. They got the angles, but unfortunately, just all too overwhelming. And we are now 8-9. Equinox, 1 round away from the equalizer.
Thought I was going to see something devastating after that opening frag coming in towards that C-Long position. Elfin, a bit too lackadaisical, I would say. Not really too aware that C could have been, or at least his position was well, seeable, but they could see him from C-Long. But thankfully, right, his teammates picked up where he was unable to pick up the frags that was required. And this time around 9-8 this time, both teams with rifles in hand. They have actually the first one to open things up, so a fantastic frag towards the A-shot position. And 5v4 now, you can play, right, just gather your forces, go for an execute. The man advantage favors you so much. Kenji by himself. That was out a single frag, and now that lead extends for the side of RSG. 5v3, the spike about to get planted, and if they do so, it's going to be a very tough retake required.
Spike planted.
They're actually invested. They find the first player, right? The smoke's gone. Wisa The players all stunned up, but I don't think they're gonna be able to catch them in time. Kimmy only good for one. Still in a 1v3 difficult round using the rolling thunder, but still a Mook unable to convert the round. It's the team ace coming in from RSG as they all find the required frags.
And again, that's just the RSG way, the RSG style. You might have been able to take several rounds, but once they feel it, they go back in with the full buys. Just going in for that early pick, kind of threw Equinox off guard, and then making their way into the middle. They just did not expect that hit to come in that fierce, that strong. Not quite able to hold it as well. I mean, there was a little bit of damage coming through inside of the dark cover, not to mention the rolling thunder sent out, but when it comes down to it, it's a little bit tough to retake, especially when you can only push out of a link. So 10-8 is the score now, Koldan. We got full buys on both sides. A little bit of a pause is maybe some issues, tech issues or whatever going through, but it's still a very, very close game.
And yeah, as you mentioned, super close game, but what's not close is the ult economy. Look at that, 4-2. And the ults on the side of RSG are really, well, fantastic ones, right? You have the Bladestorm, you have the Tour de Force. That just bolsters your economy even further. Look at that. Kimmy just going for the shorty because he's most likely going to be using that Bladestorm of theirs. It just helps build the economy so well when you have a jet and a chamber. This time, actually, Alfin the one to pop his Tour de Force, but I don't think it's the correct side of the map, right? They have their forces towards that A position. Actually, just decide off of that, right? I'm not sure what they saw. Potentially could have spotted out that Tour de Force on the A side. They are just playing it nice and slow. I like that from RSG. Just want to see what their options are before they commit to the side. Don't want to walk into big, dangerous ultimate like the Tour de Force.
Definitely not. So backing off and away from A site, they're trying to assess their other options, but at the same time, looking at how Equinox are playing, they might be the ones to gain intel first. And of course, hearing that updraft, now they know that hit coming in towards C. It's up to Kimmy to lead the charge, and even concuss, it doesn't matter because he's got the Bladestorm ready to let it rip. Jumps up, doesn't matter. Benev here to help. He goes all across, B-hopping, hovering above, gets a second frag, 4 HP, doesn't matter, gets the spike down. It's up to the rest of Equinox to hold this down now, and maybe Elfin's the one to do it. Already finding 2, turning this into a 1-on-2 scenario. If he can take down Kimmy, that makes things so much easier. The guy is 4 HP after all, but he's gonna find Benev first because of the way the players are positioned. Angles being held. He swaps over to the Phantom, clears out back sight. They know he's there. If he can take Benev, that's all he needs. Goes in for the spray, takes him down. Kimmy trying to jump for it, and he does get the Bladestorm set through. Punctured his corpse straight to the face. 50 damage gone, and at 4 HP, Kimmy clutches it out for RSG, 11-8.
I was believing, man. Quack. I was believing. He had 3 frags. And he was on 1 HP as well. It's so close. Kimmy just barely surviving. Going for that jumping shot. I think that was a pretty, decent attempt. This, especially knowing that it's in a 2v1, you have the advantage while jumping out with the knives as well. But it's a heartbreaking loss on the side of Equinox Esports. They invested so much. Unable to convert the round. And RSG, again, continue on their march towards victory. 11-8 the scoreline. Ultimates abound for Equinox this time around. If they want to do something creative with the overdrive of the Neon, it could definitely be an option, but again, seems like they're very content with playing things nice and slow.
Yeah, because the fact is, Equinox are playing on defense, and that means unless they are looking to push out to cause mayhem and chaos, they're gonna have to react to whatever RSG throws at them. And that right now, that's what it looks like. They're not really pushing out. They're a little bit afraid. They know the pressure is against them. That said, though, it is group stages, so maybe have some fun with it. But still, they're playing it safe. They're peeking out to sea, not seeing anything. Hear footsteps towards garage, though.
CQ comes into the center. G with the overdrive tries to find a couple of frags. No, himself. The smoke criminal gets spotted out by
30 seconds
flaring
left.
at a fantastic take off the C side.
Spike
It was
planted.
stacked to the brim. Everybody on the side of Equinox were here. There were at least 3 or 4 players on the C already.
Standing ahead.
The chamber was the lone player towards the A side. It was so much information. Equinox had the read correct. They knew exactly where they were gonna go, but not a single frag in their possession. And this is, I mean, it's a definite save. It's 12 rounds. RSG find themselves on map point.
Well, some victory crouching being observed. Got 2 players remaining, and they are looking to hold on to the
Oh,
big guns, but
no.
unfortunately not quite able to do it. Elfin gone, and now
Draw.
Mook deserted.
This rifle, I think it'll be a nice cons. Ah, spoke too soon, didn't I?
Match point.
Heartbreaking. I would love to see the economy on situation for the side of Equinox, right? They tried to go for the save. I'm not sure if they have enough credits. It doesn't seem like they have enough, right? 100.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Not,
Rough buy coming in.
yeah, not the most preferable of buys. You might have to sacrifice a little bit of utility, or you're just gonna have to go for light shields.
Here.
And that is why we see Menace calling the timeout. It's just the first match of the day. No big pressure, no big stress, because group stages, it's okay to take some losses here and there as long as you recover from them. However, man, just seeing the strength of this RSG squad, the way that they execute onto C. I mean, again, like you mentioned, Equinox had the right calls, but RSG were just slightly better prepared. They knew the peaks were coming out, and they were ready to take those shots.
I think I'd like to mention RSG is the team that came in last minute, right? They are the team that barely managed to get into the tournament because unfortunately one of the other teams had to pull out last minute. And now they're on the way to taking their very first victory of the very first series of the day. And you know, you kind of give a little bit of an edge to teams that are already, you know, prepared their roster early in advance, right? You can get the synergies in together. I'm pretty sure the RSG, well, I mean, they're not unfamiliar with each other, but of course, right, getting a couple or 5 players together at the last minute, it's not the best scenario.
We did say before the game started that it's a stack team.
Yeah,
It's a
that
stack.
is true. That is true.
And right now, Flaring or whatever is the one leading the scoreboard with 23 kills. I mean, it's
And Ox should pick him up, you know?
yeah. No,
I think he's a
check
pretty good
out
player.
Valodex a little bit. Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty well connected too. I think, you know, he might have played for like Bleed or something before. I don't know. Maybe he's got a team already. Who knows? But it's interesting to note that he used to play controller a lot. This time he's on the Sova, an initiator, and he's still performing that well. And not to mention the rest of the team just coming to help out as well. Equinox, they really need this round, and oh, the peaks. Alfin was prepared for that one. Now he's got
30
control over
seconds left.
Garage. But look at how RSG are spread all across the board.
This is confusing for every single player on this team. 28 seconds left on the clock. Someone has to pull the trigger. Mook, the first one to find some success towards the B side, and it should be the B side finish. Spike has to get planted. 13 seconds left on the clock, and they have to try to deny this. Alvin on the back line, finding 2 frags. I don't think there's enough time. Doesn't matter as the Liquid find the final frag onto Banaf. Yeah, this round was all over the place. They were trying to take C long, they were trying to take B. There was a player in B, and there was no response from the defense. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Kimmy, as the Jet was in the B side. He was just, guys, I have full B control. Where's everyone? And they're not retaking the side. I wanted someone to peek me, but no one was responding. And I think that was a fantastic call from Equinox, right? They were just playing for that retake attempt. They know that there are players in the B side. So they're like, hey, you can have B. As long as you don't get the spike planted, right? Even if you do, we're just gonna retake you.
That's why
So, fantastic game plan coming in from Equinox.
really, really good. Calls and adaptations, and right now it's just a little bit of intel gained by RSG.
Oh. Great job from Banaf.
He's gonna,
Over there.
he's gonna use that to start something.
I'm hopeful that, I'm hoping that Equinox have spotted out, right? You can measure or you can count the ultimates on the opponent's side, right? You press tab, you can see when the spike or when alt op gets
Here.
picked up. And they should know that the breach ult is in play. Yeah, look at that, the read. They completely vacated A side. Breach ult is fantastic for the A side, and they've read it completely. Nobody's playing on A. It's a full retake setup. Hunter's Fury as well to delay the spike even further. This is a beautiful setup coming in for Equinox. Beautiful read.
You're gonna have to make it work though. You're gonna have to time it really well. I mean, look at this. They knew and they set up for it. You mentioned it's a retake setup. They instantly evaded every single wave of that Rolling Thunder. Not affected whatsoever. They could get the site, they could get the spike
30
planted, but where's
seconds
that
left.
Hunter's Fury? Here it comes. Liquid sends it their way, does tag up Wisa. However, the spike still went down. And this means control in the hands of RSG. A Cosmic Divide to push them off, though. Wisa, Paranoia, just to throw them off guard a little bit. But look at this. The Nebula allowed for Kenji to initiate things. And he gets onto 3. The team is here and they are ready to play. Whatever and Dreamy, they need to make this one work, but that Cosmic Divide is still up for about 1 more second. It comes down, but by that point, Spike defused. You can get the frags, but you still lost the round. It's just economic damage at this point, Coldan.
Fantastic retake. I mean, that Cosmic Divide was perfectly timed, right? It wasn't too early, it wasn't too late. By the time they were sticking the diffuse, it was still up for so long. And there was nothing. There was nothing RSG could do. There's no way you peek into 4 players on the other side of a Cosmic Divide as a breach with and your other teammate with an op. It was an impossible situation, and it's just fantastically read by Equinox, fantastically executed, and that's exactly what you need if you want to go up against a team such as RSG this time around. A bit of reservations in the guns, I think, right? There's a judge in the hands of Kenji. But we all know how a judge can be in the garage position, right? Close range, it can absolutely shred. So still gotta be cautious. Make sure you don't overstep your margins. Very important round this
I
time.
got the spike.
He hears those footsteps as well. He's calling out to his team that they are around mid. The smokes go out, and they're really just looking to get the spike planted. Once they get it set up for those post-plant spots, if Equinox cannot find anything, and Kenji with the judge, that's just not that effective any longer. Rolling Thunder not effective as well. Now Dreamy shuts down the flank.
That's your
This
smokes.
is
You have
problem.
no smokes.
This is troublesome now.
Chaos.
All the utilities set down just to hold them off the spike. You got about 20 seconds to make this thing work. Equinox, what is your game plan? They can't quite find the frags. Kimmy's just spraying through, wall banging all over the place. A second frag, the third with the Blade Storm, and a flawless win to close this out as RSG takes the 13th to 10th.
A valiant attempt coming in from Equinox. Unfortunately, they overstepped their boundaries at the very crucial round, the 11th hour. Just not benefiting them at the end of the day. Unfortunately, I want to point out, right, Pooch, I'm so unlucky. His timing almost could catch onto Dreamy. But the smokes going down was the absolute killer, right? There's no way you stick a defuse without a smoke on the B side. So just going down that scenario was just super unfortunate.
Yeah, really, really unlucky. Can't quite find anything with that. And just that was the game plan from RSG. All the utilities sent down as soon as they got the spike planted. And Kimmy now topping the scoreboard with those final 3 frags. I mean, insane performances all across the board. But that said, I mean, we see how both teams have so much potential. Seriously, orgs, teams, if you want to pick people up, you got 10 players right here. 10 players.
10 fantastic players, yeah. I mean, it almost looked like it was going to be a comeback, right? It was going to go into overtime. We're going to have this insane series coming in with the very first map of the day. And I think we did get an insane series, right? Despite not going into overtime, it was super competitive. We saw the resurgence, the rise of RSG, the resurgence of Equinox. And yeah, it's a fantastic job coming in from all the players on the server. Of course, Kimmy at the top of the scoreboard, 25 frags to his name. Fantastic on the jet itself. And yeah, fantastic first series to kick off the day. Let's take a little look at the brackets. If I'm not mistaken. Oh, Okay, we
What?
can look at the in-game. Kimmy, fantastic, right at the top, and flaring as well, right? You don't really see too many initiator players that's really topping the scoreboard. And he's doing a fantastic job today. A jack of all trades. You can go put him on a controller, you can put him on a sentinel, put him on an initiator. It does it all.
It's incredible. How many players are there here, Colan? You got 10 players. 10 player teams. Orgs. Find these guys. That's all we got for now.
If I close my eyes and pick up one of them, you can't really go wrong, right?
Honestly, yeah, I have to agree. I mean, they're incredible players, and you gotta love the potential that they have. That said, this was just the first game. We got a lot more coming up next, so maybe going for a quick break, and then we'll come back with the next match of the day. Stay tuned, guys. We will have more.
Flashing lights dance with fire in the night. I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by. Is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Baby, I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. Moving through all my feels, you're blurring out my vision. Watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision cause of you tonight. like you do. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Electric, you spark on the chemical reaction. It's electric, you hold strikes like lightning. It's electric, no I ain't got a chance. I got no words, no words. Me and you and your heart next to mine. It's electric.
You've been talking about patience, hoping for everlasting. You're known for talking crazy. I know it's infatuation. You know how I feel inside. You know what is real and I rock with your vibe, but I don't think that we should tie. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. Set me free. Just let me be. I got a lot to say. I hope you don't feel no way. I hope you don't make the same mistakes when you blow the flame.
Girls, welcome back to the stream. Of course, this is the AYN Valorant Competitive Tournament. And yeah, we're here for the second series of the day. I see you laughing there, Quag. There's nothing to laugh about. There's nothing funny about this because it's going to be a banger of a series between these two teams. Of course, we have Toilet Cleaners going up against One Last Time. And well, if I mentioned that the previous lobby was stacked, well, this one is also really stacked. Looking down the list, I mean, you have players like Zeno, you have Cairo, you have Shiba, you have Josh, you have Shinsei, you have Poot as well. You know the infamous Poot. That I some of these player names, man, I can't.
We love
Oh,
them.
the pain, and we love them as well. So,
They're awesome names. But you know, it really is stacked. I mean, some of these teams participate in VCT. Some of these teams or players, they've won local lands, right? I think so. You know, some of the ex-bleed players here and there. It's pretty crazy that we actually have all of these players right here. So again, you know, Validex co-founder right here, and then also just saying, we got 10
I'm gonna
players. We
bring
got
that
10
up every
players.
single time.
But yeah, I'm gonna bring it up every single time. And some of
VCT
these guys.
caster,
Oh my
PRX
god.
handler. The
No,
list
no,
goes
no.
on and on.
Sure.
You want to compare lists? Yours
Oh,
is
come
a
on.
whole essay long.
But you know, again, we should get the game start pretty soon. It's between the Toilet Cleaners and One Last Time.
Kind of
Great name.
fitting, right? One last time. You see some of the players here: Shiva, Cairo, Josh, Divine Zeno. I think some of them may be going to different teams, so I guess this is the last dance in a sense. But of course, they're not really that, gone. They can reform these teams and get back into these local tournaments whenever they want.
Yeah.
But on the other side, right, Toilet Cleaners, I'm pretty sure we've seen quite a number of these faces in previous lands as well, right? I recognize Zayn, Shinsei, of course, right, Zera, and
Whoa.
right, known
Zay
in-
3N.
Z3, I'm sorry.
Z3, correct.
must
I'm messing around, but yeah.
have to be exactly to what they type in chat. But
And we got Poot Poot.
Put, okay. All right. Players, man, sometimes I want to make your name sound really cool, right? When you're in the clutch, Poot gets the 1v3. Okay, it's Poot.
Yo, he's
Poot sounds better.
farting and he's releasing the toxic gases all across. You know.
But it's funny as well. I respect that. As long as it's not too controversial, as long as I don't lose any job opportunities, right? That's fine.
Yes, yes, please. But still, you know, I mean, again, some of
had
these
worse.
names, right? Like some of them are serving the nation, you know, Hormat and all that, and like.
Oh my! You're really going in on them.
Yes, but I mean, they're still playing. I don't know like what their schedules are, but they are still so committed to the game, and they are still able to perform. That's why we are about to have a banger match ready to go. I mean, we're ready to start whenever we can get into it. But
Yeah,
I mean, the
just
map. You want to say
Ascent.
anything about the map, Colin?
Yeah, I mean, I have a personal gripe against Ascent. Maybe it's just me. It's no one else. It's just me. I've seen Ascent so many times on our local LAN tournaments, and although it is a decent map, right? There's nothing too wrong with the map itself. It's just, it's like your default go-to, right? Everybody is sort of comfortable on Ascent. Everybody knows how Ascent works. It's a pretty standard map. It's not too complicated, right? Any random in ranked may pretty much know how to play that map. But at the highest levels is where I'm a bit more interested in the map of Ascent, right? Because it is, it tends to be pretty defender-sided. The attacking side becomes a bit of a contention, right? We've seen in the VCT champions, Optic, right? Loving that triple initiator composition. You have Loud with their Jet. You have so many different approaches, and a lot of these compositions, right? They try to tackle the core issue, which is the attacking side. Similar to Split, right? The attacking side was the main focal point for a lot of these teams. If you can get a good attacking half, most likely you should be able to close out the map. But the problem is, because it's so defender-sided, so many teams that start on the defense actually win out the entire map at the end of the day. So that is my little bit of contention there, because I do see a little bit of stats trending in that direction, where teams that do start on the defense kind of just run away with it. So I'm hopeful that we can see an outlier to that kind of statistic, but we'll be jumping into Agent Select in just a little moment. Fantastic. We will have toilet cleaners who are gonna be starting out on the the attack. Right?
I mean,
defense, attack. No, they are on the defense. I'm blind. Never mind.
Yes. TC toilet cleaners, they're on the defense, and then we've got one last time on the attack. That, ladies and gents, is factual. I was having a little bit of a PTSD moment, because when you started talking about attack and defense side wins on Ascent, and I was like, oh, Paper X Liquid. Never mind.
My god. Dude,
but you know,
I can go on and on about defense and attack side on Ascent. I had to recall myself back there a little bit, but yeah, look at the compositions. Quack, what do you think?
I think it's the classic double initiator that we've got now. Very, very meta picks. Fade plus KO is just perfect, and not to mention the ability suppression that you have that Eno's picking for right now is something that they really could use. But what's interesting is the difference in Sentinels. We've got a Chamber on the other side, Cairo, and then we've got Zayn on the Killjoy. This is a slight difference in the sense that Cairo could still go aggressive, and because he's starting out on the offense, he could be the one to find those opening picks. Zayn, on the other hand, he's going to have to play very defensively, and he's going to have to make the most of his utilities to defend and anchor down sites like nobody's business.
Yeah, the debate between Sentinels, I think, is the most prevalent on Ascent, right? I think that on Ascent, that there is the highest pick rate of non-chambers, right? We've seen so many options with Killjoy coming into this map itself, right? The slight abundance, or at least having 2 extra nano swarms, are so crucial at attacking and defending, right? It's so beneficial when you can have two sets of that utility to delay pushes, delay retakes. It's actually understated, in my opinion, right? There's a lot of teams that don't use the Nano Swarms to its fullest potential, and I think if a team can manage to, use Killjoy to her fullest potential, that she will be a better pick as opposed to a Chamber.
Not to mention, her turret sometimes can do incredible
Oh
things.
my god.
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna stop myself right there. Things happen sometimes. It's all in good fun games, but again, it comes down to that. You're talking about nano swarms. With Chamber, it's just a little bit more straightforward. So I don't know. Depends on how well Cairo plays. Depends on how creative Killjoy gets. This is what I'm kind of hearing. Apart from that, though, I just want to point out, really cool to see Shiba, aka Shoba, playing different agent. You know, normally we would see him on like a Sova or something. This time he's gone for the Fade. He's learning new things. It's gonna be interesting for sure.
If I'm not mistaken, he did play Chamber at the previous LAN. He did play top frag. So, another man that can do it all. We don't have any short of talents that can play multiple agents in Singapore.
10 players. Orgs and teams.
Again.
Okay, never mind. But look at how... Yeah, we should actually. look at how safe they're playing. Look at this interesting crosshair. He's peeking out. He might just find first contact. Instantly dashes away to save himself, but now he's kind of trapped and pinned down. Can't really escape, so all he can do is to hope for some frags, and he does find 2 hits. Divine going in for the trade, but at what cost, though, Koldan? Now Eno goes in with a flash, and he's just playing off of his teammates. He knows they're on the other side. Doesn't have to overpeak. Top flashes through. Goes for the right click. Gets the other frag. Cairo's the last one left. Where's the spike, though, Koldan? Where is it?
Well, it's literally out in no man's land. It's
Yikes.
one of the hardest positions to take. You have to clear every single angle up towards A. And in the meantime, toilet cleaners are already watching that position, right? They should be able to
30 seconds
or
left.
they should be aware that he could have this timing in a matter of seconds. And yeah, instantly already cautious of this position. Rysera on the angle. Cairo 2 bullets in the chamber. Could find 2 instant headshots. Unfortunately, a bit too low for that one. And just like that, toilet cleaners pick up the very first round off the back of some fantastic aggression, I would say, towards the A side.
A little bit unfortunate, but yeah, it's that play from Shinsei to kind of go out, managed to save himself for a second, a little bit precarious, but he still found 2 headshots, despite being blinded, despite being under pressure. And that is the making of a strong player at times. Comes down to it, of course, we do see, it's toilet cleaners, man. Like, what else is there to say? They're going to play very safe right now. We've got the alarm bot towards the middle, and it just blocks off so much. If you were on the side of One Last Time, LST, you got to be a little bit careful.
They're baiting in for this position itself. Cairo has a fantastic chance to beat Spoiler. Finds the first frag. Unfortunately, Rysera spins on a dime, able to take him out. Spike is lost, though. I mean, that is a piece of information that's gone.
Weapon here.
Just a little bit, but I think the biggest issue in that is the fact that you've kind of lost 2 players right off the bat, and that's really what toilet cleaners were looking for, with that aggressive play coming out from Shinsei, and then also being supported by his teammates. 3 left.
This is the benefit of this Killjoy utility, right? There's 2 pieces of information utility that can gain you so much valuable info. But they're playing nice and collected. I like that coming in from the side of toilet cleaners, right? They don't want to give away any more opening frags, right? They did lose Shinsei in the
30
mix
seconds left.
in the early stages of the round. So as long as you don't get too caught up in the mix, first frag coming in, a good trade nonetheless. On the back lines will catch the spike as well. So Shiba, the classic in hand, in a 1v2, 14 seconds on the clock, and just Ferrari peeking out of market, not even needing to fire a bullet, baits in his teammate, and the defenders find themselves with a second round.
And that's really what I was just looking for. How clean of a round can the toilet Cleaners make.
We're down for a bit of puns, aren't we?
Yeah, a little bit. You know, sometimes sergeants, and you go
floor,
through,
okay,
you
I
gotta
gotta
check, and you do your standby areas and stuff, and like, alright, it's a little bit of dirty. They made it relatively clean, okay? They lost 2 players, and that's all. It's not bad. So right now they're going in for a bit of a half buy, knowing that it is the full buy coming in from one last time after all. If they can play close, if they can actually take a few rifles away, they might stand a chance at winning this bonus, but you know, the odds aren't kind of stacked against them.
I would say go and farm a bit of alt ops. Right, you have B main control. Maybe you can go take A main control, get the
Shinsei,
crucial alt op that you might need for one of the players.
I think Shinsei can pick it up, and then if he can find one frag, like, he gets his Blade Storm.
It's a bit dicey, right? There's only one player towards the B side, right? Zera here to receive. Flash coming in, unfortunately cannot get a single frag, and they might actually get a free sight. Despite being on the low buy, free sight, post-plant positions, 5v5 is a fantastic situation to find yourself in.
Well, the gates were wide open, so they just went in. Now they've set up, they've made this place their home. You got 5 strangers knocking on the door, but I don't know how they can actually make their way in. Nightfall sent as well to push them further back. A lot of damage being done, and Cairo gets a great double. Ray now, AK Poo-Poo's able to find one, but not before being traded off. And now Zayn, nothing left but a ghost in his hand. I don't see how he can make it out of this one alive. At the most he can go for is some exit frags, keep them trapped in the side, make them lose their weapons, but unfortunately they rush into him. Xeno closes it out. And of course a standard start, 1-2 for one last time.
Fantastic aggression from Toilet Cleaners, or initiative, should I say, right? The 3 players pushed up towards the A main position. Unfortunately, the read was, it could not have been worse, right? It was a B execute right as they pushed towards the A main position. They were on the furthest position on the map from that execute, and yeah, it was a nice initiative with that low buy of theirs. I like that. They, you know, try to capitalize your man advantage with 3 players pushing, but execute was nice and clean coming in from one last time with the better weapons as well. So this time, rifles for both sides. We'll see what they have in store for us.
Already spent a little bit of utility just to gain some information from the side of Toilet Cleaners. However, if we take a look at the minimap, Spike is actually headed towards A, and they're playing relatively safe. It's up to Shinsei again here to try to find whatever he can. Unfortunately, he gets tagged up by the Blade. Now backed off. Really sort of default-ish holds, but they might just set up for a B execute pretty soon, Koldan.
The players are converging towards that position, right? Gather your forces. You've taken a decent amount of map control, so the players on the defense are pretty spread out. If you can go for a nice concerted effort, revealed by Zera, no, can't do anything. The eye and the dog both will find him, but there's reinforcements already here, trying to buy them a little bit more time. But Cairo somehow from the backlines finds the first frag. The flash was perfect, but Hood unable to connect a single frag. Goes down with a whimper as the frags just fall in the hands for one last time. Left in a 2v1, right? Shinsei together with Zayn. Up against the world, what can they find? Dash gonna be expiring in the midst of things. Does catch an opportunity onto one of the players. They're actually catching 2 in the meantime. A very, very doable situation. They gotta be careful on the box position, but the 2 players find their respective frags. And a close round, but a very valuable one at that for one last time.
Incredibly valuable, and it just shows again the calls, the classic executes coming in from this team. Once they got the full buys, that's all they really needed to do. The previous round, sure, it was a bit of a maybe a retake setup from Toilet Cleaners. This round, it's just the way that they pushed in. They had the paranoia, and it completely pushed Ryzera off, not to mention the Prowler as well, almost biting him. And in that sense, we see Cairo leading the charge, going all the way downstairs. Slightly different approach this round as they make their way towards A main. Josh, a bit of a lurk, and he finds Shinsei. Blade Storm instantly deleted.
Okay, man, just hold that shot. I love the fact that we can see the chats. But I think, yeah, Free side itself, there's nothing they can do. Food just firing hot shots through the smoke. And the door's still there to buy themselves a little bit more time. And they lost their base stop, right? So that's their biggest threat already out of the round. They have their lockdown, but I doubt they go for something like that. It's a eco round, right? A 50.
Yeah.
If they can find a bit of damage, catch a couple of frags as the attackers leave the site itself, but as you can see, there's nobody in the site. So interesting setup coming in from one last time. It could get pretty dicey if they tap the spike. I'm not sure what's their post-plan situation. You do have the Haunt as well as a bit of KO Flash, so potentially could go for something interesting. Gotta be careful though. Josh finds a frag onto Zayn. And you know, in the meantime, catches the frag on the diffuser as the attackers swarm into the side. They peek all at once. And things got a little bit dicey, but still, 3 rounds to 2 for one last time.
A little bit close, a little bit tight. But when it comes down to it, we still see firepower reigning supreme. And, well, another full buy round coming back in for toilet cleaners. I mean, again, you can see what Shinsei was trying to go for with the Blade Storm pushing out of B main. But that's the thing, you just don't expect, of all players, a Jet. Maybe not even a Jet, like, it could have been Cairo, anyone. You don't expect them to be hiding on the other side, just holding such an angle. Of course, Shinsei tried to peek it, but unfortunately, just wasn't quite able to react fast enough. This time he swapped positions, Shinsei that is, towards Garden instead, towards A short. A little bit of intel gathering once more, trading of utilities, and it just calls out again to one last time. It gives them a little bit more information. They're feeling the waters, dipping their toes, as it were.
Has actually one off his ultimate. If you can somehow find an opening frag, it would be really beneficial. But with so much map control already gone from one last time, right? They can again do the same thing that they did the previous round, right? Just gather their forces together and execute onto the side itself. Oh no! Looking
Oh
the wrong
my
angle,
God.
Eno. Checking market and B main at the same time as the smoke dissipates. Unfortunate series of events. Shinsei tries to go for the hero play. Unable to find anything more, but Pooh this time, fantastic 2 kills, denies the spike from entering the side itself, and it buys a bit more time for the retake to come in. 2v3 now. Bunch of ultimates actually on the side for toilet cleaners. Once on the tap of the spike, they could potentially go for something, but Josh trying to take the issue into his own hands. But Pooh, 1 HP doesn't matter, finds the instant headshot, and now Shiba, 13 seconds on the clock, paranoia, blind, lost in the side, surrounded by players. And he will not find anything more. Pooh with a fantastic anchoring of the A side.
I mean, you said it all, my friend. He started things out at the top of heaven, watching down from the heavens above, just looking down the one angle. He collects on the first hit, sustained quite a bit of damage, sure. But that damage was done to one last time. They weren't quite able to secure the site because of that initial frag. And then when it came down to it, Josh, love the guy, but that was a little bit of an overextension, in my opinion. You know, went out alone to collect on a couple more frags, but that left his teammate, unfortunately, alone and not quite able to, again, get the spike planted or anything else. So one last time, they're going to have to play together a lot more if they want to be able to secure some of these things. But this time, instead of collecting themselves and converging onto a single site, exploring middle a little bit. I kind of like that.
Last time has been fantastic at moving the map in their favor, right? Taken B main control, taken A main control, taken mid control. And on the other side, toilet cleaners, they're so content with playing passive that I think it could be a bit of a detriment, because when the execute comes in, one last time are just so proficient at doing so, it makes it very, very difficult to get more than 1 frag.
Certainly not the easiest thing, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. Look at how they peeked into this. Look at how much map control they have. They're just hovering around these spots, and they are able to find so much. And all of a sudden, the hit goes towards A, but a quick rotation coming in from toilet cleaners as well. They are prepared for this. Ray hears the footsteps, gets the first shot, looks for the second one, gets hit by a bit of a seize, but it doesn't even matter. Goes for the second headshot, gets taken out by Shiba. He picks his teammate back up. And now they're ready for this, but unfortunately, Rizera sends out the Nightfall. Doesn't even matter because Josh came in with a flank. Eno, what are you gonna do? He's all alone in the side of Garden. And Cairo just pulls him out like the weed that he is, 4-3. One last time in the lead.
If the defense could be described as a swing, they were going back and forth and back and forth. They had no idea where the one last time crew were gonna end up, right? They had so much map control that the toilet cleaners literally just had to go off audio cues, right? What utility was being used. They had no information of where the players were, and the flank coming in towards heaven was the final nail in the coffin. It was a fantastic attack from the side of one last time, and if they can keep this up, it's a very, very scary, daunting task for the side of toilet cleaners. It's a straight up attack onto the A side itself, full on execute. Nightfall invested as well, and a nice opening frag found by Josh. The lesser weapons on the side of toilet cleaners. Do you invest any ults, or do you just go in and hope for the best? Josh up above, and he receives both frags. It's just a flawless round coming in from one last time. They don't even need to take map control for this one. They're confident in the executes, and they do so perfect.
Not to mention, just because they knew that the toilet cleaners had nothing but maybe some scrubbers, maybe some sheriffs in their hand. You can't clean up that much with those. You need some vacuums or something. But that's what they had in that round, and it's just a gorgeous set piece to start things off with the Nightfall, and then to go in for those frags, and then to have Josh positioned up on top of Generator like that. Perfect. But right now, ultimates on both sides. They got 2 for each. You got the lockdown ready for Zayn. This could turn things around. You got Shinsei with an operator as well, but getting a little bit of information is what he can do for now. Sent off by the Paranoia. They're gonna have to play safe.
There's 3 players here to receive. This could get really dicey, Shinsei. Gotta be careful, right? If they swarm on him after an operator shot, it could find himself in a very awkward situation. But again, one last time, right? They're not too over-eager. They're content with saying, hey, we know there's a couple of players here towards the B side. We're just gonna take the rest of the map away from them. I do want to point out though, there is an Omen sitting all the way in A main.
Right?
Food, right? Fantastic initiative to take the aggression based off B main contact. And he could play spoiler, right? He is the jackknife in the back this time for the side of toilet cleaners. If he times it perfectly, he could be the start and the end of this retake.
Be all end all, and they have no idea that he's there, but they also don't know that Cairo's pushing down the middle. All of a sudden, attention's dispersed. They have to look the other way. Divine does manage to take out Ray. And it all comes down to this. 4 players holding down the site. A couple from Garden, a couple on the site itself, and Rizera can't quite go in for the retake because of this. He gets the one,
you don't
but
expect
he
the
does
second.
not expect the second. Indeed, Divine holds it down all the way from hell as well, and he drags them down into the abyss with him. 6-3. One last time, not stopping.
Yeah, this is the attack side that I really wanted to see from a team. It's so beautifully done that the rotations, they've just been cooled around like fools, just on a leash like a dog, going wherever the owner tells it to. And yeah, toilet cleaner is just unable to find the correct read despite Poot, right? Fantastic anchoring so far. He took the initiative of the B contact, the aggression. He took control of the entirety of A main. But in the meantime, Cairo on the back lines found another frag. Attention's just drawn everywhere, every single part of the map. A fantastic job from one last time. Just do what you're doing. It's perfect.
Oh, but interestingly enough, we do see toilet cleaners trying different things. They're pushed all the way up catwalk now. Gets the first one. Teammate tries to play his off contact, but Divine is just ready for this.
So ready. They're so ready for anything that toilet cleaners throw. Right, they can catch a frag, one off, right? All right, no big deal. We'll just trade 2 more. Right, and then we find ourselves in an advantage situation now.
The only Singaporean guys will get this, but you toilet cleaner, you gotta.
Oh my god. Stop.
Ready, man.
Stop these jokes, man.
Eno now. The only one who can anchor down this site. He's ready to receive them. He heard the tailwind, but can he actually land the shots? Out close, he can't quite get it. It's all up to Ray. Shrouded step in to pick up the Vandal, goes in for a bit of a peek, but Josh is just prepared to shut him down. 7-3 Cold End. They are not slowing down at all. That was 4 rounds in a row. for one last time.
Everything that toilet cleaners have tried, aggression in B main, aggression in mid, aggression in catwalk, aggression in A main, all shut down. I mean, I kind of feel bad for Shinsei. He's been trying, he's been showing his presence at different parts of the map. Right, he was a B main, he was an A main, he was catwalk. Now he's in mid with an op, but they're completely reading it. They're just ready to receive. And this time around, it could be the perfect counterplay. Look, 4 players aggressive towards the B main position, while the rest of the defense are pushing down towards mid. Again,
What?
there's nobody in the B side.
A curious, and they
It's
did it
free.
along with the
It's
null
free
command as
real
well.
estate.
It's free.
Killed my bot.
Oh
And
my
it's all because of
gosh.
this one dark cover. They managed to get into it. Right calls, right times, and now the spike gets planted. You can see what toilet cleaners are trying to go for, but it's not quite working out for them because one last time are so darn slippery, and now they have the site. They're just waiting for this retake to go through. Here are the footsteps. Ray initiates with a paranoia, gets a couple, but Cairo, all the way from B main, gets the 3rd headshot, and it's 8-3.
Last round in the half.
Oh my gosh, the teamwork coming in from the one last time was so good. You saw at that last moment, right before the retake was gonna happen, that all of the players on one last time were on the same page. Like, guys, they're gonna go for the retake now. We're gonna play up towards the switch itself. We're gonna fight them before they even have a chance to get control of switch and or even B main. And they just completely shut them down before they even had a chance to use any of their ultimates, any of their abilities. Look, the Killjoy ultimate has been online for how many rounds already? They haven't seen a single time that the Killjoy ultimate had an opportunity to be used. It's either they were on an eco round, they were already down multiple players. It was unrealistic for them to go for a retake like that. And what a read! I mean, what a read, right?
It kind of comes
3
back.
mid, and we rush B. 3 mid, and we rush B. There's nobody inside.
What?
Oh my gosh.
Again, kind of comes back to what we were talking about pre-game. You got the difference in Sentinels, but when your defensive team wants to go aggressive, when they want to push out middle, you can't quite be in a position to make use of your abilities that way, your ultimate especially. So unfortunately, they're just gonna have to react to whatever one last time are trying to pull off. And now, starting things off with an opening frag, they just might have the opportunity to pull this one off. Josh, though, trying to pull a fast one. Cloudburst in, straight into the middle, and he sets himself up for a very strong position. If he can take Zayn down, they have the sight. Goes straight in, though, and the Bulldog is the one that bites this time.
5v3, this is the best situation
30
they've found
seconds
themselves in a very, very long time. And the toilet cleaners now, what can you muster? You have the kill ultimate. Do you use it here? Do you wait to get to switch before you use it? Or do you fall victim to Kairos? No, it doesn't find a single frag, instantly popping the Fade ultimate, trying to find some sort of frags, but Divine, out of nowhere, just sprays down the entirety of the retake.
No way.
And now Poot left alone. This was such a promising round coming in from the side of the cleaners, but Divine, somehow, I think he was on towards the lane position, and he just sprayed all of them down.
I can't believe this. The last time I saw this guy play, he was on SMG. I mean, maybe he's been playing in some LANs and local tournaments here and there now, but he is still such an instrumental player for this team. We end this first half with a 9-3, and this guy sits on top on his throne, 17-4. As a KO, I mean, he just sprayed down 3. If not for him, that round could have gone to toilet cleaners. But he got 3, and he popped his ultimate.
Oh my gosh. It's so heartbreaking. I mean, 3v5. Come on. And then Divine just sprays
you're
3
kinda-
of your retakes.
Kind of reminding me of a Bleed Zersha game now. But anyway.
Right. 9-3 the scoreline, but this time you're 9-3 on attack, right? You're down 6 rounds on the attacking
On
side.
this
It's
map?
very difficult.
Oh my god. Well,
And the read is correct. Look at the stack.
He heard
3
that
towards
jump.
A.
Josh knew that they were coming in towards A, and we can see the rotation is slowly starting to go through. It's up to the rest of the team to receive them, though, and unfortunately, that's where they kind of falter for the moment. Eno and Shinsei, they managed to find a couple, and that turns this into a very favorable situation for toilet cleaners.
we do, right? Have the headhunter. I don't think Kara's fired a bullet yet, so he should have a couple of bullets available. Yeah, 4. Oh, 1 for each hit, right?
That would be right, but it's a little bit of a tall task too.
Player standing.
Ow.
Unfortunately, not quite able to use it. Up to Josh now, and they know where he is. Shinsei just toying with him, a little bit of a flash fake, and all of them converging into his lone position. A bit of a crouch shot into his face, and Ray will be the one to find that last frag. 4-9. We see Toilet Cleaners, a little bit of a comeback, and it all happened because of the push towards A short.
I mean, it all starts with the pistol round, right? Every good half starts with the pistol round. Fantastic job to get it in a pretty convincing fashion, right? They were able to actually pincer the defense towards tree. The attack from Catwalk and the attack from main came in simultaneously, and they just wiped out the defense towards tree position, get control of the site, and from then on, it was a easy post-plant position.
And now off of that advantage, going in fast, straight onto the B side, but take a look
It's
at
a
the
stack.
mini-map pull then. Correct,
Oh
it's
my-
a stack! Shiva was ready for this. He fired his classic, he got the first one, but can they hold off against all the automatic weapons? Not quite. Every single one rushing down. Divine, he's got the right clicks, but that's this last shot. Swaps over to a weapon that he just picked up, but can't quite do it off the rack. Zayn closes it out. And it's a perfect 2-0 start for Toilet
It
Cleaners
was
in the
look-
second half.
Yeah, it was looking like it was going to be one of those rounds, right? Those rounds where you just full execute a side, la 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 la, we walk into the backside. Oh, there's 4 players here. Well, dead. But luckily enough, right, they were diligent to clear the angles, good on their utility to flush out common positions, and yeah, comfortable second round for Toilet
I think
Cleaners.
the key word, like, if you stack correctly and you're holding some unorthodox positions, with classics, you might be able to pull something off. With shorties, perhaps even. But that's it. They went for whatever they had, and now it's full buys coming in. Shiva, sudden peek, gets Shinsei. Buddy, 5v4 again. It's the sudden
So Duelist-
aggressions.
Yeah. So Duelist out for the attacking side.
How do you create space now?
I think the best call, yeah, farm those ultimate orbs. Get a bit of map control, right? See if there's any pushes coming in, and then just converge on the site, right? Gather your forces, try to outnumber them.
Take what you
Swarm
can
the
get.
site itself. Yep.
That's what they're
Without
trying
an
to
entry,
do.
yeah, without an entry frag, it's gonna be really difficult. So someone has to be the sacrificial lamb to walk into Kairo's crosshair first.
Smart call by Xeno to smoke off A main though, and now they're just playing incredibly defensively all the way towards the back of the site. A little bit of a prowler, and now they know that the players are positioned here. You can see that the rest of the squad is rotating over from one last time. Cairo, tip of the spear as always, finds the first one. Eno able to find a shot through the smokes, but 2 players left, and they have to hope for the best possible scenario. Unfortunately, Josh just gets the instant wall bang. Spectre spray, not quite able to win it out against Divine. Might be a standard start, but if we take a look at the scoreboard, man, 10-5. Coldan,
It's a very, very tall hill.
I'm nervous.
Very tall task. And a steep hill to climb. I mean, okay, that was the bonus, right? That we can give them that. It is not the worst thing in the world. You do walk away with enough credits to buy in this round. So Toilet Cleaners will come in with a purchase of their own. So first gun round for both teams. Let's see what the Toilet Cleaners have in store for us. Can they sweep the floor on this one? Or will they fall victim to one last time?
One last time?
One more time.
One more time.
Oh, what a
No!
No way, that flash was perfect. And Shinsei, the tip of the spear, as you mentioned, fantastic opening 2 frags. And I think that's going to be the free ace side, right? One still there. Oh, a bit dangerous, I would say. Shinsei tries to find a bit more, but the span was successful. The trade somehow happened without each player seeing each other. And now Divine in a 1v3, the smoke dissipates. Here's the reload on one side of the map. So he knows there's one towards the main position, but Shinsei sharp as ever.
can't believe skin of his teeth. He actually made it on towards generator to escape with his life. And also just he's that stranger in the coat with the red right hand, goes straight into A main and instantly opens things up for his entire team. This guy made it work.
We need more heroics from him, I would say, right? Good teamwork. That flash was essential, right? If you did that without a flash, I would call him absolutely bonkers. But with that flash, it was genius. Fantastically done.
And they're setting up for it again. Duck cover, a little bit of a one-way. Zeno, can you do it though? Shinsei, the barrel spotted, and now he knows he's close and personal. Oh, again! It just happens! A spray transfer, and the site opened up. The doors have been knocked down, and he has a little bit more timing to go for more. Goes in, gets the third one, backs off now. The HP, and that's all he really needs. Rizera collecting on the fourth. Teamwork in full play, full lights, Divine. Nothing but a stinger, a shimmer as well. But I don't think he's going to be able to do much unless he just goes for exit frags. All 5 of them waiting for him to peek out. Look at that. Look at that. What?
Come on, you know you want to Divine.
Divine.
Come on, you gotta die the way. They're not moving a muscle.
Oh, well.
I mean, they knew.
Do they start moving? I would love if they just started crab walking towards Garden together. Oh, they're doing it! They're doing it. Yeah. Oh. Oh no! No, they didn't check the corner! Are you kidding me? Triple spray! What?
I'd say you take those, you take those. He was just waiting to die. He was just waiting to die.
No!
I mean,
Colin,
opened up with that fantastic shot from Shinsei, but what was that from Divine?
Oh
Guys,
my
check
god!
your corners. Please check your corners. I thought they knew he was there. They scanned him. They scanned him.
People, we got Sleepy coming into Singapore, and this is what we do. Come on, come on!
Oh my gosh, that's actually a decent amount of economy damage done by Divine in that scenario. Ooh, Killjoy Ultimate actually invested, and there's nothing that the side of One Last Time can do except for Cairo, right? If he can time this perfectly, he can catch one and potentially fall back towards the side itself. The spray is successful, teleports away without a pinch of damage whatsoever. The spike though, actually, a bit late to the party.
That is true. That also means they don't necessarily have to commit into this, but since all their players are already towards the site, they might as well go in for it. It comes down to the spray trades. Slightly favorable for toilet cleaners if they can pick up Eno. Instead, they use him as bait, so they know the peaks go through, and they just managed to hold it down. Rizera getting the 4th to close it out, 8-10.
Another extremely scrappy round. I thought that One Last Time we're gonna be able to do it, right? They smoked up B main before the spike was even in the site itself. But popping the KO ultimate was the best thing that the side of Toilet Cleaners could do, right? You know, popping that ultimate, just running in straight, gets well, he allows himself to be the entry in that small situation, and then allows his teammates to trade him, and selfless moves coming in from the KO player, but this time around, low buys from the side of the defense. So potential 9-10 on the cards. It could get a bit dicey from here on out.
Face your fear!
Oh my gosh. Well, this time instead of the lockdown, it's the nightfall to start things off. But you got 3 players on the other side, and they're holding so well. From the shadows, just to get a little bit more intel on the site itself as well. But I don't know if they can actually make it through. Shinsei just instantly dashing forward, trying to be the distraction for his team, but unfortunately they're not able to collect the frags. Instead, Zeno find all of it. Ray as well, but Divine trading like madness. 3 onto his name now, under his belt, and the last one left, Poot. Ray, can you actually do this? He gets Divine down, but Shiba! The Vandal, the strafe shot, 11-8. He saves his team and brings the momentum back into their favor.
I mean, Divine again, fantastic attempt, right? He got so many frags on the side itself. The anchor man, yeah, he had a fantastic spray down earlier on in the game, and this time around, delivering up in space 27 kills this man has. And a thrifty round right off the back of 3 consecutive from Toilet Cleaners. One last time answers with a thrifty round. And oh, that's a heart wrencher right there. But Toilet Cleaners gotta hold fast, right? You can't let these things tilt you off the face of the earth. You gotta stay mentally strong.
You know what? You have to do it with this half bite that they have right now. Bulldog, the rest of
Do it back
them,
to them.
3 pistols. Yeah, you really have to do it back to them. And if anyone can help along with it, it's got to be Shinsei. 2 blades already spent though. Now he needs a little bit of support from Ray. Divine just instantly throwing down the fragment to stall for time, however.
There.
And that could cause problems.
And they're completely stalled out, right? If the defense actually picks onto one of these positions itself, Shinsei actually runs in, tries to make something for his own. But the attack is completely stuffed out this time. Divine over here to receive, trying to get some sort of solace with those flashes of his. The spray down from Shiba is absolutely
down A.
everything you need. And now just one man left alone. 12 HP, Poot was towards that garden position, but now tries to pick up the spike, but Josh is already there on the angle. Easy shot for him. And off the back of a thrifty, they convert the second one in a row, and they find themselves on a map point.
A momentum shift, a paradigm shift. And they have everything on their side right now. That was an expensive round, not just because it's match point now, but the Blade Storm from Shinsei. And I hate to say it, but yeah, yielded nothing, and it looks like one last time half is in the bag. We got Josh with an operator. He's got the Blade Storm. On paper, this is their round to win. This is their round to close it out. And you can see that they want it. Look at how they're peeking out into B main.
Great angle by Josh this time, right? This is a lot of information. Look at the rotates. They know that there's not a lot of presence towards the B position. They can focus their forces more towards that A site.
Being a little bit careful. If any round is the round to turn things
Shinsei
around
gonna try to
for
fake a
cleaners.
Yeah, he's trying to fake a bit of B, or rather mid presence. But I'm not sure if that's enough, right? It's just one gun shot.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. You can see that they're not moving around. In fact, they're actually blocking off A short with that dark cover right now. But that is 2 smokes spent by Zeno. And that means that A main is going to be left a little bit defenseless unless Cairo actually lands all his shots perfectly. And you can see that he's ready to receive them with open arms.
This is a very long delay. I'm not sure what they're hoping for.
30
Maybe
seconds.
an aggressive
30
push.
seconds left.
But look at Josh. He's got all the info. They know it cannot be B.
Waiting
He's
for
an
the
off. He's
clock to
pushing
strike.
into their spot. Cairo now up on a bat. A fantastic shot again. Fantastic opening for the chamber players. Zeno here just buying as much time as possibly available. The spray down is absolutely cold, and Zeno with a 3K close out the map. It was a resurgence coming in from Toilet Cleaners. They fought back valiantly, but at the end of the day, one last time, go for one more time, they win out the very first series for themselves. And a fantastic job from Divine. Unfortunately, for the side of the Toilet Cleaners, they weren't able to get too many defensive rounds, and in my opinion, that was perhaps like the main reason why they weren't able to have a closer map or closer series.
Yeah, I mean, several times we were just seeing some heroics coming in from Shinsei, some heroics coming in from Ray and Rizera as well, but there was that side when they had in the first half, the defender side, where it just wasn't too favorable for them. They managed to win several rounds in a row, I think 3 in a row in the second half,
Yep.
but that was the most that they could get in terms of a comeback. And when it comes down to it, you really have to remember that round with a stinger. Let's start things off there. That round with a stinger.
Divine's round.
But really, apart from that one, how many times did we see Divine come up with crazy multi-kills? How many times did we see Divine just going absolutely ham because he was the one to take down sites and to support his team?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that I haven't really seen Divine play at many tournaments so far. from my recollection, I don't think he has been playing too much as of late. But if this is any indication of what he's gonna be coming back as, a force to be reckoned with, an absolute demon, not even on agents such as a Chamber or a Jet, but on a supportive agent as a KO, right? You're throwing flashes in for your team. I mean, fantastic showing from him, and a scary prospect to go up against if you're any team in this tournament looking, or at least in the same group as them.
One more time, right, Coldan? Validex co-founder. 10 players. Divine is one of them, please, somebody. This guy
Yes,
is right
yes,
here. He is, I think, serving the nation though. So that's one of those things where, unfortunately, that it is what it is. But again, relatively close match, and you can see potential on both sides. We're gonna go for a quick break, and after this, the next teams, sorry, in the group stages. Don't go away. Excuse me. We'll be right back.
Cody, you have to.
Flashing lights dance with fire in the night. I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by. Is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. Moving through all my feels, you're blurring out my vision. Watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
I got you and your vibes in my mind. I can't get Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
You've been talking about patience, hoping for everlasting. You're known for talking crazy. I know it's infatuation. You know how I feel inside. You know what is real and I rock with your vibe, but I don't think that we should tie. I know for real, I know your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know for real, I know your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. Just let me be. I got a lot to say. I hope you don't feel no way. I hope you don't make the same mistakes when you blow the flame. You're kind of obsessive to me. You're kind of too strong on your feet. I can't say that I guarantee, but I know what you mean to me. I know for real, I know your deal. just let me be.
Just just
Personal gripes. But yeah, I kind of like this logo. We've got like a pink controller. Komiyoshi's versus Rise of Gru. Um, I mean, anything to say about these teams? Actually, I just gotta take a look at roster real quick, and
Yeah.
I am not too familiar with some of these names. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, Team Komiyoshis, I'm not the most familiar with. I haven't really seen too much of them around in the scene personally. But Rise of Gru, they are also pretty new to the scene, right? You have a couple of Ascendants and Diamonds in their mix. So going up against a pretty formidable team of Komiyoshis, right? They are, well, I mean, just going off their records, they are Immortals and Radiants. So I hope that Komiyoshis, well, I hope that they win, but I also really would like to see that Rise of Gru take it to at least a competitive series, right? Just basing off rank itself, it's not the best thing to do, but based on what we have, that's that's just my expectation so far.
I think it's fair to say that, but it's very lovely to see more names come into the scene,
Yes, of
and they are definitely, of course, talented players. And if they can perform, it just shows that this country has a lot more to offer, and also it's just lovely to see new faces. Um, it's without a doubt that they're kind of the wild cards ish of this tournament. If they can make a
Yes.
splash, if they can make a statement right here, right now, we're gonna have some crazy games like coming tomorrow as well. If they can actually make it through, and if they make it through, I just want to say, Rise of Gru, if they're the ones, you better show up in like the full suit, the full outfit, because
It's a
Rise of
must.
Gru, like, come on, you have to.
Can I just point out that one of the plays is called King Bob? All right, one of the plays is called King Bob. So I better see some minion-esque plays coming in.
If you like, I don't care how uncomfortable it is. If you don't show up in a suit, why name your team Rise of Gru?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
That is the expectations that you set for yourself. I mean, it's the bare minimum that you have to do, right? But yeah, actually, now that I'm looking at the roster, now I'm looking at the ranks and the map that we've picked, right? Komiyoshi is actually starting on attack, right? So the team that's sort of favored to win, starting on attack, the less favorable side, and the team that's a bit more underdog, starting on the defender side. I can kind of get behind the set now, right? It's not the worst thing in the world, especially
Like-
if you are a bit more favored on the defense.
you have to make those rounds count. I think though that's the thing. Like
Yes.
you're starting on defense, you might be an underdog, but you really need to collect as much as you can to give yourself a bit of an advantage as you go into the second half. That said, again, it's Ascent. We've seen it a lot. You talk about how much you love this map. I'm more curious about the agent comps that we might see because you never know. Some of these teams sometimes they go for really interesting and creative compositions. I think that's one of the reasons why, like, you know, Paper Rex, for example, is such a hyped up, such a popular team. I mean, how often do you see Reyna in Champions? And you got Jing who goes off and does it. Apart from that, like Champions as well, Champions effects, we see a lot of teams start to adapt some of those compositions. And I think part and due to that would be, for example, that game that we just saw. That it's that sort of DRX-esque combo of the KO and the Jet, and then you just play off of each other that way. Buzz doing crazy things. If they go for some comfort picks like that as well, you know, I'm happy with that too.
Yeah, I think another point of contention is the Sentinels to be picked, right? I kind of started this off at the last LAN that I was at, so it was at AF, right? And I kept track of every single. Well, we saw an insane number of maps of Ascent on that tournament, and I was keeping track of the Sentinels that were being picked on that map, right? So every single time there was a chamber against a Killjoy on the map of Ascent, the Killjoy lost every single time.
Really?
Now, it's a little stat, right? It's a, I guess, local land stat. I don't know what you want to call
Fair
it,
enough.
but yeah, going off the previous game as well, the Killjoy lost. So Chambers are now in
It's
a
meta.
really dominant position on the map of Ascent over Killjoy as an agent to be picked, a Sentinel to be picked. So I'm interested to see what may happen, but I think we will be jumping into the server in just a little bit. Agent compositions again, right? I think if you just lean into what you're more comfortable with, a lot of players are comfortable playing that chamber, right? You don't really need as much technical knowledge, right? You rely more on your mechanical aim, and that may be an avenue that they want to lead into.
And not to mention just some creative setup sometimes. You have the ability to put yourself in elevated positions, which can really throw off some players' crosshair placement at times. So
like Cairo, the previous map, so many times he was on some insane box that you rarely see anyone play on. And he was able to get multiple opening frags as the attack was coming in on the defending side. But I don't think we will see a 5 Neon game. I think that's possible right now. Neon Roulette, perhaps? Neon Roulette?
In group stages? Sure.
Sure. I
mean, Yoru?
They want to put on a show, right? They want to put on a show for us. We've got a bunch of viewers watching. You can make a splash, as you mentioned, right? Make a splash, you know, show us something interesting.
What is this? This is not just a splash. This is a cannonball.
There's a bigger than a splash. It's a tidal wave.
Oh my god. Okay. No, I think they're going to switch things up. But taking a look at some of the composition so far, at least on the side of Rise of Gru, the defending team, Brimstone as a controller. I mean, so far we've seen Omen. What do you think of Brimstone?
Okay, this is just my personal opinion. This does not reflect AYN or anyone else here. I think Brimstone is one of the most boring agents to play. I'm sorry to all the Brimstone mains. I know he is daddy out there to some of you guys, but I just cannot find. I don't find it fun opening my iPad and tapping on the screen. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it's just me. But strategically wise, I think he's fine. But
like he's a viable controller. It's just that like playing him might not be as fun, right? Because you have to be in defensive positions, and then you gotta like, you know, use your iPad, click here and click there.
I just find
you
it so
can say
hilarious.
the same thing about Astra. It's just that Astra you can like combo your stars a little bit more.
I can move around, you know. I can fly through the sky. But,
fair enough.
Brimstone. The funniest thing is when you kill Brimstone with his iPad out. He looks like the most oblivious thing in the world. It's hilarious.
But here's my thing. He's still viable. He's pretty good. The fact that they buffed his Steam
Yes.
Beacon, yep, you can rotate faster, but you have those lineups, you have your orbital strike, you can play that post-plant, you can play that pre-plant. It's still something that could work. It just depends on what kind of strats you have, and that's why I can respect this composition that they have. But you were talking about the Sentinels, and we have both Killjoys this time.
Yeah, you said respect the composition. I'm looking at it right now. They have a Jet, Chamber, and Killjoy. It's a bit of a weird mix, right? Usually when you have a Killjoy and a Chamber, you don't have a Jet. When you have a Jet and a Chamber, you don't have a Killjoy. So it's pretty interesting what they have gone for. I'm not sure how well it's gonna work though. So I'm curious to see what, interesting strategies they may have. As we kick things off with the pistol round, of course, going in straight away. Princess Koimi takes down Redo in a pretty disgusting fashion with the frenzy.
Let's just say Koemi for now. But yeah, that was a bit of a
Koemi.
trade. I mean, how often do you actually see the tailwind straight onto catwalk that way? But that's it. The angle was being held by Redo, and it's back to a 4-on-4. Defense is slightly weakened, but at the same time, you're not quite sure where the attackers are going.
Defense should be pretty stacked for the side of Rise of Gru, right? You have 2 Sentinels. It's very difficult to get into a side. And yeah, King Bob, right? You mentioned Rise of Gru, the minion himself, the rat at the back of the site with his Killjoy setups. It delays for a little bit, right? The frags is what's important, and I think he's gonna be spotted out in the last second, and he can't find a single frag. He actually catches on to that one, and the retake already coming in nice and fast. It's a 3v3, actually the Jet already in by himself, unfortunately. So it's a 3v2, make that 2v2. Both players caught on the reloads. Otto trying as he might get tagged down to 60 HP, but with the 2v1, it's an extremely difficult task. Has to try to isolate these duels. Does so for the first one, but low HP, 14 left. Has to get a nice clean one onto the last player. Silva at the back of the side. The Rock himself. Unwavering. Scanning out Otto as well. I mentioned earlier, the recon dart can be so difficult. Just playing around, playing the time. Double headshot. I don't think he has enough time. Just like that, Komiyoshi's picked up the very first round.
It's off the push that just came in all of a sudden. They stacked up towards the B side. They set themselves up for it and went along in with the Owl drone. And that's all they really needed to do. Unfortunately, the Sky Smoke came in a little bit late, perhaps. I mean, then again, they didn't have info. But also, just King Bob trying to do what he can back a site, but not quite able to really staff off the push that was coming through. Now we've got the buys coming in. No stingers so far yet. Playing a little bit classic. We've got some sheriffs, we've got some marshals, a frenzy on the side of King Bob. But I like how Sephiroth is trying to peek out. Unfortunately getting slowed off though. Oh, whoa. What a pick.
What you like to see.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, we've seen a couple of 50 rounds in the second round already in this season. I think there was 2 in the 2 maps that we played already, which is a bit of an anomaly, and I hope to not see a similar repetition of history in this round.
Marshall.
As they are getting a bit cornered, right? It's a man advantage for the defending side, and Chuck and Weehee both find a frag themselves, and now it's just Sephiroth left alone. Marshall in hand, has to hit a headshot, and he won't do it in the nick of time. Chucks knocks him down. It's 2 rounds for the attack.
Thankfully bringing things back to something more normal, right, Colin? It started things off with Redu getting the headhunter shot, Sephiroth with the Marshall. Got a little bit nervous, but then the Spectres reigned supreme. Close quarters, all they had to do was to run and gun and spray everything down. But here comes the full buys from the side of Rise of Gru. Can they actually make this setup work? We've got the double Sentinel. That's something that we haven't really called to attention yet. They got it all set up towards B, but peeking out like that just exposes himself and instantly gets his head taken off.
Oh, actually, he finds an opening frag. That's the Sentinel on the B side down, dashes straight into harm's way, and he gets knocked down. The Rock trying to find a bit more opportunities in this round, but he gets double peaked from CT, and now Spike will get planted though, but the rest of his teammates are pretty far away from the action if the defense actually acts soon enough. Oh, a Hacham guy. It feels like I have to change my accent whenever I say his name. But fantastic plan coming in. He gets knocked down. Dude! And a third round bonus in the hands of Komiyoshi.
Yeah. And that's how they do it. I mean, off of some of these contact plays, but also truly just Princess Koemi. Starting things off, finding the opening picks, creating all of that space onto the B site. This should not happen when you have that double Sentinel setup. I mean, a Sentinel is supposed to be that defensive agent to stall and to prevent players from taking sites so easily. But when you peek in aggressively like that and you get punished, this is what happens.
Your utility is all for naught. You might as well have been a chamber in that instance. Oh, King Bob. No utility this round, so could go for a very aggressive play. In the meantime, the read has been brilliantly done by Homie, but as to yet get the spike over. Oh, don't overheat, my friend. Don't overheat. Okay, finds the first.
One enemy remaining.
And another one in the meantime. And somehow the rotations were just pulled in all directions. It's a bit of a mess, I would say, but I guess the chaos is where Komiyoshi likes to play in.
That's true. I mean, that's what we've been seeing so far, and they thrive in this chaos. They know how to find these frags in the midst of all that nonsense and all that mess. And unfortunately, I think it has to be mentioned. Nice bait impression. We talked about it. You're the underdogs. You start out on defense. You need rounds. You can't afford to be losing 4 in a row like that. And that's why this full buy coming from Rise of Crew, they need to make it count.
Vito has been scanned by that dart 3 times in a row. We just want to point that out. If someone could help him destroy that, would be fantastic. But again, mid control garnered by Komiyoshi's. And Otto actually pushing out all the way towards A main. Again, fights on all fronts. Every single portion of the map being contested for Komiyoshi.
No. They're holding for it. And as soon as Princess peeks out this time, she gets shut down.
They get shut down.
And we get
the Rock finds the first one, catching him off guard, sleeping a little, but still in a 3v4. It's doable, but it's very difficult, especially when the defense is just prodding at every single opportunity they get. This time around, gets caught off guard. Otto, success. First kill in the round, not the second. It seems like A is the port of call, right? They're gonna park this killjoy in mid. They're gonna execute onto A. Hopefully get the spike planted, and Weehee could launch his luck in towards the A side. It could be extremely potent if he times it correctly. And
Severar? Oh. I almost peeked out. Instead, saved time to break the door instead. Play with the team and retake together as a team, right? But unfortunately, Weehee, like you mentioned, coming in from behind, and now Harchung Guy shutting down the push coming in from heaven. Decimation and utter domination for this side of Komiyoshi. It's a 5-0 Koldan.
I mean, this was the underdog team. This team had Diamond's Ascendance. The other team, Immortals Radiance. I don't want to really point out, right? Rank isn't the be-all and end-all of everything, but 5-0 is a really, really scary scoreline, especially if you're on the defense. I mean, we saw this similar scenes in the previous map, but not to this extent.
That is an unfortunate but factual statement. And right now, Komiyoshi is just going back into it again. Princess looking to start things off, dashing up to the top of the generator. Not to mention the lockdown as well. Oh! He saw the frenzy and instantly reacted. No one can be on site because of this lockdown. They have no choice but to play so far back, and as soon as they peek into it, Princess is ready. ready for it. Not to mention the rest of the squad behind them as well. And Ritu can't do all that much all the way from garden with nothing but a pistol in hand. Dude, it's 6-0 now, Coldan.
And they haven't even used that many ults, right? It was just the Killjoy lockdown in that round and a very much needed timeout called by the side of Rise of Gru. They really have to reevaluate what they're doing. And I drew attention to this composition earlier on, right? This composition is great for if you want to be really aggressive on one side of the map and then allow the Killjoy to anchor the other. But in the mid rounds, you don't have a lot of information gathering. You only have that KO knife, and then that's on a cycle of what, 30-40 seconds.
Yeah.
So after you use that knife, you're completely blind, right? You don't know where the attack is going to be coming from, and you can only really take heads-up duels, and unfortunately they aren't really winning those at the moment.
And that's the issue. Maybe they can't really outduel Komiyoshis, so they really have to rely on some creative plays a little bit more.
Yep.
And this is something that, just quick shout out to our observer, our producer, our Swiss Army knife of a human being, Cloudy. He's the one doing all these overlays, and I think he's also pointing out to us, like, we can highlight this a little bit, right? The Brimstone player, Kane and King Bob, right now, unfortunately, not quite pulling their weight for Rise of Gru. They really need to step up to find some of these defensive kills for the team, because if not, again, you got to think twice about using your utility. Maybe talking about the 0 point is a thing, but just not being able to find frags as Princess pushes in is something that really hurts them. Right now, Null Command ends up...
It's a fake.
Not quite a fake, wait!
He has the spike, but the rest of his team are all guys, please don't die. Chucks! Oh my gosh! There's a player right behind him. He drops the spike, guys. Oh wait, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I am so dumb. I did not.
That was intentional.
I did not even realize. Oh, yeah, it was. I'm an L caster, gold one.
You're not
but
L caster.
That was a classic play in the book, right? Especially since, TikTok found that you could pick up the spike as Omen. That was a fantastic fake that they've done. And a free sight, essentially.
We know that we can do that, but you don't intentionally just send one player on his own to die like that. But it kind of worked out. They got the site for free, and now it's just a matter of preventing that retake from coming through. Wee standing his ground. Even if he didn't find it, Princess was coming up from behind middle. And this is now a 7-0. Like, perfect strat. Maybe save it for a rainy day, but like, wow, Coldan.
Just extend your lead, right? It's a perfect pocket, like a pocket strat that you call off the back of your opponent's timeout, right? The opponent's timeout, you're expecting them to do something creative. You're expecting them to have a set strat in the book to pull out, and then you pull this trick out of your hat and just completely bamboozle them, destroy the momentum, whatever morale they had left. And oh, what do they have left? Trying to get into the side itself, and it's successful. A fantastic shot. Princess finds one. Back with one of his own, but the Molly Fragment almost catching him, and it will go into a close position. Positioning for Weehy. Oh, absolutely. You can destroy the ultimate. It's in plain sight. Nobody here to receive. It's absolutely flawless.
Wait,
I say that though, but it's a 2v1. Chamber up against 2.
Winnable.
Flanked in the meantime, so he's got to be careful. Has to fire onto the turret itself, and the kills that he's just buying so much time for the KO to come in on the flank itself. Has to hit a shot. Just jiggle peeking to absolute perfection. Who are these players? They're absolutely flawless in what they're trying to do right now.
Oh my gosh, the sensibility to set up for lurks, to play together as a team in situations where it gets a little bit hairy, a little bit dicey, and they just don't stop. It's 0-8 cooldown. I don't want to jinx it, but damn.
Oh my god. That tour de force had no value, essentially, right? It had a frag that you lost the round. It was the last frag of the round itself. You were 1v3. You really need to set your chamber up for more explosive plays. Like, this one. Oh my gosh, it's heartbreaking. Princess has just been finding every single opportunity to absolutely crack the defense so far. And again, they have so much real estate. And look at them, they're playing so well, well oiled. Taking things one at a time, positioning, pinching the side with absolute perfection. This attacking side has been, as the game said, flawless.
Crush them.
I'm speechless.
It's a heads-up duel into a perfectly called round.
You're absolutely right. I mean, that's all it was. We just see... How many rounds has this happened now? Princess just walks in, kicks down the door, and claims what is theirs. Like, it doesn't even matter. Whoever's holding, whoever's trying to play a defensive position, Princess gets that frag. By the end of this map, we will see, like, more than 5, I think, first kills on the side of Princess.
I mean, that has to be. He's just finding any opportunity to get into the side. Look at him again. Same thing, same angle, clearing it. Oh my!
That's
I'm getting deja vu. It's the same thing. He's just going in by himself. He's fearless. I mean, if you can't shut him down, this is the price you have to pay.
You have to change things up. If it's broke, you gotta fix it, right? You can't just keep holding that one angle and expect to try to outduel Princess that way. And right now, they're just still, again, walking into his crosshair. Just updraft. Now he's looking for Sephiroth, the counterpart Jet, to take him out. Chucks makes it a trade. The Rock is cooking, and there's only one left. King Bob, unfortunately, dethroned.
Well, Rock was cooking and they are cooked. I mean, 10-0. What is this scoreline? I could not have I'm lost for words, literally. I mean, this is the defending side of Ascent. We've seen so many teams flourish on the defending side, and to have 0 rounds is extremely alarming. Like, what is going on, right? They're just losing heads-up duels, right? The aggressive plays have come up for naught. My only suggestion right now is to go for a push together as a team. Right? We've seen individual pushes, but what about one as a team? Maybe that's the answer to this one.
I feel like their confidence is shaken as well, though. I mean, look at how they're afraid to do all that much. A bit of a pop flash and some smoke, some utility, just holds them back for a second. Now the orbital strike coming in to destroy the lockdown, but by that point, Princess has already pushed out the sky smoke. Trades coming in from the Rock as well. We've all got nothing but 2 players left. Kane coming in from spawn, unfortunately, will not be able to stand up against Weehee. And that is 11-0. 11-0.
No way.
No,
No way.
Yeah,
Right?
chat. Yeah or nah? Yeah, nah.
Yeah, nah.
I don't know.
Ooh.
Oh,
Grab a glass of
gosh.
water. I mean, take a break, right? Call a timeout. Do something, right? You gotta reevaluate your options right now. The economy again.
Oh god.
Tatters, Bulldog, Judge, Guardian. And again, a similar passive setup which has not been working whatsoever for the side of Gru. Sephiroth finally answers back against the spearhead of Komiyoshi's. Takes him down. Your duelist out of the round. How do they play this time around, right? We've seen Princess always be the first one to get a successful duel. What happens when they lose it? Can they recover this round? Servant auto with a very advanced position towards B, but oh, Junkai actually has a bit of a cheeky play. Smokes out the turret, tries to go in with an up of all things. This is the shard, but presence noted. Right. Gotta play the man advantage now, Rise of Gru.
You got about 40 seconds left, and Rise of Gru are definitely trying to play to that effect. They've got some players set up in some cheeky positions. I don't know how effective that's going to be. Servant auto, Judge in hand, a bit of a
30
pop
seconds
flash,
left.
but utility caught out, and that's going to be a bit of a trade for Weehee. No time to rotate now, and they have to go in. They might just be setting up for a bit of a lurk from Harchung guy as well. Entries coming in from the Sentinel, and it's just another duel. Harchung guy all the way from middle catches them off on the rotation.
Spike
King
planted.
Bob can't do this on his own, surely. 1-on-3. And they all know where he is. They're hunting, they're pushing him back. He's caught in the reload. An easy headshot for the Omen player, Harchung guy. 12-0.
Switching
A
sides.
perfect first half, Coldan.
The rise of Groot take a massive fall. 0 rounds on the defense side of Ascent. Currently, arguably, the most defender-sided side of any map. And I'm speechless. I mean, it's a perfectly called round after round by Komiyoshis. Despite being down 3-4, 2 players against the side itself. The Omen was completely disjointed, trying to do some sort of a fake towards the A side. He was late to the rotate, but he managed to catch 2 before the spike even went down. And I mean, safe to say, pistol round, 100% must, but the aggression coming in, it's absolutely
down, B.
flawless.
Is it gonna happen?
A great call coming in, the pop flash, trying to pull back something
Hold on.
whatsoever. It's a 2v1.
Is it gonna
Man
happen?
advantage.
It's not
Headshot,
gonna happen.
sufferer.
It's not
Everything
gonna.
on his shoulders.
No. His team's calling out to him. He knows the spike is down over by tiles. Chucks. No. No.
Don't do
Coldan?
it to him. Don't do it to him. He hears the footsteps. Sufferer doesn't check the angle. It's a flawless map. Forget flawless rounds.
Oh,
It's
my
13-0.
God.
I've never seen this scoreline in a while. But a dominant performance on the underdog team. What a performance on the hardest attacking side of the game.
Uh,
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, King. Oh my
You
gosh. I do not want to
hate
see
to
King
see
Bob
it.
score. I do not want to see.
You hate not. It's cool.
I don't want to draw attention to.
Nothing happened. But goddamn, this is a perfect, a flawless victory. Not just around the entire map for Komiyoshis. And honestly, let's all bow down and worship the princess themselves. I mean,
Princess,
look
yes.
at that.
All
We
hail,
talked
all
about it.
hail.
So many of those rounds were won just because they pushed up B main, just because they found all of those entries, those heads up duels. 7 first bloods. And if Princess goes down, you could see other players step up to the plate. Weehee comes in to help trade. Or if not Weehee, it's The Rock. And you might wonder, who is The Rock? For the blind, he is vision. For the hungry, he's the chef. And for thirsty, he is the water. If The Rock has one fan, it is me. And if The Rock has no fans, then I don't exist, Coldan.
How many more copy pastas do you want to fit into this one?
Can you do more?
I mean, I'm literally lost for words. I mean, this is you. Okay, right. Take a step back. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay, come breathe in with me. Breathe out. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That game didn't happen.
No.
But we just.
Where's the Men in Black? The thing that they what's that called?
I don't have
I
it,
don't know.
but I have some. Flash, I guess.
All right.
But you just have to take this game, put it at the back of your mind, right? It didn't happen. Forget about it. GG. Go next.
Dude,
Focus on the next few games. I mean,
I'm not gonna forget about it. Quite frankly, like we talked about this before.
I'm saying from the
Unknown
player's
teams.
perspective.
Yeah. Okay. But again, just from a like storyline perspective, right?
Right.
Unknown
yes.
teams, unknown players, and then Komiyoshi's comes in, and it's a 13-0. That is a splash.
It's more than a splash. It's a murder underwater. I don't know how else to put it. It's a tsunami. It caught all of them. And yeah, I mean, we'll take a short little break, right? We'll recuperate ourselves. When we come back, I think we will be moving on to the next series of the day. And I think we will have a little change of casters, perhaps. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
flashing lights dance with fire in the night. I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by. Is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Baby, I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. Moving through all my feels, you're blurring out my vision. Watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out. No matter how hard I try, I need you and your heart next to mine. Yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision cause of you tonight. It's electric.
You've been talking about patience, hoping for everlasting. You're known for talking crazy. I know it's infatuation. You know how I feel inside. You know what is real and I rock with your vibe, but I don't think that we should tie. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. Just let me be. I got a lot to say. I hope you don't feel no way. I hope you don't make the same mistakes when you blow the flame. You're kind of obsessive to me. You're kind of too strong on your feet. I can't say that I guarantee, but I know what you mean to me. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. Just let me be. I've been swimming, hoping that you'll jump in with me. You're what I've been missing about our love, so don't run away from the deep end. All you need is to ease in. I've been swimming, hoping that you'll jump in with me. Your eyes got me lucid dreaming. Your side I would always be there. Your vibe got me in my feelings. Got life, but I'm still gon' need you. If you were here right now, baby girl, you know I would take you out. Let's lose control. I'll stay with you till the end of the world. 'Cause I've been living a dream where everything gonna work. Found my missing little piece, you were started side. It started kissing, I'm feeling for you, baby girl. I've been swimming, hoping that you'll jump in with me. You're what I've been missing about our love, so don't run away from the deep end. All you need is the ease in. I've been swimming, hoping that you'll jump in with me. In my head, girl, is it control? Revive my heart back in my bed, now you finally at home. Love how we loving, trust me, you're the best of all. I'll confess to undress, girl, you look like a star. I've been swimming, hoping that you'll jump in with me. You're what I've been missing about our love, so don't run away from the deep end. All you need is the ease in. I've been swimming, hoping that you'll jump in with me. We used to be solid, not falling apart. Things never not okay when you were mine. You used to be honest, not pulling my heartstrings. Every other day you change your mind, you call me.
Okay, let's anyway, welcome back. We are here. We switched out with Colden and Quack. My name is Grammy, and joining me here today is Zach. How are you feeling for our tournament, AYN tournament here today?
I mean, I'm pretty excited to be here. I've worked with most of you before, and it's always a pleasure to cast with Grammy, who is one of my favorite co-casters, and I met Quack and Colton as well. Colton's carried me in ranks, so really, really great people to work with, and I'm just excited to be here today, like I mentioned, especially after, I think all of us are in a mood for some really hype games after that last one.
I mean, yeah, no one expected a complete wipeout, 13-0. Okay, especially on Ascent with I believe it was Rise of Gru starting on a defense. At least Ascent, it was a pretty defender-sided map, right? And they didn't manage to get any rounds off of the other team, so
Hi guys,
that
what's
was
up, Ted?
pretty. It was a really dominant
okay,
match
guys,
for
let me go.
for them. So coming into this next game, though, talking about Super Idol V2 versus
Hold up.
Deviant Academy, the debut
Yeah.
of Deviant Academy actually.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
after
so-
last game, I think any next game it should be pretty interesting to see how it goes. And like you mentioned, it is Deviant Academy's starting tournament here. I think that so far in the groups they haven't had a really successful history. They've lost both matches so far, if I'm not wrong, looking at the history. But this is going to be their last chance to really try and sort of make a comeback here in this tournament to qualify off of this group stage. Their opponents, on the other hand, they've only played one match and they've managed to win it, so they do have that going in their favor.
I mean, yeah, and I guess let's talk about a map pick here. I mean, we've seen Ascent before, and now we're back on Haven again, I believe. And what do you think about Haven?
Honestly, it's a map that I'm really, really bored of playing, but I don't think any of the. I think that at this point, everybody knows how to play it. That's the best way to say it. It's a really old map. It's been around for a while. The one thing that I really like that's slowly coming back into meta, especially with when it comes to duelists, is that more and more people are going for that Phoenix. We saw a lot of the Fade and Raze combinations being used. But I think that I really hope that we see a Phoenix because it's always nice to see that particular agent getting some life. And the fact that you can farm his run it back so effectively, it could bring a lot of value.
Yeah, definitely agree with you right there. Phoenix is not an agent that you normally see on any map at all, actually, because prior to the Phoenix buff, he was pretty underpowered, I would say. And coming into this new meta, we've seen him in pro play a couple of times already. So what are the chances that one of these teams here bring it out today? What do you think?
I really don't know. It depends on whether they want to try and experiment and whether they want to like really anybody's like feeling themselves enough to pick up that particular role for it, because it's a very you have to play it in a very particular way. Honestly, like the role comes across as more of an initiator than anything else, especially when you are using that ult. There has been that recent buff where if you finish your ult, you still come back with the amount of armor you had beforehand. So that makes him a little bit more powerful. And of course, the flashes are really good right now. So I think that as a duelist, he can still bring in a lot of value. I really hope we do see it. But apart from Phoenix, let's talk about other agents. What kind of initiators do you think we'll be seeing?
I think on Haven itself, we've seen pretty much almost every initiator. I think Breach, Sky, Phase, Sova. It really depends on how your team wants to play, right? We see that Raze, Fate meta coming into play a lot of the times now because the combination between the paint shells as well as the Seas is just so strong. If anyone gets caught into it, they get completely destroyed. And I don't think these teams will be like really willing to risk experimenting out of the meta now because given this qualifies, it is a best of one. So a lot on the table here for them today.
Oh yeah, when it's a best of one, you can't really afford to mess around too much. At least in the best of three, you know that you can say, okay, this one's not my map. We can go to the next one, take it to map number 3. But there are no second chances, and especially if you're Deviant Academy, you're already 2 maps down. Out of the 4 matches, you have to win your other 2 and win them in a pretty dominating fashion for a chance to qualify to the next stage. So you're already starting off a little bit at a disadvantage here. So I don't like you mentioned. I don't think they'll really be messing around, but as for their opponents here, Super Idol V2, the first thing I really want to know is how they came up with that name. That's what I want to know.
I mean, it is a meme after all. Super Idol. I don't know if have you heard Super Idol before?
I'm not a person of culture, sadly, it seems like.
Oh my god, I'll send it to you later. But
Yes.
anyways, we'll be heading into Agent Select pretty soon here, and I think in terms of controllers, I really think we'll be seeing an Astra.
I mean, I definitely agree. She is one of the best controllers out there, and she does offer like a lot of value, even with the nerf that she got like a few months ago. So, like you mentioned, you already can see
Oh
Admiralty
wow, that's
going for that
fast.
Astra pick, and yeah, like, everybody's just insta picking like they know what comp they want to play. They're not really wasting time. So, looking at this for Super Idol V2, it is going to be a double Sentinel role coming in, Chamber and Sage both being picked up, which is very interesting because when Valorant came out, everybody was picking Sage on this particular map. In fact, Sage Go Wall B-side was the most commonly heard refrain. But, we haven't seen Sage getting much love here, apart from the occasional time when Liquid likes to put Scream on it. So that is going to be a very nice pick coming in. You also do have that Fade Raze combo that I was talking about earlier, as well as the Omen pick coming in, which I think is arguably one of the best controllers for this map. Really quick rotates with that ultimate. The smokes replenish, and the range is also pretty good. So I think that could be a major reason why Omen does step in there. But for the opposite side, what do you think about the attackers comp here, Grammy?
I will say, I think they have a pretty aggressive composition with the Neon, the Breach, as well as the Fade. The combination of having a Neon and a Breach means that you can just kind of frontline the
Choose your
enemy and
agent.
run into the battlefield. The Neon Proxy, he's gonna be running at the opponent's face, a Super Idol here. So they have to watch out for this a bit. And I do think they do have a pretty good pick here, especially since they're gonna be starting on a defense. Having a Sage as well as a Chamber, it can really buy them a lot of time for these to try and prevent the aggressive plays coming in for Deviant Academy.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true. They have a lot of utility that they could dump to try and really stall some of these pushes. But for the side of the attackers, I think that their comp it's gonna let them like really pull off some very quick aggressive plays. You might see a lot of sites being either held tightly or being played for retake. I think because when you have a breach as well as a neon, all those stuns and flashes being tossed at you, along with the fade utility for additional information, those prowlers as well, it's gonna make holding onto a site incredibly difficult unless you do have some pivotal ultimates or maybe an operator online. So I think it's going to be very important for Raikkonen to get that operator online as soon as possible, considering what they're playing against. Anyways, we are going to be heading into the map of Haven right now, where, if I'm not wrong, it is going to be Deviant Academy starting off on the attack here. And it seems like A side is going to be where they're going to at least try and show some initial presence. Nobody really playing towards a C area, though you do see one player trying to get some mid. Never mind, all of them are going to, in fact, go for a mid control. I think we're going to be seeing a very fast B hit coming in here.
Yeah, that Sage is super effective for this, but that barrier was gonna get instantly broken. The proxy already sliding in, gets taken out by the Sage here. Broken wins good for one as well. Trey's coming back and forth and...
Enemy remaining.
Oh wow, okay, that was fast. I did not expect that. Rakan picks up 2 to close out the pistol round. Yuan as well, so pistol round going in the favor of Super Idol V2.
I mean, that was a really, really good defense coming up. Like you mentioned, Grammy, that Sage buying more than enough time for the rest of the rotation to come through. I think that HFWW actually managed to catch sight of like 3 or 4 people, and they were just like, nope, I'm just gonna wall and get out of here. Come on, I need some backup, and everybody comes running. And you did see Proxy trying to get extremely aggressive there, but immediately gets punished because they tried to go in before the smoke really fell into place, and that caused a lot of problems. This time, though, A is going to be where they're going for a pass hit. You can already see Proxy going with the stuns, with the force as well, if I'm not wrong, with those stingers to try and get some kind of control onto the side here. But look at the position of the Omen. Despite these picks coming through initially, I think that Yuan is still going to be in the smoke. Once the smoke goes down, there's going to be so much value coming in. Already Yuan getting 2, trying to TP away, trying to stay alive. And the reload comes in at the worst time, but still manages to get 3 and 4 kills. Everything goes as according to plan with that massive trigger discipline coming in.
Yuan going in huge right there for picked up 4 kills, and I don't think Deviant Academy they managed to get on the spike at all. So in terms of economy, right now it doesn't seem it's not in the best of positions as of right now, and I guess this is a pretty good situation for Super Idol V2 to try and close out the bonus here to try and further their lead, especially on the defense, where Haven, I would say it's typically a more attacker-sided map, just because for the attackers, you have so many places that you can try and advance. You can figure out so many tactics to try and execute onto a site itself, but Super Idol V2, they're really playing the defense pretty well here.
They're also really patient, which works out for them, because on these eco runs, a mistake that you see being made a lot is players tending to get like over aggressive. They're like, yeah, I have the guns, I have the firepower, I'm gonna go try and farm some eco frags, and you see like a share of like getting that successful one tap, which is pretty huge. But with 1 minute left on the clock, there's almost like no map control. There's some control in C-Long and towards Garage, but it's not nearly enough to get like much damage done. That Haunt's going to spot out Proxy as well, letting them know that there are still people around this Garage and C area here. Prairie Princess is going to be able to find that first pick on Proxy, and HFWW is going to spot the second, does go down, but the trade is immediate as Wink is able to capitalize and find 2. It is going to be the last 2 standing right now, the Astra and the Breach for the side of Deviant Academy, who are still outside the C area, where there are 2 players just waiting on site for a possible execute to come in. The flash is going to give away information, the nade comes through as well, tearing the push, and it's going to be a 4K yet again, this time for broken wins though, as the defenders managed to extend their lead to 3-0. But this round, it's going to be the real question here, because it's going to be the first full buy coming in for Deviant Academy, and they're in a position where they really have to try and capitalize on it.
Yeah, definitely so. If in the situation that some way, somehow, Super Idol V2 can win out this round, which I do think their reads have been pretty accurate so far, especially in the previous round where they actually stacked quite a number of members of their team towards the C side, and it seems like the late C's combination coming through not gonna catch anyone as of yet. A Pretty Princess though, seems to want to go aggressive, gonna get spotted out by that Prowler, has to fall back to itself, and Yuan spots out 1. Zon good for the first pickup onto Riken.
I'm out of here.
Oh, that is going to be first blood for the attackers. letting them really try and build up on their presence towards this A side here. 3 players towards long, and one more watching short, just waiting for a possible second pick to come through before they try and go in for this execute. But with all that noise being made, I think the call has been made that rotation might be the better idea, and it's right because the C side is entirely open for pickings right now. The site is completely empty, and it's gonna be the push coming in through Garage. HFWW is going to know that there are some players here. If they try to drop down right now, they might be able to really do some damage, but it seems like Admiralty is aware of the possibility and will be able to get that pick right now. Just 3 players left for the defenders, and they're in a position where they have to take music with less than ideal weapons as well to make things worse. 4 players towards long right now for Deviant Academy as they try to really make this post plan work, and Edamawi is going to be the only one on site here. Does have some backup though once they spot like at least 1 or 2 players, so that is going to be pretty helpful for them. And with that, the clock is still ticking. I think that perhaps the defenders are waiting for a possible mistake as it's finally satchelating in. First pick finally coming in for the defenders here as they find one, but Zoro and Foxy are going to go huge. It's all down to just Mulan, but Idol is immediately going to be able to shut that down. And with that, it is going to be the first round finally coming in for Deviant's Academy. But the economic damage is quite heavy because they lost 3 players there.
Yeah, 3 rifles lost. Definitely not the best situation for them, but they are still going to be able to pick up rifles here. Just have to, I guess, have a trade-off in terms of their armor coming into this next round. But what's more important is that on the side of Super Idol V2, this is going to be their full buy round, and with Riken having an operator in his hands, it's going to make things so much more tough for Deviant Academy here.
Like I mentioned, that operator could be really important coming in because it just lets you completely hold out an angle. Even with the Breach and the Astra, it's possible to like force a lot of utility out to if you know the operator threat is there. In the meantime, look at this position from the Fade. Already made their way towards A lobby, and it seems like that's going to be where the hit could be coming in. Pretty Princess, if she goes unchecked, but never mind, I'll say that she does go check. It is going to be a miracle if they manage to get at least 1, but 2 somehow come through from Pretty Princess there, and that's going to be the spike dropped as well, giving away the location of where exactly these players are going to be stacked up. With 1 minute left on the clock, they're going to have to make a decision where exactly they want to go, whether they want to continue going in for this A push where you can't see reinforcements rotating in, or is it better to just move off despite the fact that you have like no map control anywhere else. It seems like they are going to reassess options as they try to possibly make their way towards the mid area instead, where there's nobody there. B side is completely open for the taking here, Grimmy.
Yeah, while B-side is gonna be open, it is one of the hardest to
30
play a
seconds
post line
left.
in, though. Especially with HFWW holding the cross here, spots out. Stun coming in from the Neon, and Zon crossing as well. Spike plant gonna go down. Riken picks up the first. No fall to HFWW as the rest of the players make their way onto the side, take down Zon. Yuan picks up the final frag. 4 points on the board for Super Idol V2 now.
Yeah, you know, on a map like Haven, if you look at the stats, most of the teams, they have like a much higher attack percentage than defense percentage, and that could be attributed to, like you mentioned, the fact that there are so many areas for these attackers to really find value on. So the fact that Deviant Academy are having so much trouble in really being able to find those spots is a sign of trouble, but this time around, it might be what they need, because despite the economy not being great, they do have several ultimates online. In fact, 3 of them are ready to go, and both that Nightfall as well as that Tour de Force from Zond are only 1 orb away. I think that in fact both Proxy and Zond's ults are going to be what Deviant really need to try and close out this eco round here, because both that drive with the buff as well as everything else might be so valuable. But as I say that, it's going to be an operator shot through the smoke to find value here. First play coming yet again for the defenders. Despite that smoke being invested, despite everything, it is still going to be that operator really managing to do some damage, and it's still going to be holding the angle. So Deviant, they're immediately going to be like, nope, you know what, we've lost 1 player, that's going to be all we want to lose, and they're going to try and move back and figure out where they want to go next. But look at this A side position again. Freddy Princess this time down on short is going to be lying in wait, and yet again it seems like Garage is going to be where the attention from these attackers is going to be focused. Already you can see that slower being invested, a good read coming in from the defense there, and you know, the Astra is going to be making the first one. Doesn't check this corner. Never mind. As I said, mixed around checks and manages to get a very dirty shot before finally going down. It is going to fall down to HFWW to Golden's Garage. Finds one, but that's going to be it. Off the back of that, it is going to be A where this execute possibly comes in. Yuan, the only defender, lying in wait yet again, playing in their own smoke here, finding the first. Can they get more? Is going to be the question. The showstopper there for the backup, but isn't really going to be able to find anything. A 2v3 right now. Make that a 2v2 at the Stinger. The recent buffs are really coming in huge here, Hunger.
Speaking of Stinger buffs, Idol somehow, some way managed to pick up 2 frags there, making it back to a 2v2. Raiken has an operator in hand at his Headhunter. Much more useful for close range tries, and both these players are going to be playing in the same position. Once again, a Stinger buff coming in huge for Zond, and to pick up the thrifty round. Deviant Academy 2 points on the board.
You know, I thought it would be the Neon Ult or the Chamber Ult that really finds value, but
Nah, it's the Stinger. It is the Stinger.
3 Stingers, and between them all 5 kills. That's insane. The fact that Idol manages to dodge the showstopper, deal with the paranoia, and still find 2 kills is insane there. And off the back of that, it's gonna be a new surge of life for not just the points for Deviant Academy, but also their their ultimates as well. They managed to hold on to 2 of them. They also have charged up the breach ult as well, I believe, so that's ready to go to top things off. And the economy not really in a great place for Super Idol V2 either, so they're gonna have to be a bit careful right now. Really take it close range fights as possible. That ball being invested right off the bat gets demolished by this handle here from Idol, and it is gonna at least give away some information at the very least.
And the rest of the players of the Deviant Academy actually making their way towards the seaside. Zon is the one who picks up the first kill this time around. It's all up to Broken Winds to try and make some magic happen on the seaside itself for Proxy. Now he's gonna take him down here. Just like that, the side is gonna be the domain of Deviant Academy. The spike plan gonna go down as well. So with these less than ideal weapons, Super Idol V2, they have to go in for this retake.
4 players towards long and 1 on site here. A judge in the hands of Yuan, who really has to try and work some magic with it, but he's not going to be really able to get many of these fights that are at range. You do see Proxy being shot by WW. Gets 2 in fact somehow, and will have the resurrection available off the back of that if they choose to use it. But the defuse still has to come through. It is tapped. Yoko is in a situation where he was just trying to stick to defuse, but the smoke, it goes away at the worst time. And off the back of that, Zon is able to clean up. And with that, Deviant, they get their 3rd round on the board. This is going to be a round to watch out for, though, because both teams, they have the economy in place. There are a lot of major ultimates stacked up on both sides. That Nightfall being available for Freddy Princess, as well as that Breach of Rolling Thunder being available in Zero's pockets, is going to be important heading into this one. And also, Zond has the Operator online as well. Raiken, if they do get 1 pick or perhaps an orb, that is going to be the Tour de Force online, which can perhaps, you know, directly enable them to peak in competition with the opponent chamber. But apart from that, it does seem like the odds are at least a little bit stacked in the favor of Deviant Academy, and they already do have short control. They also have long control. They're slowly getting it. They're gonna know that there's nobody else there. The backup is here though, and there are gonna be 3 players on site already to try and make this work.
Look at Raiken!
Oh my god.
He picks up the
timing.
frag onto Zond. And just like that, Super Idol V2, they managed to get a numbers advantage here. Broken Winds playing close. Manages to some way, somehow dodge that Rolling Thunder, but unfortunately he's still gonna fall to Proxy here. HFWW, good for the trade though. And the site is being contested right now. Idol picks up 2. And Zoro good for 1 as well. And just like that, they managed to get the spike down on this A site. And Raiken is a 1v3 situation for him. He has the Tour de Force to work with, but it's a very difficult situation. It's a very tall task coming into this retake on the A side especially.
Oh yeah, for sure. Already that smoke making his job even more tough because he has to wait for it to dissipate before he can make his way forward here. Trying to see if any information is given out, but doesn't check graffiti. And that's going to be the first point of contact. Zero finding the pick without too much difficulty. And off the back of that deviant, they find their fourth and equalize things here. And it seems like, you know, the first few rounds, it was a little bit of a warm-up. The force didn't go their way. They had to equal after that. But now that they've got the full buys in their pocket, things are finally going in their favor. Rounds that they really desperately needed are coming back, and off of this it seems like they definitely have the momentum going right now, managing to hold on to both the Rolling Thunder as well as that tour de force. I believe is pretty huge as well for them. I think that they are gonna possibly be going in for a very quick push towards the beach side this time. The tour de force though is going to be filing that first pick on the Zoro, the Bucky, making things even more complicated as Wings comes flying in with that particular shotgun there. It is going to be maybe if I right off the bat there, the headshot is hit, but unfortunately for Wings it's a wallbang, and Zon, while very low, still gonna be able to remain alive with this mid push being invested in. It is going to be it is unfortunately going to be a 3v3 retake coming in right now because the A side was left open for business. And we also has Heaven Control, which makes things even worse. So they're going to have to clear that out as well while going in for this retake here. 3v3.
I mean, right now, even Academy not gonna give away their position. Zon, where the force working out for him, takes down Reich, and that's the first going in the favor of Deviant Academy here. And it's Gravity, well, it's just stalling so much time for the retake. It sees as well. HWW spots out one. Yuan finds the kill, but Zon and Ida clean up the round, and finally Deviant Academy take the lead in this half.
I like the call from the Ideal there. Like, you know, they were fighting a lot towards mid. They were like, yo, there are at least 3 people here. Just go in. It's probably gonna be empty. And it was right. The A side was completely open. And after that, the discipline coming in from these players once the spike goes down is amazing. Like, we've seen it like a couple times right now. On the C side, you always see as soon as the spike goes down, 3 people running towards long to play post plan. Similar on A side, they're very good at holding these crossfires. And it's been very difficult for the defense to really break them well going in for the retake. In fact, all the rounds that they've played for the retake, they haven't been really able to succeed at all. This time around, it is going to be see where the hit is tentatively coming. You do see 2 players there already. The smoke gonna deny information for the defense as to where exactly these players are, whether they've pushed up towards Cubby or whether they're just waiting. But nevertheless, it is going to be see where the eventual executor is probably going to be coming in, looking at the position of where they are. Oh no.
And that's the first pick, already going the way of Deviant Academy once again. Proxy able to find the head of Raikkonen, and off the back of that, makes his way onto the site itself. So the rest of these players here for Super Idol V2, they are gonna respect this space. And Lurk coming in from Zondo, he's able to pick up 2, but Broken Winds fires back. Resurrection invested as well, making it once again to a 3v3 situation, but Idol goes huge, picks up 2 for himself, and Proxy to close out the round, and 6 points on the board for Deviant Academy.
So a comeback right in the first half. I thought it might be a repeat of what happened the last game, but Deviant Academy is like, no, Zach, don't worry. We're not gonna really like disappoint you to that level. They really managed to hold on here and not lose their morale after those first few rounds. Yet again, it's going to be an economy deficit coming in for the side of the defense, who are forced to play with well, I say they're forced to, but let's face it, we saw how impactful the Stinger can be. So I wouldn't put it past them. They also have that showstopper in their pockets ready to go, and that is going to be where Raze is, where the hit is coming in. It is going to be the A side. Already you can see the Neon getting aggressive with help of that out, but it is going to be Broken Winds, despite doing so much damage, eventually does go down. The trade is there though, and it was all just a fake because the C side is going to be where the spike eventually goes down. All the players, they have C-Long, they have Garage, they have everything they need to really work with, and it's going to be a very rough retake coming in for these players from the side of Super Idol V2 because they have no map control. It's going to be very difficult for them.
Especially with these players of Deviant Academy going in aggressive zone, already finding one off the back of that lurk. Oh wow, this aggression coming through towards CP. Can't do anything but fall. Dora and Idol pick up kills of their own, and Deviant Academy, they've really found their footing
Round
in
the half.
this attacking half. They're finally showing they're actually showing so much signs of life here, and Super Idol V2, they haven't really found a way to respond to the plays that are coming through from in their way.
Yeah, they've just been struggling. They've been trying to play for these retakes, but once the post plant comes in, especially with that Astra you mentioned, Grammy, it's just impossible to even get near the spike with all the pulls and all the other things coming in that really deny value for the defense there. They're not able to find the first pick either most of the time. When that operator was online, you saw how consistently they were able to find that first blood. But right now, it is going to be the players from Deviant Academy popping off, and yet again, they managed to get A control so seriously. This time, Day1 makes a daring play in the smoke, and off the back of that, is able to find that first kill for his team. It is going to also stall the push coming in a little bit from the attackers here, and that moment also going to be invested on top of everything else. HFWW is ready for the push, but nevertheless gets taken down. The chase wins though, and it is going to come down to just Zoru here. A 1v2 situation. Here's a showstopper, but he's going to be pushing into it, of all things. A very interesting play right now, and unfortunately, even though he gets the pick, there is still going to be Raikkonen who is left alive and standing there to close out the half 5-7 for the side of Super Idol V2, who, you know, despite their very strong start, they just struggled a little bit towards the latter end of the half.
Yeah, but a round could just be what they need to try and regain their momentum coming into this next half itself. Now that they're starting out on the attack, they have the opportunity to try and set the momentum coming in for this game now.
I mean, that is true. You know, you really want this pistol to go in your favor, because it's either gonna equalize scores or let Deviant Academy build up their lead even further, which is what they're trying to do. It does seem like they are gonna be getting towards this A side where the attack is coming, and it's a good read because there are 3 defenders already stacked up here ready for the push. Broken Winds is going to be the one to really lead the charge here, and they are going to be bumping into their fellow duelist if Proxy is not a little bit careful. But in the meantime, on the lurk, it is going to be Raikkonen who gets taken down by Zon, who is aware of the possibility here. Off the back of that, it is going to be 2 players left right now for the side of Super Idol V2, and even more difficult, there's going to be a push coming in as they try to capitalize on this man advantage. The last 2 remaining are stuck towards A lobby, being surrounded on all sides right now. It's all down to just one. Tries to get one, not going to find that first, but that's going to be all they get, and Son finally makes the wraparound and closes out the round. 8-5 right now for Deviant.
Deviant picking up the pistol round just means that they can really try and establish a further lead coming into this game itself, because right now they do have the economic advantage, and if Super Idol they choose to try and play the safe a little bit, they still have a quite a number of buffer rounds to work with, and I guess right now they really want to feel out how Deviant Academy is going to be playing their defense here this time around. Though different type of setup coming in from Super Idol V2. Those players stacked up towards the C side with Zon in an off angle. So if the players of Super Idol they choose to push this garage position, they might be in for a surprise.
Indeed, that is the case. Unlike their opponents, they haven't really opted to go in for a force here. They're just going to try and find whatever value they can with these pistols heading into this particular round. It does seem like B is where they eventually want to commit, or perhaps if they can find a pick towards this garage area, towards C instead. But nevertheless, it is going to be Pretty Princess who tries to take a peek into garage, but Zond is there for the punish, holding this extremely interesting angle, finding the second as well, and it still is not going to be TPing away with that Superior Spectre in hand, not afraid to really play on for this, getting a third as well before finally being shut down by Raikkonen. A lot of value being found with the help of that Spectre, which however will be retrieved by Raikkonen, so this might be very important here. It's a weapon that could make a lot of difference, but they gotta be careful. Flank is already in, and Roxy is gonna be able to find one, gets a second as well. I thought for a second that Yuan would be able to connect the right click, but it does not do the 156. It only does, let me do the math here, 103, so the round is going to be going yet again in favor of Deviant, who only lose 1 Spectre while at it. So they're going to be feeling very happy with themselves after that.
Definitely so, and with this, I think they just mostly uh this coming into this next round though, it's gonna be a full buy coming in for Super Idol. It's gonna be the opportunity to try and really cause some damage here, but it's aggressive play coming out from Proxy. He's able to convert 2 kills off the bat, but
Player standing.
the trade's coming in. And Maui is the last one standing in a 1v3 situation. Not gonna get spotted out by that Honto, so he might be able to catch maybe 1 or 2 players off guard.
Might be able to pick up that upgrade as well if they choose to, but not gonna go for that. In fact, just waiting to see how much value he can find here. But already, unfortunately, it is going to be the Prowler to detect the position of this particular player. We'll at least be able to get that Vandal instead. Gets the first pick, 1v2 right now, and doesn't know the position of all of these players really. Though that Paint Chills is gonna tell him exactly where the race is at the very least. Playing a very dangerous game here, trying to isolate these 1v1s, but not finding much value here. In the smoke, it is going to be where this Broken Wings is, and he's going to be able to find the kill onto Edamawi before things go too far. Finally, a round for the attackers does come in, but like the last time for me, it is going to be 3 rifles dropped and not much else to play with either.
I mean, they are still gonna go in for this force though. All of the members manage to pick up rifles of their own, and Yuan sacrificing a little bit of his shield, half shields, in for this rifle. So this is gonna be a very important round for Super Idol to try and pick up.
Yeah, rifles on both ends. Already towards A, you do see a lot of noise being made, a lot of utility being really like invested right now for both of these teams, both of the players from the teams right now. Prince is trying to get some kind of control towards mid, not aware that Zon might have made their way forward here, playing in this aggressive position. It might make things very difficult if it goes unchecked by utility, or at least the flash. Zon already being able to get that first pick is going to be huge. Riken being taken offline is going to make things so much more difficult, considering that that was your chamber, that was the trademark that really tried to make things happen. Prowler managing to detect him, but Zon nevertheless finds a second before finally being taken down. And off the back of that, despite it being a retake situation for these players from Deviant's Academy, they still do have the man advantage. And more than that, Idol has a really good lurk as well. Both of these players, Edamawi and Idol, they are ready to find value. It's all down to Wan here, but that aftershock and the bullet from Proxy is going to shut him down as well. And off the back of that, Deviant, they find double digits.
And not only that, they managed to establish a strong lead coming into this half itself. And off the back of that, the economy for the side of Super Idol V2, I don't think is going to be looking the best as of yet. Zon, he has the tour de force to play with this time around, so that's going to trigger the timeout coming in for Super Idol V2.
I mean, they definitely need to figure out what exactly they're doing wrong here, because, you know, despite being on attack, they're not able to really take any of these duels here, or perhaps the fact that they're not being able to use utility to really find a favorable duel. It's what's like really messing them up as they try to go forward and really get some map control. A lot of the times that initial pick does come in for these players from Deviant, and off the back of that, being in that disfavorable situation like 10 seconds into the round, they're just not able to recover from it, in my opinion.
You know, looking at this chamber makes me think about the glasses crosshair.
That crosshair is actually insane. I'm not even kidding. I tried using it. I was just hitting headshots constantly because I kept wanting to see people's faces like that. So that's how it works. That's a secret. That's a secret behind it.
So you're saying if I change my crosshair to that, I'll just land nasty shots left and right?
Headshots. All of your shots will be headshots. No cap. Because you'll be so focused on getting your crosshair on the enemy's head that, you know, you will be hitting headshots by default. Anyway, now that the timeout is done, it is going to be round number 17 kicking in. And a desperate situation right now, I would say, for the side of Super Idol V2, who are only 3 rounds away from losing this map as well as this series, I suppose, because it's only a best of one in this group stage here. You do see that short, of course, being invested, but that barrel is going to immediately be spotted, and with the help of this aggressive position, Broxy that is really going to be able to capitalize on that, and off the back of that, it is going to be the most powerful weapon that the players from Super Idol V2 had in their arsenal, immediately being shut down. And yet again, they seem to be stuck. They don't know what to do after that first pick goes in favor of DV and Val.
Hey, speaking of most powerful weapon, I wouldn't say it's the Tour de Force. It might just be the Stinger that HFWW has.
I mean, you might be right. The Stinger is, yes, exactly. I agree.
Yes. And all these players, they're gonna be running straight down W Gaming here. And so much noise being made. Idol, he has to hold down his side all on his own. Wins and Idol just barely missing each other, but Idol is the one converts that kill. HFWW good for the trade though, and the Phantom is gonna be retrieved by Pretty Princess.
3-4 retake right now, and Zon still does have this tour de force. Misses the shot though, and will be falling back. But the flank is already here right now. Does get spotted out though, so it is gonna make things a little bit more difficult for NMOE. That Stinger going huge, finding value yet again, and it's going to come down to just the only Yuan in this 1v3. What can he find? And the answer to that is going to be nothing at all, because Zon is going to be watching the angle with that tour de force. And like you mentioned, Remy, the Stinger, it does find quite a bit of value. I think that was 2 kills coming in for HFWW, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough, and it's going to be round number 11 for the side of Deviant's Academy, who also are very close to that Nightfall coming in. They also do have that Neon Ult Overdrive available if they want to really commit it, but look at Zon. What a beast this man has been, especially on this defense here. 20 and 11 right now. Whew.
I mean, his shots have been nothing less than clean, and his reads as well. And once again, Deviant Academy, they're not afraid to go aggressive here. Proxy already trying to push out, trying to gather some information, but they recognize that there's going to be no one here. And Maui gets spotted out by the boom bot. He's gonna find one for his troubles before he eventually falls right, and both of them good for one, and Zon trades it back. Right now, numbers are equalized once again, down to a 1v1, but Idol's down to a slip of health. He's unable to do anything at all, and Yuan picks up the round for his team. A very much needed one at that.
Definitely, because if they had lost that, it would have been match point, a very rough situation for them. So it is definitely good that the team manages to hold on 7-11 right now, and it's only 2 rounds away for these players to really not be able to make this map work in their favor. However, for the side of Super Idol V2, they do have a lot of these ults available. Both the Resurrection as well as the Nightfall can be massive heading into this particular one, and Wins is only 1 away from that Showstopper as well. Already you can see Wins picking up that judge here, ready to go in for that aggressive satchel play. But I'm talking about aggressive, it's going to be Proxy, who yet again is able to find that first pick and goes away with the help of that Neon utility as well, making the trade impossible right now. Not afraid to get back into the smoke, but this time Wins is going to be ready with the punish here. Showstopper online as well to try and deal with this, but it is going to be a 1-for-1. The Showstopper not able to find too much. Nevertheless, things are back to a 2v2 right now for the side of both of these teams, and well, Deviant, they're going to have to decide how exactly they want to play this postman, because they don't really know where these players are coming from. I think that trademark was broken, so it is going to be Riken forced to watch short instead, while Long gets smoked off. Long gets watched by Yuan if necessary, but it is going to be both players coming in for the retake through the CT angle. That smoke enabling them to really clear out things, and it is going to be the Astra finding the first, but Riken goes to the trigger discipline play. Nevertheless, it's not going to matter though, because Zon still gets the headshot, and off the back of that Deviant, they find 12. Oh my god.
You can see them really jumping from joy there, and Maui, I really gotta say, I love his use of Astra utility. You see how he uses the Nebula smoke to try and close off the angle that I believe it was Riken who was playing. Was it? Yeah, I think it was Riken who was playing towards short, and he was, both of the players, they were able to isolate that one fight onto Yuan, and that gave them a 2v1 situation to close out the round. Coming into this, both teams have the Nightfall at the ready, and Edamawi has the Cosmic Divide as well. The money situation not looking too good for the side of Super Idol here, as Idol is gonna take out Broken Winds. That's the first pick going the way of Deviant Academy.
That was a beautiful shot coming in from Raikkonen there to shut down Proxy. Yuan as well finds the timing, and with that, suddenly things switch around. It is going to be Deviant Academy who are at the disadvantage here, doing a lot of damage to HFW, but that was just bait right now as Broken Wings is ready with the judge lying in wait. It's all down to just Zon. The man has been an absolute hero for the map so far, but he's gonna have to pull off some kind of heroics to really try and convert this 1v4. The first obstacle to this is going to be Raikkonen, and that is exactly what shuts Zon down. With that, it is going to be 8-12 right now. 4 more that the side of Super Idol V2 need for the overtime, but at least they are going to have the economy to try and attempt it with, and on the opposite side, well, it is going to be a little bit of a broken buy. You do see a Stinger of all things. I think that they're deciding what exactly they want to try and get into, and it's going to be a little bit of a force. You see 2 players with light armor, a Stinger, though Zon does have that operator online. It depends on how much value he can really find with that particular weapon, and if the side of Super Idol V2 can convert this, it's gonna be what they need to really turn the economy of Deviant Val down. Zon with that operator still holding onto that long position is pretty amazing. The fact that despite all the utility being dumped at him, he's still holding on, and they're just not gonna try and push into it. They're like, you know what, you have the operator, you know you do, you can hold on to the long side, and off the back of that, it is going to be the rotation being called towards the C area instead, where we still holding onto the corner, finds that first pick, and will reposition successfully. So that's going to make the job of the attackers even harder right now. Broken Winds, though, is able to bring things back down to a 4v4, but NMOE is still going to be onto the side here. Hasn't been spotted out yet, but that Haunt is going to find so much value finding these players. Lurk is there from Idol, but the trades still come through. And yet again, it is going to be Zon in a 1v3 situation. This time, though, only as an operator to work with.
Yeah, retaking a side with this weapon, I don't think is the best situation here for him. I think he's just gonna go and look for the save, especially with this barrier orb coming in and blocking his way. It just makes things so much harder for him, right? And it seems like Super Idol V2, they have managed to find some sort of footing coming into this half itself to try and deny the close of this game by Deviant Academy here.
Yeah, they don't want to let it go, and it's very doable, you know, because it's going to be 9-12 right now. The next round, there's no economy really in the pockets. They have this operator which they saved, but apart from that, no other weapons are going to be available for these players. No tour de force either, so it's not like they can try to somehow make things work with the double operator either. So there's definitely a very likely possibility of 10-12 coming to fruition, and off the back of that, it's just 1 or 2 more rounds. So it is going to trigger a timeout coming in from the Deviant players who know the stakes of letting this get to overtime. You don't want to risk it. You want to try and close it out as fast as possible. And I think that it comes down to just, you know, you saw how aggressive they were getting, but the side of Super Idol V2, they've read it right. They're happy to wait for like 30 seconds or so. Make sure that while they are trying to get map control on the A side, they're also just watching for these pushes coming in from Deviant, and they're punishing them so hard. Like you saw the value that Yuan found towards grass there. He saw 2 people coming in from that C side and immediately was able to find those picks and give the information as well that look, C side is kind of empty, so you guys can come over if you want. So I think being able to really play with that kind of patience is going to be the key here for the side of Super Idol V2. As for DB and Val, though, I think it's the same. A little bit of patience would be nice. They've been aggressive, they found some value, but now they're gonna have to change things up a little bit to try and make sure that they can close it out here.
Yeah, they do have quite a number of ultimates to work with here, Rolling Thunder as well as Cosmic Divide, but as you mentioned, Zach, economy not looking too good as of right now. 2 Stingers in their pockets though. I mean, this weapon has been pretty potent throughout this whole game itself, so I wouldn't count it out as of yet. The rest of the team picking up Bulldogs, a Bulldog and a Phantom as well. It really comes down to how much value they can find with their utility here, I believe. With this Haunt already spotting out Proxy, Rolling Thunder off the back of that, the aggression coming through once again for Deviant Academy. Finds 1, but that's all he can get. Zon good for 1 as well to Broken Winds. numbers advantage right now actually in a big favor of Deviant Academy is how he's gonna go aggressive in his play here, finds one, but Pretty Princess to trade it out.
Ooh, that shot from Zod was so dirty there, catching the raise of the satchel, but Raikkonen as well. He's saying, look, I know my counterpunch rate is good, but I'm just as good, if not better. Fighting two with the Vandal and doing a lot of damage to Zond in the process as well. He's still going to be peeking aggressively though, but it might not matter for much here. As he goes for the shot, can he get it? Nope, it's going to be another round for the side of Super Vital V2, who are on point to make this comeback. I think that they did force in for that particular round, but they didn't really find anything, so they're going to be forced to go in for an eco here. At least Zon does have that tour de force to work with, but apart from that, it is going to be just whatever they can really afford to buy here, which is 3 Stingers and a Guardian for proxy. Compare that against what the side of Super Idol V2 really have in the bank. They have the tour de force if necessary. They are very close to a lot of these outs, which will come up during the course of the next few rounds. So I think that Super Idol V2, they can definitely bring this to overtime, unless they, mess up and let Dawn go get like a multi-frag with that tour de force there.
Talk around though, they want to switch up the strat here. Paolo gonna cut out Zoro. He's trying to delay the push as much as he can, but I don't think he expects Raikkonen to be so close that he finds 2 off of his position. Broken wins, good for 1. The spike plan gonna go down on this B site.
Spike planted.
With that, it is going to be a 5v2 retake right now. Very doable for Deviant, despite the economic disadvantages. All down to just proxy here to try and close out this 1v4, but Raikkonen immediately shuts that down. And I was saying it was a 2v4 and doable because of the tour de force, but it was only going to be 1 foul there. So with this, it is going to be Deviant's last chance to deny overtime. They do have the economy to try and do it with at the very least, but that is going to be it right now. They have to try and close it out on this particular round, or else it's going to make things very difficult. Edamui does have that Astro Cosmic Divide available for that retake if necessary, but on the opposite side, Broken Winds is yet again only 1 away from that showstopper, and that might prove to be very, very dangerous kind of coming into this particular round here.
Wins actually spots out Zon. He's gonna be able to rendezvous back to safety.
Bring them down.
It seems like Super Idol V2 gonna be setting their sights towards this A side. Probably not gonna spot out any information as of yet. And this seems like the right call, and it's only left to Idol to make things work. He's able to find the first pickup onto Pretty Princess. With 4 more players coming his way. He has a backup in the form of proxy as well, but with this paranoia coming through, players will try to make their way onto the side, but proxy and Idol to hold down the side for themselves. Even spot out a spike, but he's gonna be retrieved by Raikkonen here.
Ooh. A 3v2 right now, and they do have the From the Shadows to try and possibly rotate over if they want to. With 30 seconds left, they're gonna have to make a choice as to where exactly they want to go for the commit. But look who's waiting for them on the seaside. It's nobody else than your boy Zon, who is ready to really try and find some value. Not gonna be spotted either, so that's gonna be the first pick possibly going in his favor here. The trade is not gonna be coming through either, as Mike is not looking the right way, and it is going to be Zon who is denying overtime and taking the map in Deviant Academy's favor. Their on-screen debut game, and it's going to be a win for them, albeit a very close one. This is a direct contrast to the last map, Grevy.
I feel like they just wanted to give their manager a heart attack. Not gonna lie, the 11 they were. I believe they should have been able to close it out a couple rounds earlier, but. To give credit where credit is due, I do think Super Idol V2, they put up a really good fight. Yuan actually putting up numbers 22-17. And with his utility usage, I do think he's actually pretty insane player right there. But Zondo, 5 first bloods, ACS 307. This whole game, he found so much value off the back of his lurks and timings as well. And in that last round itself, he was able to hold down the site and pick up those 2 final kills that was so huge for his team.
I like that read coming in from them. They know that they knew that the Omen had the ult available. They knew that the rotation would have possibly coming in at the last minute, especially with those trades coming through really quick. So the patience from Zon to really just hold that corner, even though you hear the Omen ult, you hear all this pandemonium coming in, and you still manage to just be patient and get both of those kills. A lot of the times you saw this mix of the aggression coming in from Deviants as well as the patience that they had on these attacking rounds. And finally in the last round, they managed to find that discipline to hold on and not really like over aggress and give that first pick away to the side of Super Idol V2.
Yeah, so that is gonna be Deviant Academy picking up their first win, a debut win here on stream, and I can't wait to see what's next. What's next in store for us? But we are gonna be taking a short break before the next game, so stay tuned for that.
Flashing lights dance with fire in the night. I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by. Is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. Moving through all my feels, you're blurring out my vision. Watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes, I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
You've been talking about patience, hoping for everlasting. You're known for talking crazy. I know it's infatuation. You know how I feel inside. You know what is real and I rock with your vibe, but I don't think that we should tie. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. Just let me be. I got a lot to say. I hope you don't feel no way. I hope you don't make the same mistakes when you blow the flame. You're kind of obsessive to me. You're kind of too strong on your feet. I can't say that I guarantee, but I know what you mean to me. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be.
AYN tournament, Valorant tournament here today. It is going to be a best of one between both these teams, Noman as well as Deviant Black. My name is Grammy, and joining me here today is Zach. How are you feeling? And after that game that we watched between Deviant Academy and Super Idol V2, I think there was such a contrast against the one before that itself, right? 13-0 to 13-11 scoreline. And how do you think this next matchup will be?
I genuinely don't know, but I think the one thing that we have seen from these players, from Deviants in particular, is that they're very resilient, for lack of a better word. Like that previous matchup that you said, the 13-11, right? I think at one point the score was something like 5-1, and Deviant Academy were the one. And they managed to make a comeback and win 13-11. Sure, they lost a lot of rounds in the process. At some point, they were like 11-6 up or something, but they still couldn't like really power through. Lost a lot of rounds before they finally figured it out in the last one. A really close map and a great performance coming in from both of these teams. But as for these two, I was looking at the group brackets earlier, and I think that No Man, they already have played one particular match which they've won. As for DB and Black, though, they've played one match and they've lost. So No Man does have at least a little bit of a psychological advantage heading into this particular matchup here, knowing that they do have one map in their pocket. But I don't know if that is going to give them too much of an advantage against the resilience that comes in from these players.
I think Deviant Black have one win at their pocket as well, and in terms of scores, they are ahead of No Man right now. So I do think this is gonna be a pretty important game for No Man to try and close out. But up against Deviant Black here, as you mentioned, the Deviant players have been really, really resilient, right, Zach? And coming into this, I think No Man are gonna have their work cut out for them. It is gonna be on the map of Ascent, though, which is not a stranger map to any one of us, right? Ascent is basically like one of the default maps in Valorant itself. Its playstyle allows you to play really into the default positions as well, and I'm excited to see what both these teams have in store for us.
Yeah, so it's gonna be pretty interesting to see how this goes. Like you mentioned, I didn't reload the tournament page, so I was like, okay, Deviant have one. They managed to pull off a win while their academy team also managed to pull off a win. So that's gonna be something that Deviant as an organization should be feeling pretty happy about. I know you're watching this, guys. You can cheer for your guys. It's gonna be okay. But yes, those apart, this particular map, it is going to be very important for both of these teams, especially for Deviant Black, because I think that they want to try and win this to be sure that they can make it out of this group stage. As for No Men, if they do manage to win this, I think that that will be the second win in their pockets, and it will make it easier for them to like really just go through that bracket as well, because the team the one of the teams in the group RSG have won all four of their matches, so the second slot is going to be the one that's up for contention, and I think the winner of this match will qualify, so it's going to be really important for these teams to try and close this one out.
I mean, I will say though, I have seen No Man play on Ascent back in another tournament before, and they looked really, really strong once they find their footing. But Deviant Black, I feel like is a bit of a more of a wild card here. I mean, sure, these players, they're no stranger. Like the names are no stranger to me myself, but as a team, I haven't seen the whole Deviant squad play together before, so this is gonna be really exciting for me, honestly.
Mhm. Well, we should be heading into Ascent pretty soon, but let's talk about Ascent for a while. Um, Looking at the meta right now, I think that you do, like we talked about Haven, we do see the Phoenix being picked up a little bit, especially I think during Champions we did see Scream pick up that agent on Ascent every time. Found a victory with it, also lost quite a bit. So do you think we'll be seeing one yet again on this particular map?
I mean, we're gonna
Ooh.
find out right now, actually. Agent's like up on the screen right now. Neom actually hovering the Phoenix. So, I mean, he's been known to try and do these kind of troll picks, as in hover the
Hey,
troll picks. Hover. Okay, uh, what is that? I'm not really troll picks, but maps that agents that you don't really see on meta on certain maps. But I do think, given that it is a best of one here, I don't think these teams would be really willing to experiment out of their comfort zone. And yeah, we see the side of No Man actually going in for a triple initiator setup. This looks familiar. I wonder where I've seen this before.
definitely not VCT. But
Yeah,
anyways,
definitely
I wonder if Asher is gonna be going in for an initiator as well, or if they are gonna be going in
Ah,
for a pretty dual role. Yeah, it's gonna be the Chad Jet pick coming in right now for the defense against the triple initiator. Only one agent really differing from both of these teams, and I think it's gonna be very important actually because we've seen this triple initiator cop being played before. I think it was 100 Thieves who did pick it up against FaZe, and they had a 9-3 half on defense, but on attack they couldn't win a single round. They ended up losing 13-1, and that was a direct consequence of them, like not really being able to create space with the utility they had because they didn't have the Jet or Raze to really be able to aggressively go into the site. So I think that it's going to make things a little bit difficult for the side of No Man, I believe. Yes, it is going to make things a little bit difficult for No Man unless they manage to really coordinate these executes.
I definitely agree with you right there. They might have a lot of information on their hands from the Sova and the Fate utility, especially. But whether or not they'll be able to make space on the site itself when it comes to executes is another question. And I think Deviant Black, they might have a trick up their sleeve. Looking at how these three players here are stacked up towards the mid, it's Reverie, Asher, as well as Nomad. Waiting for aggressive play. Temps though, first one, pick up that kill. The rest of the players of No Man gonna be heading towards the A side instead, where there is gonna be a trade mark on the side itself. Of course, also being watched by Temps, gonna get smoked out. Well, his door gonna get shut, and Rush probably good for one of the frenzy and even things back up to a 4v4 situation here.
Asher does still have that dash available as well as a smoke to work with, so that's going to be huge coming in. That recon though is going to spot him out. The flash to make things worse. Does manage to dash to play safety, but oh my god, it is going to be now fighting that pick on to 10 instead. Maybe stays back down to a 3v3. The flanks is still going to be effective though. Nyx managing to find one. Can he get more is going to be the question. He does get another as well. It's all down to Lorenzo. Brings it down to a 1v1 and gets the clutch as well. That right click coming in huge at the end there. And No Man, they get that first round into their pocket. I really like their execute there, Kirby. The number of things that they were willing to use to just get their way into the site, it was amazing. And the post plants as well, despite them losing a lot of these players, they were still able to like really coordinate and get aggressive, and they were able to find a pick off the back of that.
Yeah, I agree with you. They weren't once they lost a first player, they weren't afraid to try and challenge the situation and try to trade the numbers back into their favor or back down to where they have equal footing, right? And that really paid off for them. It brought it back down to a 1v1 situation, which Lorenzo was able to close out. And that gives them a better advantage coming to this next round. Asher is actually trying to gather some information outside of B here. He does hear a couple of these guns firing outside of B. So he's aware of the pressure that could be lurking right outside his doorstep.
Nevertheless, though, it is going to be a multiplayer push coming in, but Asher with the Ghost is going to be able to find the first thing. Flash invested as well, and while Bobby is able to get one, that's going to be all he finds because Asher is going to be able to get a second to his name. It's all down to just Naeum here in this 1v3 situation. Now he does have a Spectre. Asher is low here. The Omen is half HP as well, but the spike has been dropped, and that smoke is going to make things even more difficult. They might be able to retrieve the spike with the help of their flash and get that pick onto Asher as well. A 1v2 right now for Naeum to try and close out, but the headshots are pristine, and he's going to bring it back down to a 1v1. It's all up to just the chamber here, who I believe Temps is going to be coming in for the flank.
30 seconds
Spike
left.
does go down. We're going to be looking at 1v1 clutch, whether the 1v3 comes off or not for the KO. I think that he does still have that 0 point available, but he's going to be watching the right angle at the right time, but Temps is still going to be able to find the pick. 34 HP left, and off the back of that, it is going to be this anti-eco stolen away with those beautiful shots from Asher as well as that push down on B.
Thrifty.
Yeah, thrifty round coming in for the side of Deviant Black. And right now, Omen invested so much into that previous round itself, and coming into this next round, the economy not looking the best. Not looking to be the best situation right now. A couple of stingers on the board. We've seen how much damage this weapon can do though, so not gonna be counted out as of yet, but definitely up against these rifles that the side of Deviant Black have, it's gonna be a very difficult situation for them. Because they really have to play to their gun advantage, right? And Temps already finding the first pickup onto Naeom as the KO shut down.
It wasn't even with the rifle, that was with the headhunter of all
Yeah.
things. It's gonna make things even more difficult right now for these players from Nomad. They do have a little bit of short control, but the possibility of a push coming in from this B side is so dangerous right now. The Prowler not gonna be able to find much as the backup is there right now. It is gonna be just Bobby finding one pick for the side of Nomad before Deviant shut down everything else there. Get the second on the board and take a lead here. This round though, it's gonna be pretty pivotal because you're just going to be the full buy kicking, and finally for both these teams, in fact, Temps is gonna have enough money to invest in that operator on top of everything else. And Asher as well as Temps are only one away from their respective ults. That Blaze Storm could be something that to watch out for, or you know, we can see it coming in the next particular round if they end up losing this, but we're getting ahead of ourselves here. For the opposite side though, the Null Command is going to be online. They're also just one away from that Nightfall, so these two ults in coordination might be what they need to finally get some kind of push coming in onto this B side. Null Command immediately gonna shut down Asher here, who is gonna be stuck in this corner, goes unchecked though, and is gonna be able to get three before finally being shut down. Despite the KO being down, they are gonna be able to get back up, so things are gonna be coming back down to a 3v3. They're gonna be executing into the side, but it's going to be Reverie finding both. It's all down to just Lorenzo in this 1v2 here. Is gonna be able to shadow step out perhaps, but nevertheless, it's going to be a pixel visible, and Reverie with a 3k will get Deviant 3 as well.
Deviant Black, they're not letting an inch go to the side of Nomad. You see how they just didn't let them wait. They didn't even give them so much. It's like time to breathe before they came in for the retake. It wasn't really even a retake. They just stormed onto from CT towards B itself, and they were able to shut down the execute that was coming through from Nomad. And Asher with that aggressive play, supported by Nyx, with that bait and switch tactic, he was able to pick up a couple of kills as well, and that was really pivotal into them converting the round there. And this time around though, Nomad once again economy on the back foot. It's Asher to try and go aggressive, finds one with the Blaze Storm, Domo gets shut down.
Yes, Reverie holding down the short angle. That Knife's gonna be able to find his position. 0 point shutting down any flashes that he might need to hold on to that position as well. Is gonna be forced to fall back to Heaven instead. But he knows that there are multiple parties coming down this short area. Nomad is gonna be the only player on site, but immediately gets taken down by Bobby. Unfortunate there, and Asher, well, he's gonna unfortunately for him miss all of his knives. Off the back of that, things are looking very difficult right now for Deviant. Only 2 players left, one of them with an operator's boot. So unless they can get some picks pretty quick, it is gonna be them forced to possibly save. They do spot out the position of some of these players, but it's gonna be the Hunter's Fury invested and being able to find a pick off the back of that. Temps is gonna be left in this 1v4 right now. Does get the first pick onto Bobby. And this is still pretty doable considering how low some of these players are. But Sheriff is going to be the one to find that final shot, and a Thrifty is going to yet again come through. This time though, Nomad are going to be the ones to find it for themselves, and they're going to keep the scoreline close here, not really letting Deviants build upon their lead. 3-2 right now.
You know, and that aggressive play coming in from Rush Bobby, he was able to find that first Sheriff headshot onto Nomad to try and open up the site itself, and he went in aggressive towards Heaven as well off the back of that Nightfall to convert a couple of kills here and there. But this time around though, 204 is going to be popped by Temps here. Gonna spot the shoulder of Lorenzo. So you're aware that there's presence towards mid right now, but Asher once again with this aggression gets rewarded for it by taking down Rush Bobby.
looking at this, it does seem like yet again they're on the back foot here. No man not really having much to work with apart from a couple of ultimates. They do have that from the shadows to clear out this B boat house here if they really want to commit there. But Thames with the tour de force is lying in wait towards mid, is aware of the possibility that somebody might be lying as a lurk player there. That recon not going to be able to find much, and it might be what Domo as well as Nyx need to try and really bait the rotation to that A side. 0 Point not going to be able to find anything either. So right now it's just absolutely no information coming in for these players from Deviants. Asher with the jump peak is going to be able to know that it's going to be a commit coming in onto this B side here. No one finds one, but immediate is there. 34 right now, and on the lurk here, it's going to be no longer a fool who finds one before Tebs flicks onto him with that tour de force. A 2v3 retake right now, and Domo is going to be caught by that null command, forced to the tour de force, really trying to find as much value as possible. Finds the timing, does Domo, and with that, it is going to be the round coming in for these players from Noman, who despite being at that initial disadvantage, still managed to trade each other out perfectly. And the post one that these two played in that 2v3 was phenomenal. The fact that they went in aggressive together, they got a pick, and immediately you can see Domo just jumping back, making sure that the trade doesn't come through, despite that null command activated and him not being able to TP out. That's just some very pristine gameplay coming in.
Yeah, and I have to mention that 0 Point coming in towards mid to try and force Temps off of his angle, get no longer flew into such an advanced position to try and cause chaos. It was a CT position where Deviant Black thought it was safe. It was really good utility usage once again coming in for them. And Deviant Black, once again, seemed to want to go aggressive. This time, oh no. Towards the A side, Prowler gonna spawn out Reverie. But Nomad's already in wine. Just gets spotted out though with his fragment, lowering his health down to a sliver of health here, and he has to fall back towards the A side itself.
Still at a 5v5, 1 minute left on the clock, and like you mentioned, it's going to be just 35 HP left on the Omen there. But yet again, it's going to be Temps fighting too somehow. I wish we could see that from the guy who died points of view, because Temps is just going huge, tries to go for that. There does a lot of damage, but nevertheless, Naomi is going to be the one to find that kill there. A 3v4 right now, yet again, a numerical disadvantage for these attackers, but that hasn't stopped them from being able to convert these rounds before. That 0 Point going to give away the position of the Omen, but I think that they might not be aware that he's under. Never mind, as I say that he gets spammed out. Counter Shooting gets invested by Nyx as well. Being able to find 2 picks is going to be huge. It's all down to just Lorenzo. Does have that from the shadows if he wants to try and really like rotate off and make this round work. But that 0 Point just going to take away all of his utility. Gets spotted by the drone as well. Could get the lineup, but it's not going to work out. And Reverie will get that final pick off the back of that. The defuse will be coming through, and Deviants, they take the lead back.
Nyx fighting 2 with that Blind Hunter's Fury was absolutely phenomenal. The first one was just enough to take one of the players of Noman out, and that just gave them so much of a numerical advantage right there for Deviant Black. And they're gonna take a timeout coming into this. So far, Noman, they have really been keeping it close, and Naom, he has the null command once again online. And I guess even though it hasn't really worked out in his favor before, because the way that Deviant Black have been playing is so aggressive that Noman aren't really ready for it as of yet. They really have to try and find a way to try and counter this aggression coming in from Deviant Black here.
Yeah, they're having some trouble for lack of a better word. But you know, I want to talk about Temps here. The man, he has an operator, he has a vandal, he has everything in his pocket, and he still wants to swing with the headhunter, and he still finds the pick as well. Like, you'd think that at least in an eco round, you'd be a little bit careful about dealing with somebody like that, especially after he's found impact time and time again in these close rounds. But I think it just comes down to that. The side of Nomen, they're kind of like slacking out on using some utility to clear out a lot of these pivotal angles, and they're suffering directly as a result of it. However, though, like you mentioned, there is that null command online right now. You did see them managing to rush in last time, and it was still a 3v3 by the time they managed to get into side. It's just that the retake came in for the side of Deviant there. This time around, things might be different. It does seem like it's going to be a full-on push towards this A side here. As Deviant, they go hunting for kills. Asher going aggressive in particular, trying to find some value. I think it's back towards short, but the first pick is going to be coming in for Deviant. Nevertheless, as that lurk from Zomo gets entirely shut down, look at the players from the side of Deviant. They're playing entirely for retake. They know what they knew that the aggression was going to be coming in, possibly with that ult. And immediately off the back, and then the punish comes in. Lorenzo finding two somehow and getting away with his life as well. That is insane. It is going to be just 3 players left for Genius right now. The first fight is going to be Asher, who loses it. The flank as well from a fool, able to find a second. And off the back of that, it's going to be an almost flawless round right now. And Grammy, this game is so neck and neck. Like the last one, you did see a bit of a back and forth, a lot of very momentum-based rounds coming in. But in this particular game, neither team is letting up even for a single one. Like if you could pull up the scoreline, it's just like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Holy.
I will say though, even after losing out on the first gunfight, Nomad they really recognize that Deviant Black is aggressing so much so towards the B position and mid position that they could take advantage of A. And off the back of that pop flash coming in from Naeom, Lorenzo went in huge, picked up 2 for himself. But this time around though, already trades coming in here. Asher finds 1 with the Stinger. And once again, these players of Nomad are going to be heading towards the A site. Probably not going to gather any information as of yet, but the trade point getting destroyed. You might be aware that he might be here, but Tem still going to pick up 1 with that Stinger. Lorenzo trades it right back, but that's a spike down.
And these Stingers, there's just something about them that makes them so dangerous. But yeah, things are gonna be back down to a 3v3. Despite the weapon disadvantage, I think this is still very, very doable for Deviant. Next, being able to spot out 2 there with it before the drone finally gets placed out. The Asher is gonna be able to find that first pick with the help of the Stinger. Gets a second as well. As all done for Lorenzo to clutch out this 1v2. Gets the first headshot, but the trade is quick. And yet again, it is going to be the round ping-ponging back in favor of the side of Deviant to 30 to boot. And it just goes to show how close and how talented both of these teams are. The winner qualifies for the LAN tomorrow, if I'm not wrong. So a very high-stakes match, and that's exactly how both of these teams are treating it, Grammy.
It is back and forth between these teams. It's amazing to watch here. It always comes down to the wire, the absolute wire, the 1v1 situations for a lot of these rounds so far. And off the back of that thrifty round, even Black might want to try to convert momentum here. Asher once again, based on set already, wants to go aggressive off the back of this Owl drone. Double gonna get spotted out and taken down by the blades of Asher here. And no trade coming in means that side of Deviant Black, they have numbers advantage right now. Prowler gonna spot to out Nix, but Lorenzo is the one who finds that pick.
Ooh. Things back down to a 4v4. Asher still with the Blade Storm holding on towards that back side here. There's also been a little bit of mid control taken in the meantime by the rest of the players from Nomad, who are going to back away to get ready for this BX here. Asher is going to have an awful lot on his shoulders, considering that there has been no real rotation coming in from the rest of the team there. However, they are rotating. It's just that they're going through short instant. They might be able to get this pick onto the KO if they clear out that angle. He's going to be hearing all this noise. Just get traded out though, so it's gonna be down back to a 3v3, and unfortunately Asher, he's gonna be detected by that drone. It is going to be a 2v3 retake right now for the side of Deviant Black at a bit of a disadvantage, but it's still doable.
I mean, they still have a lot of Omen utility to work with, especially with both these smokes, the dark cover as well, and all the players of Nomad are going to be playing on the site. Off contact of each other. And with this paranoia coming in that marks the retake coming in for the side of Deviant Black, but Nomad, they're able to trade the numbers back in their favor. Once again, tie things back up to a 5-5.
You know, it's amazing that there was a 13-0 game today when every game that we've casted has been going this neck and neck, Remy. But yeah, it is going to be Deviant to let go of that round there, or more appropriately, it is going to be well-deserved, well-won round, a very disciplined round coming in from Nomad towards the end there, who despite having the man advantage, they don't like get too aggressive or too cocky and lose out. The tour de force is going to be invested in by Thames, though it's not going to be towards the B area, it is going to be towards mid instead. The Haunt's going to be catching out Nyx as well to make things worse, so they're going to be basically getting the side for free. I think that you are also going to be having that Hunter Sphere available right now, because you did see the Sova pick up that orb, another major ult in the pockets of Nomad, and we're looking at a full 5v5 retake. The only problem is Deviant, they don't really have the guns aside from that tour de force available for their chamber temps.
But no longer a full here though. He's able to get the first onto Asher. Knows that there's more coming his way. We have this retake coming in. Thames good for one of the tour de force so far. Good for another as well. And Nomad quickly trades numbers in the favor of Deviant Black here. 2v3 situation for Nomad, but Rush Bobby and Neo pick up kills of their own and is Neo to close the round out. Once again, Nomad take the lead.
Last round before the switch.
Ooh, 6-5, and well, I mean, looking at how these rounds are going, I think it's very likely we're going to be looking at a 6-6 half here, especially considering that Nomad, they're going to be having their both teams, in fact Deviants and Nomad, they're going to be having their full economy available. In fact, you see Rush Bobby going in for the operator buy as well. Also multiple ults on Rand, the Hunter's Fury for no longer a full, the Null command for Reverie as well, so that might be very useful in shutting down things on the retake. And both Omens have their From the Shadows to top things off, so it's either going to be good for information or good for a quick rotation, whatever is necessary here. A little bit of a default play coming in right now from both of these teams, so they really don't want to make mistakes or get a little bit too aggressive and immediately get punished for it.
Speaking of aggressive though, Nomad, Lorenzo just drops down from his position. So he doesn't spot out this aggression that might be coming their way as of yet. Lorenzo does though, he's able to find the first onto Reverie, catches the second as well as Nomad taking out his dark cover at the wrong time. As 2 kills going the way of Nomad here, but attempts to trade it right back with 2 kills of his own. Lorenzo once again picks up that refrag. And numbers advantage right now in the favor of Nomad. They do have a couple of key ultimates at the ready as well, and with the longer full coming in from this alert, Nyx gets taken down and shut down as well. Ash should fall. And Nomad, we secure this half of the lead.
I think I jinxed them when I said a 6-6 possible.
I mean, I guess Nomad, no longer a full. He has found so much value off the back of his lurks so far, and that round was no different. And Lorenzo, he really went in huge. But not to mention though, not to forget Temps as well. His shots have been nothing less than amazing so far. And coming into this next half, he could be the key, making a difference here. Despite going to be leading towards the A side, but Temps is here to cause some chaos on the B side itself.
Yeah, Tempest is always that danger man, the one that you really want to have in your back pocket, lurking around and holding these pushes. You also do see that Shorty by coming in for Rush Bobby, if I'm not wrong. So, again, an area of the map that you don't really want to risk going into. It is going to be where that initial execute is coming in. And right off the bat, there is going to be the smoke denying that forward push coming through. Asher does manage to clear out blind, so at least they're ready to go for that push. As soon as the smoke dissipates, you do see that drone being invested as well. Off the back of that paranoia is gonna come through, but not finding anything. The drone as well will be making sure that the site at the very least is clear. All this utility being invested is going to cause in the rotation towards short, and off the back of that, these deviant players decide, like, look, we made enough noise, we've got enough attention. Our friend Temps hasn't spotted anything out towards B, so it's probably gonna be a little bit clearer. Let's just rotate over. However though, at B, it is the Fade waiting for them with the Shorty, I believe, and Temps, well, he's gonna have to hit a very insane shot to make sure that the players don't go down. The sound cue must have been coming in as well to make things worse. The shorty though, it goes wide, does do a lot of damage to them, but it's not going to be really finding enough in the name of value. Asher already with 2 on the round, hunting for more, waiting to see if he can possibly get any more kills here as he holds down towards this area. Lorenzo though with the right click will be able to take him down. It's going to come down to these 2 remaining players as Naum somehow gets 2 with the frenzy, and look at Thames, he's so low. 1 wallbang bullet will be able to take him down. The flash, it's going to be going missing out. Nix with the right click is going to be the one to finally close things out, but for a second, Grammy, it looked really scary. Despite being a 3v5, it looked like No Man had a chance of really winning that round after those frenzy kills.
Yeah, when No Man, they went in for this retake, it looks so scary for the side of Deviant Black, and I feel like if that flash drive had landed correctly, it might have won around it, but that's a huge what if, and Deviant Black picking up a pistol round just means that they can afford to invest in this one. With the Spectre buys coming through, as well as a Guardian and a Stinger in the mix. No man, they are on an economic disadvantage here.
It is indeed only classic set pistols for the side of these players from Nomad, where yet again it does seem like A is where the attention of these players from Deviant is going to be focused. A little bit of smoke spam is attempted, not really going to be able to find much value. Doma though with the Headhunter has a lot of work to do here if he really wants to make this round work in their favor, but look at Asher ready to push out of the smoke with the Guardian, managing to find Nail. Tempo is going to be the real hero here. Through the smoke, no longer a fool with the recon, is going to be able to find one, but that's going to be all he gets before he's supposed to fall back. The wallbang attempt comes in as well from Asher to make things worse here. It's all down to just Rush Bobby, and unfortunately for him, he only has the shorty to really work with, so he's going to just wait here and hope that some of these players from Deviant are going to get a little bit too greedy, but again, look at the discipline right now. They're just trying to hold these crossfires. You see a little bit of wallbang attempts coming in, and they're just going to back away. They're like, look, we have weapons that we want to try to hold on to. You're welcome to try and wait to possibly try to spike, but we're not going to risk it. We're just going to play this very safe. And they all collectively back away. In fact, I think Rush Bobby might be able to go in for a ninja defuse, and I think realizing that is why Thames is going to be like waiting to get this last pick before TPing out. And with that, it is going to be yet again scores equalized, and well, Deviant, they're on track here.
Yeah, they really are. As you mentioned, scores equalized, 7-7 scoreline right now. But this is, I guess this is where it really begins for the side of No Man, right? They're able to afford these rifles coming to this next round. And by the book, they should be able to close it out, but Deviant Black, Thames and Asher have been landing some nasty shots so far. Thames went for 4 in the last round himself. Going to make more chaos in this round as well. Lorenzo already gonna get spotted out here. They have to hold down this side. He finds 2 off the back of them, but Asher and Reverie with a frag, but able to find 2 of their own as well to trade the numbers right back into it to standstill.
It is going to be a 3v3 retake right now. At least the weapon advantage is ostensibly in the pockets of these players from the defense here. No Man trying to definitely make things work. Fowler managing to find out Asher's position here, but the crossfire is still being held under heaven, and Domo goes huge as well, being able to take down Nomad. There is insane. It's all down to just Reverie to try and prevent this retake from working out, but no longer a fool. Well, he's definitely no longer a fool as he gets that last headshot in, and yet again the lead swings back in favor of the side of Nomad, who managed to hold on to 3 of their weapons as well. I think they're also pretty close to some of these ultimates, so let's take a look at the scoreboard as well as what ultimates we're going to be having heading into this. Like I said, Lorenzo and Naom, they're both only 1 away from their respective all-stat. Null Command in particular might be extremely pivotal heading into this particular round. As for the attackers in this half, it is going to be Thames, who is 2 away from the Tour de Force, and Asher is only 1 away from the Blaze Storm. Both of these ults are going to be huge next round if necessary. But nevertheless, this is going to be the full buy kicking in for the side of these Deviant players who are looking to get aggressive right now towards this mid area. Asher does not care. He's going to be just pushing through with the help of his friends and some utility, of course. And I think we're going to be seeing the first head-to-head fight very soon. Asher spots out Naeom, but takes a headshot as well. That wallbang is going to be the only thing keeping him alive here at 31 HP. That's all he has to his name.
Yeah, I think he's choosing to not pressure this area anymore. With just 31 HP, it's gonna be a very difficult situation here, and Domo holding his guarded position, waiting for the cross. Yeah, Executor might be coming his way soon. He almost gets a timing there. He's able to reposition himself here. Lorenzo with the backup though, finds 3 now, and completely shuts players of Deviant Black out of the A side. Flawless round coming through for No Man. Off the back of Lorenzo's 4 kills.
You know, I kind of thought Lorenzo was gonna get die there after he got those first 2, but you know, Lorenzo might have gotten the 4K, but it's Nomo who made it possible. That backup towards short, the fact that he was able to get that 1 kill, stealing away the ace from Lorenzo, but I don't think Lorenzo's gonna mind too much because he nevertheless stays alive. And off the back of that, the economy is going to be at a really bad place right now for these players from the side of Deviant. They do have that Hero Vandal on Thames as well as that Blade Storm, but already Thames, he's going to be taking quite a bit of damage as he gets as he gets caught by that Seize, I believe. That's probably why it went down and came back so quickly. Domo playing aggressively towards mid as well. He's going to be hearing a lot of noise as well as a spike being dropped here. So if he swings out at the right time, he might be able to get a lot. But Nomad is like, nope, it's not going to happen. We're all going to be waiting and watching. And now it's going to be an attempt to possibly try and pick up this gun here. No longer a fool is aware of that, spots out multiple players. And unlike his teammate, he's not going to get greedy, opting to fall back instead and play with the weapon advantage here. That's going to be 2 Vandals though available for these players from the side of Deviant, who are in fact walking all the way into the attacker spawn. A very interesting strategy, and it's gonna come down to Neo to try and deny any kind of value really coming in here. Playing in the jet smoke, able to get 1 pick. Can he get more is gonna be the question, but nope, Nyx is gonna shut him down, and it's all up to Lorenzo to try and keep things from going completely south here, playing towards this Vines area. If they don't check him, he might be able to be huge here.
But at 0 point, not gonna spot him out as well. But he's gonna get shut out by this dark cover, waiting for his team to come in for this retake as well. But it's gonna be in black, looking to go aggressive here. Asher just for 1 already. Rushway trades back, but Nyx answer as well. It's all up to Lorenzo once again. Might want to go for a shrouded step play, but with all these players looking right at his face, he's not gonna get anything at all as Nomad completely shuts him down.
A really good round coming in from Deviant. I like that as soon as they got that initial pick, they picked up those rifles. They just went in. Like, they knew that B-side was going to be where the attention was where a lot of the attention was stacked, considering how much control they had on mid. They just decided to go into the spawn, and the fact that I believe it was Naeom, he was only able to get 1 there, made things even more difficult for the defense to really try and hold on and retake that site. This time around, it is going to be Thames who is playing with the Tour de Force instead. So that's going to be a very powerful weapon that they're going to have to really struggle to not deny. The full buy is going to be kicking in as well for the defense. So it's a very important round for both of these teams. Either it's an equalizer or Deviant, they get to double digits.
Power drone is gonna force Domo back off of this angle though, but with this high ground angle coming in, you might be able to find 1 here. If these players of Deviant Black, they choose to execute on this side, and right now, the spike's still gonna be making its way towards this B side, I believe. Ready for this execute.
Teleport's ready.
And he has a null command ad already, so should these players try and go aggressive on this execute, he has stalled, completely shut them out, and Thames finds the first with the Tour de Force, shuts him down. Asher somehow finds 2 onto Naeom as well as Rush Bobby, and immediately this This defense is completely shut down, and the side of Deviant Black are gonna get spiked down as well. Hems finds one more in form of no longer a fool. And it's all up to Lorenzo once again. These players of Deviant Black are gonna go hunting.
I mean, it's a 1v5. They really don't want Lorenzo to try and get the save. And Lorenzo, he's just like, where do I hide to keep this Phantom safe? Because the economy right now, if you remember, it's not in a great spot for either of these teams, considering how back and forth the rounds are going here. Especially considering that last round, it was a bit of an eco coming in from the side of No Man. This is their buy that they're using. And next round, it's going to be a rough spot in the economy again, considering that it's going to be a loss for them. So this Phantom that Lorenzo is carrying, it could be the hero weapon that they desperately need to try and make the next round work. At 9 to 9, every single advantage that you have in your pocket is going to be important. And that's exactly why Lorenzo, you've seen him peak, you've seen him get aggressive. This time around, he's just gonna sit quietly towards the attacker spawn and be happy that he managed to hold on to the weapon. Off the back of that, they are gonna be trying to force in here. You do see half armor coming in on multiple players, making things very difficult for them. If they lose this, they have to try and do everything they can to win. And the thing is, they're very close to 2 major ults. That Domo is only 1 away from the Tour de Force, and No Longer Fool is also only 1 away from the Hunter's Fury, which might be what they need to try and convert this round. Yet again, though, it does seem like Deviant, they're going to be going in for the B hit instead. That Owldrake gonna spot out at least 1 player, if not 2, from the side of these defenders here. And off the back of that, I think that they're just gonna be playing for a bit of a default before they decide where exactly they want to go. Because look at the spike, it's still dropped in this one.
It seems like B is the side that they want to hit though. But it's all up to these 3 players on the side itself to try and hold it down. As they prepare for this execute here. The Haunt from Rush Bobby, not gonna find much, but he's aware that that player is still lurking outside of B main. So that's gonna trigger the dark cover to come through for the side of No Man here. Execute coming in, Asher gets put out. Rush Bobby actually good for 1. No Longer Fool finds 1 for his own as well. Has to come to 3 and is ready. Noble. All these 3 players putting in their way to try and shut all these players of Deviant Black out of the side. Makes good for 1. And that's all he can get before he has to fall back. It's like 30 seconds left on the clock. They have to go in for this execute right here, right now, or you might have to go for a save.
1 enemy remaining.
Okay. Neil just gonna shoot through the smoke and find 2. Okay, that brings No Man to double digits, 10 points on the board, and once again, all these ultimates coming online. On the side of Deviant Black, we are gonna have the Hunter's Fury now command as well as the From the Shadows. In comparison to No Man, having their own Hunter's Fury as well as the Tour de Force online, Rush will be just 1 away from his own ultimate. That could be the key to either of these teams winning out this next round, which is going to be so important off the back of this timeout.
I mean, it's a good timeout. Deviant, they're in a bit of a rough spot here. It's going to be the last round where they can fully afford to like comfortably buy in. And they really don't want to lose it, because if they do, they're running the risk of letting their opponents, No Man, really like running away with the lead. So they're going to be possibly doing the best they can to capitalize and convert this particular round here. Like you mentioned, they do have a lot of ultimates to work with as well. That Null Command in particular might be exactly what they need to like really execute onto a site. Just pop it and run it. You've seen it work out a lot in the previous half for their opponents, so perhaps that's a strategy. That's the way to go. It's like Asher, go kill, I'll pop null command, you just stash in and get everybody else. And we've seen it work before. That's the thing. It could work.
It definitely work out in their favor, and if they do get a spike down, they also have a lot of post Hunter utility to play with. Some of a fragment, Sova utility, especially Hunter's Fury. Temps this time around, he's gonna have an operator to play with as well, so should any of these players of No Man try to get aggressive, they're gonna be met by this barrel of Temps here. The Haunt gonna spot him out though, so they're aware of his presence right now.
This drone torch short is going to be able to create a lot of space. You can see Asher pushing forward off the back of that. That counter drone though is going to spot him out, so it might make things even more difficult for these defenders here. That knife gonna spot out the Omen, but little do they know that he has backup coming in from the rest of the team. So all the space that these players from the side of Deviant have taken is going to be huge right now, and they will be having the site right off the back of that. It's going to be a 4v5 for Deviant. They're going to be forced to fall back, in fact, because of the fact that the defense managed to hold strong. That was my bad. They're going for a bit of mid control instead, but that trademark is going to give away information if they decide to go to that B area. Yep, that being broken is going to be all the Q they need, and to make things worse, this door is going to be closed as well. So with the 30 seconds left, they're going to be forced to funnel into the site. So now command is going to be invested, as is the Hunter's Fury from the defenders, and is not going to be able to really find anything. It is all down to this player in the backside, Bob, having to hold on and try to deny the defuse. How much can he find is going to be the question, and the answer to that is going to be absolutely nothing. Spike does go down, and the defenders are going to be in a full-on 3v3 retake here. All the ultimates that they have, I think, that they can use have been invested. The shock dart from no longer a fool, desperately trying to find some value here. He goes forward. It's down to him to close out this 1v2 to deny 11 on the side of deny the equalizer for the side of Deviant, but yet again, Temps with the headhunter goes tense-like and brings things back down. And I think Grammy, if you look at the scoreboard, it's just been back and forth for most of this map. Oh my!
I mean, it really has.
Look at that! It's literally like a mirror image at this point.
I'm just looking at it right now, and I'm like, oh wow. And Temps is actually going in huge for his team here. 23 kills on the board with his operator in hand. Put a force being utilized on the side of No Man this time around though. Could be the difference maker, but even Black, they have the read. They have their sight set towards the A side itself, and with this Owl drone trying to come through, gathering information for the team. You know, one thing I noticed is that No Man, they really like playing off-site. You don't really see them holding on the site itself. They really want to fight for the cross coming into the site from these positions that they can get themselves out of really easily.
They do that with mid as well. They're very happy to just put down a trademark and be like, look guys, you can have mid, we're just gonna close the doors and chill inside the sites. It's a strategy that's been working out pretty well for them so far, honestly, so I wouldn't change it. Lorenzo, though, he's going to be playing very aggressively here. Will spot out at least one player and off the back of that, go for the smoke, but Temps, though, he's able to find the trade there. And he's going to come back down to a 4v4. Nyx gets spotted out, but the flash is still good, and he's going to be able to find the pick off the back of that. 2v3 right now, make that a 2v2, and it's going to deny the spike being rotated over to the site. Asher finds the kill though, and off the back of that, it's going to come down to just Domo here with the door to force the miss. However, will get Deviant around, and it's 11 to 10.
Deviant Black fighting their footing in this half itself. Once again, stealing the lead away from No Man. And not only that, No Man, they don't really have the economy to work with into this next round, so that's gonna trigger the timeout from them to try and figure out what's really working out for them and what's not. And Nick still has the Hunter's Fury to work with though, so this could be a very tall task for No Man to try and close things out, because if you give Deviant Black this round, they are gonna be on match point, and that's, you have to play for the overtime in that sense.
I mean, I think it's very likely that this map is going to be heading over to overtime. Looking at how these two teams are playing, it's incredibly close right now. And Lorenzo, well, this timeout, it's gonna be important for them not only to prevent Deviant from getting to game point, but also to really figure out how exactly they can capitalize with the limited economy they have. Because the fact that these rounds have been going so back and forth, they haven't really let either of these teams build up their coffers or keep anything in the bank for for a rainy day. Considering that every round it's only been like 2 or 3 players who are left standing, so the rest of them they're gonna have to constantly keep buying in, and that's gonna make the economic situation even more rough. Like you mentioned, when it comes to O's to watch out for, that Hunter's Fury is going to be pivotal from Nyx. We saw how the last time the Hunter's Fury was invested on that retake, his counterpart was able to find 2 picks right off the back of that. So it's going to be important right now, though. Asher, he's going to be the one to find that first value onto the KO there. That's going to be the 0-point shutdown as well, and that's immediately going to make Tempest's entire kit so much more valuable. Yet again, the aggression does come in towards mid, and Lorenzo with the Spectre is somehow able to connect a very nutty headshot. Asher trying to get more kills in the meantime towards the short area. Does a lot of health damage, but that's going to be it. And they're noticing that there are all 3 players towards this mid area. They're instead just going to book it towards the A side, which is absolutely the right call because there's nobody anywhere close to the site here except for perhaps Domo towards heaven. It's free.
Inside completely for free for Deviant Black's taking here. Spike plant gonna go down, and with the numbers advantage, you're probably gonna come through. Not gonna find anything at all. So essentially, these players are gonna have to go in blind here. Momo though, he tries to go aggressive, does get a dink on Reverie, but not able to finish him out. And Asher picks up the frag onto Rush Bobby. The longer fool, he's able to retrieve a Vandal. But with so many players ahead of him, it's such a tall task for him here. He does pick up 3 exits though, but that's all he can get as Deviant Black are gonna get to match point.
Match points as well as qualification points, I believe, and you hit the nail, Grammy. While no longer a fool, did get 3 picks there. You could see that Deviant, they were just playing around. They know that they have the economy, they'll be able to buy in for this particular round, and they're just 1 away from sealing the deal. And Nyx, well, he still manages to hold on to the Hunter's Fury. The man's had that in his pocket for the last few rounds now. That's huge coming in. As for the defenders, they do have the Null Command ready to go, so Neo might be the player that they really need to try and make this round work. Domo also has that operator on the line, but he's gonna miss that first crucial shot, unfortunately, and that's gonna give his position away to make things even worse right now.
Time around though, a bit of a switch up for the side of Deviant Black. They just want to go aggressive towards mid. Our drone coming through here to try and get some information. And the counter our drone as well. But so far, both these teams are playing a pretty solid default. And once again, Blind Hunter's Fury coming through from Nyx. This time around, not gonna find much value though. And you really see how Nomad, they're really willing to give up a lot of the map just to go in for this retake. For the side of Deviant Black, they decide that mid is where they want to go this time. Trademark gonna spot out some information before he gets taken down. And with this island of players, just these 2 players left on the side itself, they have to hold it down. Rush Bobby and Domo will find their own frags. No man good for 1, but no longer full trades it right back. He's on the side with Domo. Shuts him down. Neom closes the round out, and it's 11 points on the board for No Man right now as they try to fight to claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, they really want that overtime here, and they have a pretty good shot at it as well because Thames, he's gonna be forced to try and play with that Guardian. Is only 1 away from that tour de force, and that might be the difference maker here. Reverie is also just 1 away from that null command. Both of these ults can be huge in enabling Deviant to really try and close this round out. But no longer a fool has his Hunter's Fury ready to go as well to deny that plant's possibly coming in. So a lot of ults to watch out for. That KO is gonna find a lot of value in the meantime. Domo with the jump peek. Just spot out the jump peek coming in from his counterpart Chamber, but chooses not to go for the shot, instead waiting for a little bit of patience. But I think he's gonna be spotted out nevertheless. So I think that the Deviant players are just gonna be like, nope, we don't want to deal with Domo. We ran into him the last time around. It didn't go very well for us. So this time we're just gonna take a little bit of a chill pill. B side is where 3 of them are stacked up, lying in wait for the push to come in, but that Prowler is going to be invested by Rushwabi for some information, immediately going to be finding some value. At least one player is going to be towards B, is information that these players from the side of Noman know of. However, though, A is going to be where the next amount of noise is going to be made at 0 point, letting Deviant Black know that there's nobody very close to his site. But with only 45 seconds left on the clock, it seems like Deviant, they haven't made a decision where exactly they want to commit the spike hit.
Maybe the spike rotating towards the
30
A side and
seconds
the
left.
players as well. I think. You know where they want to play, but now come on, and Hunter 3 to come through for the side of Nomad here. Lorenzo is the one who finds the pickup. Neom as well, but Reverie and Nomad traded right back. Long before he catches this lurk coming in, Nomad. His numbers advantage right now in the favor of Nomad here. He even spot out where Thames is going to be playing with the back, off the back of the pawn. Thames doesn't care, he fires back onto Domo. Rush will be good for one, but no longer full is the one who shuts him down. And Nomad take us to overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Right.
I think another interesting thing to note is that while Ascent, I guess, is a pretty defender-sided map, but both these teams, they have been winning more rounds on the attack than the defense, which really goes to show for Deviant Black, it's the aggression that has been working out for them in their favor. And for Noman, it's more controlled playstyle that they have. But this time around though, seems like Deviant Black might have wanted to get the death ball rolling with 5 players stacked outside of A.
Here.
I'm gonna get spotted out by the 0 point of Neom here.
I like that both these KOs just threw their knives and both of them found like at least 2 players to their name. And yeah, that's gonna let them know that A is gonna be a possibility. But remember how Deviants have been playing so far, right? They're not really going in for a lot of these 5 stacks. They're more than happy to just be patient and play for a bit of a default. So a full 5-person rush might make things very difficult. That Prowler being invested though is gonna help give away some information that A is where a lot of these players are waiting outside of. Again, that 0 point is gonna connect and shut down 2 of these players, giving away information that it's going to be the Omen as well as the Fade, I believe, into the site. The Haunt not going to be able to find much value before Nomad shuts it down. Paranoia is perfect. Despite he might be able to find some value. Never mind, he gets taken down, but the trades are quick. Things back down to a 3v3 here. Reverie with the flash, desperately trying to stay alive, but no longer has already made his way onto the site here. That's going to make things so rough right now for the side of Deviants, who all go down. Bobby with 3, and I think off the back of that, it is going to be 13 and match point for the side of Nomad.
It looked really dangerous for a second, especially with Nomad not being cleared out by that Prowler. But Nomad, they were able to pull it back in their favor, and right now they are gonna be in the lead at match point. Try and close things out here. So it really comes down to whether or not Deviant Black can bring things back in their favor. I want to try and go for a faster mid play this time around, but Nomad, they might be ready for this. The 3 players stacked up in the starting position. Asher is the one who finds the perfect Lorenzo to trade. As the trades come through, once again equalized. Numbers are equalized here.
3v3 right now, like you said, Grammy and Lorenzo, he's still alive. He still has most of his utility available with the exception of that one shadowed step and has both smokes as well. Are they gonna get
Oh.
aggressive and swing? They are, and even though the day
The Phantom ding
Phantom.
it's always the Phantom. This is why you don't. Okay, not to say don't play the Phantom, but in that situation for Lorenzo, it didn't really work out in his favor.
Yeah, that's an angle you really don't want to peek with the Phantom, but at least he managed to get the headshot. So I can hear him typing in the comments like, yo, Thames is only 10 HP. He's only 10 HP. But yeah,
30
seeing that
seconds
there
left.
is still a Sova alive, a shock dart might be what is needed to really like get that things back down to a 2v2. It is gonna be where the execute is coming in and no longer full within these last 20 seconds. He has a lot of work to do. I don't know if they're gonna be clearing him as well either. The door being closed is gonna be giving away a lot of information. Gets one. How many more can he get?
Last
Thames,
player
despite being only
standing.
10 HP, is able to find that pick, and it's all down to just the fade to deny Deviant the second overtime here. Rush Bobby with the help of that Prowler trying to get aggressive here. Both of these players are under heaven and aren't going to be spotted either, I think. The haunt being broken is going to give away a little bit of information that at least one is going to be towards that underside, but I don't think he knows that both of them are going to be playing in the same corner there. Unfortunately for him, the clock is ticking, and well, Bobby, he has to go faster. They're going to know that he's downstairs right now. He gets the first, but can he get the second? It's going to be the question, but there are no bullets available, and we go again.
We go again indeed. Second overtime to come
Sides.
through.
Overtime.
Even Black, they have another shot back into these qualifiers for the LAN tomorrow. And Thames once again gonna be buying that operator of his, which has been working out in his favor so much.
I mean, last time around, I don't think he was able to find as much value with it, considering that it was a direct push onto the A side. But Thames is the kind of guy where if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile, and you really just don't want to give him that kind of an advantage. Already, it is going to be the operator towards the B side, but he's going to be pushed off with the help of that Prowler.
Takes a repeat though, and Lorenzo shuts him down with a nasty headshot. Has the operator down. And Prowler to come through. Try to figure out just where these players of Deviant Black are going to be. Owl Drone spots out the position of Reverie as well, so they're aware as to where these players could be. But Asher seems to want to go aggressive here against Rashmi and Lorenzo, but it's Lorenzo shut them both down. Asher and Nick's fall, and that completely opens up the B side for them.
Oh, but yet again, the operator not finding value, but this time that's because of Lorenzo hitting those insanely nutty shots there. 5v2 right now, with these last two players being left at Omen out. He's gonna get some information as well. Not like they've needed another advantage. Come on, the recon spotting at both of these players. Paranoia to boot. Everything at the kitchen sink is being tossed right now, and it's gonna be a flawless for the side of Nomad, who take it to 14, and they just need one more to close this out. And the thing is though, they're yet again, Grimmy, they're gonna be on defense, and like you mentioned, both of these teams, they found a lot of success on their attacking half, but neither team has been able to close out a defensive one in overtime till date to take the map.
I mean, Nomad are in contention to rewrite the script right there, Zach, and coming into this, no longer a fool though. He's good. He wants to pull out all the stops here. He has an Odin in his hand.
Oh no, the Odin, one of those guns that is really scary, very difficult to deal with in the right situation. And the area where this player is playing, I think there's a possibility of them being able to find a lot of value. The drone is going to be invested towards this mid area, and now with the flash is going to be the one lying in wait. The flash does spot out a lot of these players, and it is going to be him finding one before the trade comes through. The advantage still lies with these Deviant players, so that is something that is definitely on their side, but look at no longer full. Not afraid to get aggressive here. Spots out one, gets the shot. Can he get another? It's gonna be the question. Spots out Nomad as well. He's gonna be falling back though. Now that they have the advantage, they want to try and hold on to it. Gets a second as well, and suddenly things look so much more doable right now for the side of Nomad here. 2 left to go. It's just Temps and Nyx to deny this map going in the favor of No Man here. Temps with the operator as well on attack, and this position towards Vine still hasn't been cleared
30
yet. No
seconds
longer
left.
a fool.
One
Can definitely
enemy
make a
remaining.
fool of the rest of the team. It's all down to
Down
just
A.
Temps. What the operator finds, what picks up the vandal instead of 1v2 right now, and only 22 seconds left on the clock. He has so much work to do, including planting the spike here. Kant at least is not going to be able to catch him out. After the spike, the Fowler though, it's going to distract him, and Zobo is going to be like, nope, I'm the only chamber who hangs around here. It's going to be No Man who take the map 15-13 after that extended overtime.
That was such a close game coming up from both teams. Deviant Black, they really had they really had a shot at coming back into this, but no man, they were just able to close it out on their defensive round itself. And with no longer a full going in so huge, finding those 2 crucial picks and even spotting out a spike. And not to mention the players of Deviant Black in that last round itself, they had so much space to clear and so little time to work with. So no man, they're gonna take the round, and look at the scoreboard. It's Lorenzo on the top with 5 first bloods to his name. Tams not far behind himself, and he's been landing some really nasty shots, with especially with his Headhunter. 5 first bloods to his name as well, and the Asher finding so much value with his aggression. And he was just able to try and open up the sights for his team, or try and find those initial picks off the back to try and give his team his advantage.
I think the one thing that I really liked from the side of Deviant is that they weren't afraid to invest in that operator so much, even during this overtime. And as well as Asher, like, you have to talk about this man. He was always out there in the opponent's faces, creating so much space, getting so many of those first kills that the team desperately needed. That's why I think Deviant's attacking half was so successful.
Oh,
But
I'm so
towards
sad.
towards the end, they finally managed to figure it out. Yeah, me too. I kind of wish this match went on for longer, because both of these teams, they were giving us quite a show.
I mean, quite a show indeed, and I guess we're gonna cut to a short break before we bring you guys the next exciting matchup between next 2 teams here. Let me take a check. It's gonna be the Monks versus Not Phoenix. So stay tuned for that.
Flashing lights dance with fire in the night. I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by. Is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. Moving through all my feels, you're blurring out my vision. Watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out. No matter how hard I try, I need you and your heart next to mine. Yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
You've been talking about patience, hoping for everlasting. You're known for talking crazy. I know it's infatuation. You know how I feel inside. You know what is real and I rock with your vibe, but I don't think that we should tie. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know for real, I know the deal. So please set me free. Just let me be.
Welcome back once again to the AYN Valorant Tournament here on today, and we are gonna have a very interesting matchup for you today. Both these teams have both won, uh, two of the games, right? And so this is gonna be a decider match for to determine which team is gonna make it to LAN tomorrow, and it's gonna be between the Monks and not Phoenix. My name is Grammy once again, and joining me here today is gonna be Cold. And how are you feeling after the previous game there?
All right, so I casted 3 games, took a nice lunch break, watched the games in the meantime. So you guys had a overtime affair on like both of those maps. So it was a pretty interesting series of events. But this is, yeah, as you mentioned, one of the most important games, I think, in the group so far, right? I take a look at the brackets. If you guys want to check out the brackets for yourselves, !! bracket. And yeah, for the group B, right? For group B, the Monks and Phoenix are in contention for that LAN placement. Both teams 2-1 right now. And this will be the last game, right? This will be the last game for the day. The winner of this qualifies for LAN. So this is a lot riding on one single map, a best of one, to determine who gets to show up on LAN, who gets to show their prowess and their skills live in person. We've seen the Monks do it before, right? They were the champions of a previous LAN, I think 2 LANs ago. And let's see if they can replicate that kind of victory, right? But of course, they have to get to that LAN stage first, and it goes up against the team of not Phoenix. Being down the players, right? Grammys, any of the players stand out to you?
I mean, the Monks, we've seen them play before, right? But I would say that the side of not Phoenix, I have basically zero information of how they're gonna play, other than the fact other than their ranks themselves. And yeah, this is gonna be a pretty equal matchup. So I guess it really comes down to how these teams, how their synergy works and how they play around each other. And it is gonna be once again on the map of Ascent. We've seen a lot of Ascent today, and this is not gonna be any different. It is a best of one, though. So both these teams, as you mentioned, Colden, have a lot riding on their shoulders right now.
I mean, the Monks, I remember they love Ascent so much. The last time we cast, actually both of us, we casted them, right?
Yeah.
The team, they were the ones that took away the championship victory away from all the other teams at that LAN. INF, Alavesta, and Mizern were 3 fantastic players that were really popping off in on the map of Ascent back then. And I think the players are ready. I think we will be getting into the maps, or at least the agent selection pretty soon. But anything interesting that caught your eye today, Grammy? I know we've seen a lot of Ascent, but any specific play, any specific player, agent, composition that really, piqued your interest?
I will say though, it is the triple initiator set up by No Man, which was the previous match. They brought it to overtime, 15 to 13 scoreline, and they were able to close it out against Deviant Black. So triple initiator setup, definitely not something you see a lot, but I feel like it might be coming into play more and more like these days. And I don't think I don't think these teams will try and go for that kind of not so, I guess, typical agent composition. We already see Mizzen locking in the Jet.
Right. And INF, I remember very clearly on that KO, he
Yeah.
did massive work as that initiator player, getting a multi-frag after multi-frag. Looking on the side of not Phoenix though, right? Do they live up to their name? Do they not pick Phoenix, or do they choose a Phoenix in return? No, it looks like we will not have a Phoenix this game, I don't think we have seen a Phoenix. Have we seen a Phoenix this game? I mean,
I
this
don't think
this
so,
tournament, I
no.
don't think so, right? Not at least on stream. Yeah, jumping straight into the map itself, of course. The compositions, right? I did point out earlier on in the day the head-to-head Chamber versus Killjoy pick on the map of Ascent. Every time there was a Chamber versus a Killjoy on the map of Ascent, the Chamber essentially won out every single time. And again, we're gonna have this sort of head-to-head against the 2 Sentinels. I'm interested to see if the stat will be proven even further, or will it be broken.
Wait, is Chamber gonna have like 100%
I
win
mean,
rate against the Killjoy? What do you think?
of most of the games that I've casted so far, it seems to be the case. Seems to be the case that the team that picks a Chamber and the other team picks a Killjoy, the team that picked the Chamber would almost always win. It's a staggering percentage. It's pretty interesting. I'm not sure how this statistic plays up in the higher echelons of play of competitive Valorant, but in the Singapore LAN environment itself, that seems to be the ongoing trend. So, jumping into the very first pistol round, Phoenix gonna be starting out on the attacking side as the Mongs attempt to defend the map of Ascent from those pesky attackers.
In the sense
Here.
itself, as you mentioned
Here.
earlier in the day, Coldan, it is pretty much one of the most or the most defended side of map, right? So I do think these attackers, they might have their work cut out for them, especially when they go in for this entry. Already pop flash coming through towards A. Some presence being made towards A as well.
Enemy suppressed.
Still pretty passive setup, right, coming in from the side of the Mongs. Execute should be coming in really, really soon, and there's only really one player, INF, here to receive. Just waiting for the Astra off a cooldown, get the smokes in, get the pieces of utility. And the Mongs, none the wiser, right? This setup, very, very default. Not expecting a fast pop anytime soon. INF, pressure now revealed by the recon dart. Has to try to survive on the side itself. If he can find one frag and dip away, even just survive, it would be a fantastic situation. Things pulls back into a 3v3, so not the worst case scenario. Spike still yet to get planted, but the retake's already coming in nice and fast. Looking out of heaven, all the players, they take down the attackers before the spike has a chance to get planted, and the Mongs answer with a nice pistol round despite not really having the read at the start.
Yeah, with just INF left on the side itself, he had so much work in front of him, right? And he popped his fragment just as the 0 point on the other side on the opposing team went off, and he was able to get that down, and that just caused so much chip damage for the side of for the players on the side of not Phoenix there. And with the time coming down so close with 10 seconds on the clock, it was just so pressurizing for the side of not Phoenix to try and get a spike plant down. And this time around, the Monks are gonna have the gun advantage already. INF and ILO Caster picking up frags of their own.
Confident duels coming in from all the players of the Mongs. Jer does find a consolation frag, but he's the last standing. And without armor, well, he's susceptible to just one shot of the Marshal. Will take down one more. And pick himself a nice ultimate op. So decent damage already done. Spike, though, it's not in the ideal position, right? Mizern has his eyes on it. Here's the jump coming in from Jer and will shut things out. So with 3 players remaining, not the worst thing in the world, not the best either. It's pretty decent coming in from the Mongs as they proceed on with their bonus round.
And bonus round coming in this time around. For the side of not Phoenix though, they are gonna have full rifles, so really this is the round where the Monks, they want to try to go for a more unconventional play. We already see them kind of stacking up towards this mid position, ready to go aggressive. And we've seen this Taos play come through a couple of times already, but I don't think that's the read here. It's
Yeah,
just...
nobody here to receive. It's a full mid-control garnet for the Mongs. But in the meantime, A-side is going to be the point of contention. Running straight in, not Phoenix, realizing that this could be a weak spot in the map itself. Esther somehow slips into the side itself and takes down the first player in the side. Nobody here to back him up. Yunosuke pulls back one more, but flank from Bobby has to be crucial. Does get spotted out in the meantime. And this attack has been completely shut out, right? Only Mizern was in the side and being taken down by himself. This time now flanking them. Just like that, 3v3. Bit of a scuffle towards the A side. It was a wrestle for control, but in the end, both teams relinquish a little bit of control and they go back to a bit of a cold spread across the map. Interesting series of, again, events, but I still would give the lead to not Phoenix, right? They have the better weapons, but they
30
cannot
seconds
get
left.
picked off. Losing these 1v1 duels is absolutely horrendous.
Speaking of picked off, it's Banana finding the pick onto Jur. And it gives the side of the Monks the numbers advantage, and with 10 seconds left
10
on the
seconds
clock
left.
once again, running down the time, Yoonsuki has to go for this plant here.
Just
Somebody
the
has-
eye, just he's towards Gen. Oh, and the Prowler reveals his position right at the last moment, and King Sugli going for the wraparound up in heaven, catches both frags, but not enough time. Was not planted for him. Banana Appler, 3 kills in the round. Take home the bonus.
Secures the bonus for the Monks and even has the tour de force and the ready. And as these ultimates they start to come online, we see on the side of Not Phoenix themselves, a couple of the players, just one of his key ultimates now command as well as Cosmic Divide, but weapons, in terms of economy, they don't have much to work with. All they have are sheriffs and half armors, and coming into this round, especially up against Mizzen's operator, who seems to want to go aggressive here, Bobby might not be aware of this.
Ooh, a little bit too fat around the corner. Bobby goes down. Not even aware that his shoulder was peeking out just a little too wide. And a fantastic 5v4 situation now found. They can play things nice and slow. Banana Appler, advanced position, gets spotted out, but the TP is there to get him out of harm's way. INF very, very proactive to take back that map control, assisted by Banana Appler again. So despite losing A main control, they retake it very, very swiftly, and the read should be pretty evident, right? There's nobody here towards A. Grammy, what will you do in this kind of situation, right? You're down 3 players, a bit of an equal round, right? What's the name of the game for you?
I mean, it's just to try and do as much damage as possible to the economy, but I don't think that will pay off as well, because
30 seconds left.
these players of the Monks, they have quite a bit stacked up in their bank, and with INF picking up the kill onto Jur, it's all up to Sogi. He doesn't expect it in hand and is able to pick up 2, even shuts down the operator. And finally, he's gonna get shut down by Disgrace himself. Retrieve the operator. So not all is lost for them. They pick up 4 points on the board right now, and Not Phoenix, they have yet to find an answer to this, but this might be the round where they try to work things in their favor.
Yeah, that opening frag from Mizzen, right? Knowing his angle so well, he does have the angle advantage in that position. So essentially, it means that in Mizzen's position, because he was further away from the angle, he will be able to see the person peeking before they see him. And with an operator, it's very, very dangerous.
Cover going out.
They do have
Again,
a
look at
couple.
the setup that they're having, right, Grammy?
Yeah, but I mean, it's a pretty standard default. And but Mizzen, once again, he wants to go aggressive, followed closely behind. Unfortunately, shot goes wide. Both of them have to fall back. Try to play their lives against these players here. They don't want to over-aggress and give players of Not Phoenix too much. I don't know if he's still holding towards this house position, waiting for any player to peek out.
It's not a bit of information, right? The Monks, they are aware that a couple players towards tiles, but they can't pinpoint where exactly the execute's coming from. You see, the majority of the players actually leaning towards the side. The spike's a little bit lost towards the mid. I'm not sure if it's going to come. Yes, it's going to be going in at the last moment, but they got to be careful because the retake, the attackers are being bombarded by a bunch of sprays through the smoke. If they do eventually get that spike planted, it will find themselves to a 4v4 retake situation. Hunter's very invested, trying to flush out as many players as possible. No, but gets the last shot of the Hunter is going to be denied by PKO Ultimate, going straight into the retake. INF finds the first player. Going back and forth, and now they find the last player stuck towards hell. King Sugli unfortunately could not find too much more. They will bring in the operator as well. A clean retake coming in from the Monks.
Yeah, and they managed to get INF back up as well and get a defuse. Trying to get his ultimate back up. Now ultimate being utilized in this round was so crucial for the side of the Monks because it just meant that for Not Phoenix, they didn't have any utility to try and stop this retake from coming in. And it even shut down the last shot of the Hunter's Fury. So definitely not a situation that Not Phoenix wanted to find themselves in, but it is what it is. Coming to this next round itself, Blaze Storms at the ready. They do have once again a couple of key ultimates here. Lockdown as well as Cosmic Divine. It seems like they want to get this death ball rolling towards this B side.
Banana Athlor barely manages to get away. Unfortunately, Mizzen not that fortunate. His dash did not benefit him too well in that scenario. But an even 1v1, 1-to-1 trade in the flank already happening. INF sprinting all the way, trying to find an opportunity, but no getting pinned down. Bobby catches him on his flank, and Banana Athlor only managing to find one, unable to escape away. And Isla Vesta, hands out, hands in the air. Zinsuke catches the last player. They finally break their silence. Off the back of early aggression towards B main, they just quicken up the pace and they execute onto the site successfully.
Mizzen a little bit confident there, trying to go for the re-aggression, but it didn't really work out in his favor. And off the back of that, Blaze of Not Phoenix able to capitalize off of the initial aggression, and all these players of the Monks, they seem to want to try and go aggressive and try to get a couple of picks to try and deny the players of Not Phoenix from getting onto the site itself, because you see how Banana Athlor, he's been playing, even with the lockdown in play in the previous round, he was playing pretty aggressively, but this time around it's Mizzen with the Blaze Storm's good for one already.
Trades going left, right, center. Somehow we end up in a 2. Make that 2v1. Druggy Restaurant through the smoke and mirrors finds the frag. A crucial one to put his team in the man advantage. Difficult now for INF. Has a belt of utility, will get the knife up in a couple of seconds. The last two players of the attackers play together towards the back of the site. It's difficult crossfire to beat, especially when Jer has that operator on that angle. The attackers now finally string another round in a row, so 2 in consecutive fashion. They can keep things up, right? Anything more than 2, perhaps 3 or 4 rounds will be extremely useful, especially when they swap sides. But on the other hand, right, what do the Monks have to do to stop this beating, Grammy?
I mean, I think they have to try and slow down the pace. Once they try to get the initial pick off, they need to realize they can't re-aggress every single situation. But the side of Not Phoenix, they're not giving them any time to rest at all. Jer already finding the first one of that operated, but Mizzen to trade it back. Trade the numbers back here.
The presence towards the B side itself, the Monks heavily rotated towards here, and because the attack was so slowed down, Mizzen has the luxury to get these beautiful 1v1s, fantastic headshots, and Jer around the corner, none the wiser. Big Snooty last alive, and last of all, Mizzen with an ace shuts down the attack. Does not let it get too far ahead of himself. 2 rounds, the max you're gonna get when you go up against Mizzen's site.
Mizzen, he played that phenomenally well. He was able to isolate all those 1v1s against the Blaze of Not Phoenix. And off the back of that, hold down the site for his team as well. So finally the Monks have an answer to the 2 rounds that Not Phoenix got from them here. So coming into this round, it's gonna be a crucial round for Not Phoenix, because if they do lose this round, they won't really have the economy to work with the next. Once again, Mizzen, he's not afraid to challenge the players of Not Phoenix. And this aggressive angle.
Phoenix they're perhaps reading it, right? They're playing it really slow again.
Yeah. But
Stalemate, perhaps, right?
I mean,
Banana Athlor watching down mid. Very attentive.
the cost of playing slower is that a lot of the times I realize that not Phoenix, they don't really have the time to try and get a spike down, and it really comes down. They always try to run down the clock here. It seems like this
Zern
time
has to run back to the site. Spots out a couple of players. Execute's coming straight in. Druggy Restaurant here, but he's revealed the spam. So low on HP, barely standing, but Mizern still anchoring the side by himself. And the Prowler will reveal the position of the players, but a bit too overeager perhaps. But does that even matter? Mizern pivoting, dancing around the pillars. Toying with his food, just Yunsuke left alone. Up towards the lane position, Mizern strikes yet again. Multi-frag after multi-frag. This man has full control over the B site.
That's a good spot.
He's really really able to isolate those 1v1 situations. And like you mentioned, he just single-handedly kind of held down the site from all the way back in Boathouse. Once again, not Phoenix, they weren't able to get a spike down, and this time around they don't have the economy to work with Sheriffs, Stinger, and Spectre on the board.
Banana Appler with that trusty operator of his. Always watching down mid, making sure that the attackers don't have that part of the map. And I'm pretty sure you remember, right? I Love Esther always speaking down mid, right? He loves fighting mid, even as a fade, right? Not the ideal agent to do so, but a confidence brewing from this player. So confident to take these duels, even with an Odin nonetheless. And with the lower buys, it's a very difficult affair, especially when your jet player goes down. Mizern wants to extend that lead even more, popping the Blade Storm and just trying to take out the wind out of the sails of Not Phoenix. Being completely wrapped around, Mizern is just on a mission. 4 kills in the round. This man just fragging out on this map. It's his playground, and Not Phoenix, well, just falling prey one by one.
In Mizern right now, he's feeling so confident. 18-4 KD, that's absolutely insane. And I feel like the whole of this has been just Mizern playing, trusting his instincts and playing with that game sense of his. And he was able to isolate all the fights as well. Basically, the strat right now is just Mizern go kill.
I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it, right? If he's doing so well, I think this is a similar situation to the previous LAN that they won. And the players were all extremely talented and able to frag off fantastically. And now a fast attack onto the side itself. INF playing ahead of the Cosmic Divide. Tries to find some sort of kill, some sort of opportunity. But he gets shut down to 5v4 and full control over the A side. Disgrace playing around these avenues, trying to find some sort of way into the side itself, but he will wait for his teammates to come and do so. Ultimates on the side. Defenders know only the open ultimate. It's not going to be good enough. Banana Appler though, fantastic opening shot. Paranoia coming in. The kills on the side are completely isolated. Players in A main stuck behind this dark cover, cannot find anything more. And now just Jer in a 1v4, frantically spraying, trying to find something through the smoke, but it will not be successful. As the Monks push themselves to a 9-2 scoreline.
In the half.
They just one away from double digits. The Monks really establishing the dominance, especially in the defensive rounds here. Like you mentioned, these players they're just not afraid to take fights, right? Like INF himself, he was playing ahead of the Cosmic Divide, gathering as much information as he could. Even though he fell, I think he caused quite a bit of chip damage as well. And this time around, now Phoenix is gonna go for 5-man B push.
You should run.
Already Druggy Restaurant picks up the first with the blades.
Around the side, Esther cannot find anything. The Killjoy ultimate will buy them full control of the B side itself. with the man advantage, right? This is the time that you need to shine. This is the chance that you get to bring yourself to at least a 9-3 half. You know how dire those score lines sound like, but we'll see if they even make that opportunity for themselves. And the fights come in towards the switch itself. And the trade come in favor of North Phoenix. They find their 9-3 scoreline. 3 rounds, barely enough to stay afloat. But we've all seen this notorious scoreline before. Not out of the woods just yet for the Monks. They have to go up against North Phoenix's defense now.
I mean, I do think in terms of agent composition, North Phoenix, they do have a bit more defensive agent composition, especially with the Astra as well as the Killjoy. So they might have an advantage here, but if Mizern and the rest of his team, the Monks, they keep playing, they keep landing the shots that they have been so far, I don't think it's really gonna matter, especially if INF is able to land his 0 point here, but instantly chip damage taken down. They're going aggressive here. Druggy Restaurant picks up the first onto Isla Vesta.
Let's take mid-round, like the early round aggression, right? They took control over the mid portion of the map, but now, once they found that frag, they're happy with that content. They fall back to a safer angle. King Sugli now. Multiple players in front of this Nebula. Once this smoke fades, it could mean a collapse towards the mid position. Yusuke reveals his position, and so does King Sugli. Spike dropped last in the mix. And now just one player remaining. Make that none a flawless round. Coming in from North Phoenix is a fantastic start to kick off the endeavor of a comeback.
Definitely. So North Phoenix going aggressive themselves off the back of that play by Druggy Restaurant. And like you mentioned, Golden, once they got the first pick, they're happy with that and they want to keep the numbers advantage to themselves, and that they did, especially with that flawless round coming through in the pistol itself. So this time around, the Monks don't have the economy to work on, just a couple of shares on the board, but look what Druggy Restaurant has in his hands though.
I don't think that the Monks are going to be phased by this whatsoever, right? They have to stay strong, right? Even though they lost the pistol round, still very much opportunities to get back into this round.
Calling my bot.
And, yeah, on the other side though, North Phoenix, very cautious. They want to take as much away from the Monks as possible. I think we will be settling some tech issues at the moment, but not to worry, we'll get things started as soon as possible. But yeah, Grammy, any words of advice perhaps that you could give the side of North Phoenix, right? You want out the pistol round, you want to get into the second one. Hopefully you get a victory in this one, right? A very much needed second round. But after that, right, what is the approach for this, the rest of the map?
I do kind of want to see them play like just try and attempt to beat the Monks at the game, right? This aggression that's coming out from the Monks, just try and read them and try and find places where you know that they will try to take a fight. And if you're able to get, most of the time, if you're able to get the first pick from away from the Monks, you should be able to close out the round just like the pistol just now. And this round itself is, as much as possible, they don't want to give anything up to the Monks, not even a single weapon here.
Yep, gotta keep things clean, keep things nice and steady. Yeah, I mean, looking back on the very first half, right, there were only 2 rounds in the spree of rounds that Monks got that North Phoenix were able to get, right? Only those 2 rounds, they tried something bodacious and they got away with it. But then the Monks just came back into the game. They were very capable of counteracting whatever that North Phoenix were able to put up towards them, and that last round, right, just barely scraping through, got them at least a round, right? So 9-3, not the worst thing in the world, of course. And hopefully our tech pause has been sorted out, so thank you for bearing with us, but we'll get on ahead with the second round and hopefully a conversion, right, for Phoenix.
And INF already getting spotted out by that 0 point. But it seems like the monks, they want to try and take this mid approach and try and get some space here towards garden. But right now, from where the players of Not Phoenix are playing, they're playing sort of more behind, and this is more because they don't really want to give the monks anything to work with here, but that could be the downfall if they don't have enough information to figure out where these players could be, especially like Isle of Esther. It's already so far pushed up.
Sugli flicks down, catching the head of Esther, drops the spike as well.
Mid.
They had such an advanced position. Right? They were so close up, creeping their way, contact playing up towards these close angles, but unfortunately, one frag after another, right? You miss that right click, and then the spike goes down, everyone falls one by one. And now INF
30
left
seconds
alone,
left.
1v5, has a spike in hand, but not much else to write home about. Druggy Restaurant should be able to close things out here. If INF wants to give the duel, that is, but nonetheless, right, a clean round coming in from Not Phoenix, and a very much needed one.
10 seconds left.
INF picks up 2 along the way before he eventually falls to Bobby. So that's 2 weapons that INF got rid of from the side of Not Phoenix here, and coming into this next round, that's going to be very crucial, especially since this is going to be a buy round. Rifles on the board for them. And for Not Phoenix, they have to try and close this bonus out.
This is the chance for the monks to strike back, right? Don't let Not Phoenix get away with too many rounds in their pocket. If they win the bonus round though, it would be a massive win in Not Phoenix's book. Help them even further in their endeavor to come back into this map and qualify for land again. But this time, the spray successful King Sugli, but will get traded out in the meantime, bailing out Druggy Restaurant in the midst of things. Let's see, Druggy Restaurant can be victorious this time around. The flash doubling ineffectiveness. Uses Gek here to receive, manages to just get one. But the spray from the Ares barely missing out on a kill. Such low HP and health. This Banana Appler finds the second last player, and Jer left alone in a 1v3. Kill onto the jet would be fantastic. 2 frags? Amazing. But he will not get a single one. Disgrace closes things out, so 3 players still alive for the side of the Mongs, and they answer the anti-bonus round beautifully.
And double digits on the board just makes things so much more pressuring for the side of Not Phoenix though. But this time around, they do have their full buys coming in. Could be rifles on the board. Jer actually opting for Guardian this time around. And I don't think I feel like a lot of the time it really comes down to whether or not Phoenix, the players, are able to find the frags. Like, in terms of utility, they're doing a pretty decent job as well. But when it comes to fragging, it's just the side of the monks who have the advantage. But as I say that, though, Druggy Restaurant looks to prove me wrong, already finding that first pick onto INF.
Pretty passive, right, coming in from the side of Not Phoenix. Once they get their man advantage, they're content with playing a bit more passive. And so despite giving mid control and B main, well, almost the entirety of the map, right? B main, mid, and A main, no information whatsoever. They have just trust in their crossfires. Oh, I said trust in the crossfires. The Druggy Restaurant gets caught lacking, walking out in the midst of things, and Bobby gets seized as well, but does not stop him from fragging out with his Phantom of his Nanophones, buy himself and his team a bit more time As the rotates come in nice and swift, Bobby here to receive, knocks down the first of the players, but Disgrace will control the side itself. But still, a man advantage, and they want to go things quick. They want to take control of the side itself. Spawns out the last player, and the spray is successful. King Sugli closes out on the other controller, and non-Phoenix find themselves with a 6th round.
Very much needed one at that. And with 3 rifles still being retained, that's a pretty good situation for them, especially now that they have the Cosmic Divide coming into play. And a couple of key ultimates already on the way as well, the lockdown as well as the Blade Storms be so useful. And this time around, it's gonna be the Monks who have this economic disadvantage here. Sure, they might be able to pick up a couple of rifles from a Vandal as well as a Bulldog, but the rest of the players, they don't have much left in their bank. And in the previous round itself, the side of Not Phoenix, they really didn't want to give the side of the Monks any breathing room, especially when it came down to the post plant, so they went in aggressive right off the bat. And I think this aggression, if they can keep it up, could be the key for them.
With just the rifle on INF, it's pretty interesting that he's playing by himself. You kind of believe that, or you kind of usually associate the rifle to be at the spearhead of the attack. A bit of B presence, which is interesting. I'm not sure whether they want to use INF as sort of a lure, try to catch a player and then potentially rotate to the A side, but after receiving nothing, mid control is the name of the game for them.
Yeah, but they might just walk into this double peak that Misugi as well as Druggy Restaurant are holding though. Oh, they just turned away at the wrong timing.
I wonder what was the audio, what was the cue? Was there a piece of utility? Was there a frag? I'm not too sure exactly, but the frags actually all come in the favor of King Sugli, finding almost everyone, just one player remaining. Yunsuke shuts down the player with the spike. It's a 1v2, but Jer has a judge. And oh, if he times it correctly, Mizan could be in a world of hurt. Jer just around the corner. The judge strikes strong, and it strikes twice into the back of Mizan. And a 7th round found from Not Phoenix. So nice recovery from them. It got a little bit dicey when they all rotated off A, but nonetheless, they convert the round with at least 2 players remaining, so not the worst thing in the world.
The timing there almost not working out in the favor of Not Phoenix, but King Sogi, regardless, he's still able to hold down his position with 3 kills in the round itself. With pretty much all the ultimates on the side of the Monks coming online, you have the Tour de Force come into play this time around, peeking towards guarded position, waiting for any aggression, but the rest of the players is going to be heading onto the A side itself.
Face your fear!
A bunch of ultimates actually invested. The Druggy Restaurant tries he might, but he cannot find any opportunity back into the side as the attack has already commenced. Spike gets planted. It's a 5v5 retake. They have the Killjoy locked down. So I'm not sure if they want to go for that, but Banana Appler's here to receive. And he could potentially play spoiler at the last moment. It's confusion. Do you push or do you go fall back? Banana Appler has to pick one or the other, tries to find an opportune timing, knocks one off, gets detained in the meantime. As the rest of his team cannot really find too much right there, sticking the plant, they're sticking the defuse. They can't hear it whatsoever, the Cosmic Divide. Fantastic utility usage. Everybody gets shut out from the side itself, and Non-Phoenix with a convincing reply in their retake. They shut down multiple ultimates from the side of the Monks and get themselves to an 8th. Just 2-round differential now.
With 3 ultimates invested by the Monks without a round conversion, especially with the economy not looking too good right now, it's going to be a very tough situation for them here. Especially this time around, Jer has an operator in his hands. Druggy Restaurant.
Look at this! The coveted scan into the smoke play coming in, and Omizan wants to answer back, but Druggy Restaurant flicks up in the nick of time. Yunsuke just received as well a mirage of players just emerge from the smoke screen and send them packing. They're running, they're making their way away from this position of the map. They know they've lost it. Too many players, too much chaos, and they can't handle the fire. One by one, they drop like flies. The last two players on opposite sides of the map. The minute remaining, they have the luxury of playing things around the map, but so disconnected. They have to somehow find Bobby, right? If Bobby goes down, the B side is free for them to enjoy.
Here.
Yeah, I feel like he has to go big. He shuts down Bobby. That's the Killjoy utility off at the site. He's able to find the timing on the players here. But it's still, right now, the numbers advantage in the favor of not Phoenix.
They can't believe the luck. They're like, excuse me, there's nobody on the B side. But not Phoenix. I love the patience, right? They're playing things nice and slow together. Oh, but Banana Appler caught in the middle of nowhere. No cover whatsoever. He takes the hits of Juice. He wins both of them. Now, from a seemingly impossible 2v5, it's now in a 2v2. Defense gathering up their forces, going in together as one. Druggy Restaurant leading the charge. And the recon dart will expose nothing. Low HP is the chamber, so Disgrace has to take the blunt of the damage. Smoke's available. Blocks are one avenue, but gets spammed through the smoke itself. Druggy Restaurant through the smoke screen again. 3 kills in the round, but I'm not sure there's enough time. I don't think there's enough time. Just 1 second, and a clutch coming in from the attackers. Somehow, the Monks in a 2v5, they win out the round. Look at this play from Banana Appler. Look at this. Caught off guard, out of position, yet he wins both frags, and that bought just enough time they had to spend clearing all these close angles.
And Banana Peeler, he really went in huge there. Especially trying to find those 2 frags off the back of the first onto Bobby. That was the key to them being able to close out the round. So the Monks, they respond back in favor with 1 round of their own, but right now, not a lot of ultimates to work with. They do have the From the Shadows if they want to go for any play, but that's about it. And on the side of not Phoenix, actually, they do have the Null command. Just one win from the Hunter Fury, Wizard, and Sogi trade fight right back at each other. And Jerry picks up 1 with the operator as well.
Esther just taking the initiative through the smoke, knows that someone's gonna be waiting there for the recon dart. Will take the hits of Duel instead, and the From the Shadows, as you mentioned earlier. Free access to the side. Bobby, he's watching B main. He can't go to the side itself. Here's the spike getting planted. Knows that there's probably just 1 player here remaining. If he can find this kill, and he does. The spike could get stuck. The spike could get stuck. They gotta be careful. Druggy Restaurant up and above. Bobby finds the frag. It's still in a 2v1. Esther fighting World War III by himself. Pivoting back for center. Denies the spike. Defusal will jar with a headshot on the operator. A mess of a round somehow ends up in the favor of not Phoenix by the skin of their teeth. And they clutch up that round in the end, 11-9.
Honestly, I have no clue what just happened. A couple of...
let's try to dissect the round, right? It first starts
Yeah.
like catwalk, right? They tried to push through that avenue. They got a couple of frags. They realized that, hey, there's a bit too much pressure. I'm not really liking it. Disgrace makes the big brain call, the bold call to just solo TP onto the back of B's site. And he sticks the plant. Despite going down, he gets that spike down and wins his team the round in the end. I mean, of course, off the back of a fantastic shot from the Sova as well. Wow, what's the call now? Look at the economy. Not in a good position at all.
They have a pretty good lead though, but it's Killjoy utility is gonna get shut out and shut down by AYN's shot. And fire back, finds 2 of his own.
Spike down A.
On this low buy yields them nothing to report home about. I mean, they do get rid of the null command, right? But at this point in the game, rounds are the important factor. You have to convert these rounds, and so far they've done a fantastic job, right? Just 2 players remaining stuck in A main, Spike behind a Nebula as well.
The jump peak reveals the location of Esther here. Once again, he's gonna reposition, get the
30
crossfire of
seconds
Yunsuke here. This Hans not gonna gather any
One
information
enemy
at all,
remaining.
and Druggy Restaurant from the back shuts down Banana Peeler. Jur puts a nail in the coffin onto Esther. And round by round, players of Not Phoenix, they're clawing their way back into this match.
Look at what King Sugli's been doing. Fantastic anchoring, right? He pivots left and right off the dice boxes, not letting himself peek the similar angle twice. And that just makes it so much more difficult for the attackers, because it seems like there's essentially 2 players playing from their one position itself, being able to peek from 2 different angles. But Rifles now bought for the side of the Monks. They need to convert this one, and they try to go for something aggressive. Druggy Restaurant, set on a solo mission, finds a singular frag, gets traded out, but a bunch of info actually relayed across. They spot multiple players outside of B, but Banana Appler, a lurk. Here's the Killjoy utility. I'm not sure if Bobby is too aware, right? But at the very least, Banana Appler playing the discipline. He knows he cannot step a foot further because of the alarm bot. In the meantime, the attack commences towards the B side. There's actually nobody in the side itself, so not to the Monks knowing, but they could essentially find it for free. And as the rotate happens, Banana Appler unleashes his position, right? He reveals that you here, destroys the turret, and destroys King Sugi as well. Spots out the lone player towards the A side. It's just Bobby. Banana Appler just buying so much time. His presence here allows for his teammates to come and enter the site itself. Somehow manages to get away as well. But Yunsuke wants to take things away. Straight into the site itself. A labored spray yields nothing. A Jur operator in hand. Last player remaining. I think he has to go for a save. It's very, very difficult task. And a crossfire 1v2. 120 HP to his name. And just like that, off one bullet, Banana Appler steals it all away. His luck, the sole reason why the Monks have won that round.
They get to match point off the back of that lurk. As you mentioned, timing coming in from Bobby there. He just retrieved his alarm bot as well as the turret at the wrong moment. And once Banana Peeler, he heard that this Killjoy utility being retrieved, he was like, okay, team, the A side is pretty much open right now because the Killjoy is going to be rotating off. And off the back of that, he was even able to capitalize off of his position, finds the frag onto King Sugi, and buys so much time for his team to be able to get the spike plant down as well.
Just to remind you guys, both teams are 2-1 in the group stage right now. Winner of this goes to LAN, loser of this goes home. End of that tournament run. 12-10 the scoreline. The Monks on the verge of breaking through. They just need one more. But up against them, the blades of Druggy Restaurant, the resilience of Not Phoenix. A bold play from Mizan. Spots out a player, dashes away just in the nick of time. Nobody on either team wants to be the first one down. They know the impact of this round. They know that they cannot give away this round. The null command invested Druggy Restaurant, no knives to his name. They have to retreat, have to fall back. But Bobby, this time around, with an operator in hand, cannot find anything. Mizan and Banana Appler both find a frag each. King Sugli draws things back into somewhat of an even keel. But it's a 4v3, make that 4v2. Soon King Sugli finds one as well. A very, very doable retake. Finally, the lockdown investor and the door here buy them a bit of time to fall back towards A main, but King Sugli has heard all of the action, all the commotion. A fantastic piece of utility as well. The Cosmic Divide buys them so much more time. Confusion, unaware. King Sugli dances through the smoke itself. It's a 1v2. And King Sugli with 2 fantastic headshots through the nebula himself finds Not Phoenix a second chance. One more shot at overtime. One more chance at a LAN.
What a round coming in from King Sugi, who really went in big there. He was able to find a couple of frags off the back of the initial aggression that was coming in from the monks and get his Cosmic Divide online. And in combination with the lockdown that Bobby had, it was just what won them. Part of the factor that won them around there is they were able to force the 2 players left on the monks off the site itself, and King Sugi playing around his opponent smoke the dark cover, closes out the round for his team, and as you mentioned, one more shot.
I want to take a note, right? There's no big ultimates on the table right now. It's just gun duels and your abilities.
Right here.
Even if they want to go for alt ops, they're all quite far away, apart from Disgrace, which is one of his from the shadows, but it's not the most influential alt as well. What's the call from either team, right? The Mongs, 1 round away, securing a LAN appearance, but not Phoenix. They themselves 1 round away from another chance at stealing away the opportunity of their opponent. Nizern again towards this mid position. He's loved this. Creep up towards mid, and oh no, INF! One of your best fraggers goes down with a whimper. No frags whatsoever. Yusuke dancing around, making a lot of noise. Will get punished for it, but Bobby and Jer both find a frag each. And the spike, information guarded over. Banana Appler's luck finds literally nothing. And we're going to overtime. Not Phoenix. Resilient as ever. 9-3 down, must I remind you guys. 9-3 was the scoreline at the half. And they fight back, and they fight back strong. Timeout now called. Maybe you should have called that in regulation, but I guess just calm down the nerves, right? Calm down the excitement. Not Phoenix. On a fantastic run so far. Only dropping 3 rounds on that attacking half.
And I really do think it will come down to which team can close out their attacking round in this overtime, because both these teams, they have won out 9 rounds in the defense, on their own defense, and it's their attacking that's a bit lackluster here. So it really comes down to that. And right now, I do think that there's a probability that the Monks might have a better shot at this, because they are going to be the ones having the first defending round, and if they can try and shake the mental and the momentum coming in from the side of Not Phoenix, they could be the ones to close this out. But Not Phoenix, they don't want to go down without a fight, as well as we just witnessed the 9-round comeback to try and bring us back into overtime.
My god, okay, overtime or bust. This is where you're truly tested. Your metal is truly tested till its limit. Your strats all out the window. You've expended everything you've tried in regulation. Now it comes up to your heads-up duels and mid-round calls. Your pocket strats, whatever you may potentially have left. I say that, Esther! This round in OT, he hasn't done it consistently throughout regulation. First round of OT, instant spray down through the walls. The Odin opens things up, and what a start! That's your jet down.
With the jet down, that means they don't really have any... They don't have much entry power left, because the jet is the one who creates a space onto the site itself, and they have to piece together whatever utility they have off of the rest of these players here.
Weren't they the one that called the timeout?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, and now your plans are potentially completely foiled, just walking one by one into the crossfire. Nana Appler, comfortable, takes another shot. 3v5, difficult to say the least. A near impossible task. What can the attackers do? What cannot Phoenix muster? scan revealed, shot from both
30
sides.
seconds left.
Mizan knocks down King smoothly as the last two players try to answer something at the back of the side itself. In a 1v3, Jer cannot find too much more as Mizan closes out the round with 3 of his own, but of course assisted and facilitated off the back of that fantastic Odin spam from I Love Esther. What a call on OT.
Switching sides. Match point.
It's once again match point for the Monks here. And Jer seems to want to answer back to Esther's Odin himself.
Oh. Let's see who's the better spammer at the B side, I guess. Wow, I mean, it completely froze them. Not Phoenix were literally stuck in their places. They did not move. I'm not sure if that was just the call or if they just had a lack of they just didn't know what to do at that point, right? That was their main strat. That was the main idea. Gone out of the round instantly. No map control whatsoever, and they just, had to try to go for an execute. Now the Mongs again find themselves match point, LAN appearance point. What's the call this time around? Straight up B execute. I control that. Desert straight in, finds the frag onto Yusuke. This could be the beginning of the end. 2 frags suddenly appearing for the side of the Mongs. And they're so far disjointed from the action. The spike gets planted.
Spike
Coming
planted.
through mid as well. This is such a difficult task. They have to find the lurk. They have to find the kill. Druggy Restaurant finds the first one. There's a lurk coming in from behind. Banana Appler closes things out. It's 3 kills in the round. It's 14-12. The Mongs, they finally break through. They were on match point for so long, but finally in OT they find the round that was required, the attacking round that they crucially needed. And they are your second teams out of this group to appear in LAN. What a fantastic map. What a fantastic matchup between these two teams. And truly, truly deserving of a LAN appearance.
And definitely so bring us all the way back into overtime, not Phoenix. They really tried to bring things back in their favor, but here today, the Monks were the ones who stand tall and close things out with Mizern on the top of the scoreboard once again. 7 first bloods to his name.
Wow. I mean, Mizern. That guy on a mission. And I mean, I Love Esther had a really quiet performance, right? Uncharacteristic of the last time we saw him at a LAN. But I would argue, right, that spam kill was what facilitated that win at the end of the day.
I agree. I feel like
it was such a momentum shift. It just completely stopped the momentum in and out of the server, right? The strats out of the window.
Yeah.
And then they just stood in the server. They were literally just hoping for a push. It just felt like their win was completely sucked out of their sails.
And especially since you mentioned they were the one who took that timeout, that means they should have had a plan coming into that round itself. And to have that plan thrown out the window by Esther's Odin spam is just, I guess, crushing for them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so crushing. I mean, both the teams, I honestly would have loved to see them LAN. I would have loved to see so many of these teams appear at LAN, but this is the cutthroat nature of this tournament. Only the top 2 placements of each group will proceed to the LAN itself. Let me just double check the brackets for you guys, but if I'm not mistaken, one last time, the number 1 seed of Group B and the Mongs will take the 2nd seed of Group B. So, wow. Would have loved to see not Phoenix at LAN as well, but I mean, commiserations. It's a valiant effort nonetheless. And yeah. Remy, anything else you want to say about this insane map again?
I mean, I've been here for 3 long matches. I
That's
think
true.
we all deserve a well-deserved break. So we're gonna cut to a break really shortly here, but don't go anywhere because we're gonna have another exciting match. This time, hopefully not on Ascent anymore. Coming lined up for you here. So stay tuned for that.
Lights dance with fire in the night. I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by. Is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Baby, I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. Moving through all my feels, you're blurring out my vision. Watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision cause of you tonight. It's electric. On
You've been talking about patience, hoping for everlasting. You're known for talking crazy. I know it's infatuation. You know how I feel inside. You know what is real, and I rock with your vibe, but I don't think that we should tie. I know, for real, I'm your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know, for real, I'm your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. Just let me be. I got a lot to say. I hope you don't feel no way. I hope you don't make the same mistakes when you blow the flame. You're kind of obsessive to me. You're kind of too strong on your feet. I can't say that I guarantee, but I know what you mean to me. I know, for real, I'm your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know, for real, I'm your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. Just let me be.
It's another stacked LAN. It has so many good teams, so many teams going flawless in their group. So, see how they fare up in person. But starting off the pistol round, of course.
Yeah, and it's just this double duelist composition. I mean, a little bit explosive, and it could mean that they are just going ham, going crazy. But on the other side, at the very least, very balanced, very standard positions as well. I mean, you already have the Sova making his way down towards the middle. Unfortunately, not really finding that much because of the poison cloud that's been emitted.
Oh, and actually, a lot of control already garnered by the attackers, pushing all the way towards the B side itself. Spike yet to get planted. The wall will go up in the nick of time. But without a Sage, right? With that heavy duelist composition, it's gonna be a little bit difficult to try to get this spike planted, especially when the opponent Viper with a bunch of utility. Oh, look at this chamber. Dropping the wall denies them area to plant on the side itself. Not to mention the boosted player catching player off guard.
And this just means that the final two players from Fate's Eyes kind of trapped in towards yellow, towards green. Only option is to move forward because there's no other way out. You move up front, JJ Lin does find one face, but Chamberlain will be able to trade off.
30 seconds
and
left.
now everyone knows where the final player is. The spike's been dropped. Devour. Not much choice other than to, again, peek out, find heads, but that's where they will all peek into him. And that will be all he writes. I mean, two players, not much else you can do. He does find a little bit more damage, but then again, this round goes to Orchestra.
I don't know about the other singers on this team, but I do know that JJ Lin is one of the, or at least he founded SMG, right? Did you know that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no, okay.
I know.
So,
he is.
He is the founder of SMG. So, I guess not irrelevant that he's, one of the players in the server. I guess.
It would be actually
technically does
hilarious
that.
if this was actually JJ Lin.
We get an interview with him, comes out, starts singing for us. And I mean, at that point, we have to invite him to LAN, right? I mean, we can't deny him a LAN spot. He's gonna sing for us.
But that said, they still all walked into the blender. The Ares, the Spectre, Teddy collecting 3 kills. Pretty standard start again. I mean, so far, apart from the earlier games, the Thrifties have not been that strong yet. So in this current map.
Yeah, I mean, Icebox, I'm not sure about the other games that weren't streamed, but on the map of Ascent was pretty. There were a couple of rounds, right? At the start, when we first started the day, there were a couple of really interesting thrifty rounds, especially on the second round. Right after the pistol round, there were a couple of teams that were able to scratch back a victory with literally nothing in their pocket. So it could have been something, but going according to statistics, and the more favorable team did, in fact, win out that round. But of course, bonus round in the hands. Side of Orchestra, they can somehow pull this out of the out of the bag. It would be miraculous, especially considering that this is a pretty close range map, right? And these lesser weapons could potentially deal a lot of damage.
One way to try to clear out some corners as well using a boombot. Fortunately, it wasn't quite able to find all that much. Instead, it's the recon bolt that does find something and allows for Chamber or Lose to frag out with a headhunter of his own, also known as a ghost. The Prowler does find Teddy in the corner, and this means that they kind of know where these players are positioned, but it's just a stalemate on both sides, and Fate's Eyes trying to outgun them. They managed to do a little bit of damage, but when it comes down to it, once more, Teddy with the triple kill to win out this bonus round for his team.
A bit stubborn, might I say, from the side of Fate's Eye. Right? You saw that the Sage had a ghost, right? Okay, he gets a kill. Let's just take the rifle, perhaps work the other parts of the map. But they just stayed towards that A main position and they didn't really execute, right? They just stood there, they made a bit of noise, so it wasn't really too much of a surprise from the side of Orchestra that they were actually going to attack that site, and I think they were just kind of baited in by the thought that, oh, they're probably on a couple of pistols, it shouldn't be too much to worry about, but as we saw, right, heavy stack of players already towards that side itself, and again, A seems to be the port of call for the side of Fate's Eye.
And I'm hoping to see more coming out from FZ. They need to go in a lot more aggressive, because if they just wait out for these linear gun duels, it's not going to work. Eric showed able to do a little bit of damage with the Stinger. Unfortunately, the teammates aren't quite there to help him out. They can't bail him out of jail. In fact, they are stuck in a jail of their own, because as well is coming in from behind. 4-0. Is this going to happen again, Coldan?
Surely not. Right? There's no way.
Too early. Oh my gosh, Cloudy.
It's like, but I don't think so. I think Icebox is the kind of map that you can somehow just scrape around some way, some shape or form. You know, it's so chaotic sometimes on the A side itself that it really could go either way. And looking at the side of Fate's Eye, right, their players are nothing to be scoffed at, right? They're good mechanical players that can definitely pull their weight. I'm hoping to see something aggressive, right? Especially with this double duelist composition.
Oh my goodness. Oh, okay.
As I mentioned, doesn't matter. You don't need a duelist. Just get JJ Lin one tap into the chamber.
It's that Team SMG buff, which Game Changers coming up soon. Just saying. Anyway,
chamber. I never thought I'd say that line.
They're waiting for that toxic screen to refresh so that they can go in for this site. Now it's up, but of course you have the counterpart jet above just to stall out and prevent them from getting the spike planted. Viper Spin deploy does give them a little bit more control though, and then comes Devour all the way onto the other side because of the double satchel. Scum from above still dealing out damage though. Eric Cho comes in, a bit of a side flank, picks up on the second, and it's all up to Scum. He goes in towards the Viper's pit, and that's where they all expect him to be. J Cho singing a beautiful melody to close this one out. 1-4. We put one round on the board for Fate's Eye.
I blame you for this. You said it was gonna be. You alluded to it. You alluded to it. Look what you've done.
I had to jinx it.
You must be aware of your power. With great power comes great responsibility, my friend.
You know, I've hung out with Sleepy sometimes, and
oh yeah, that man has unprecedented power. He does not know the power that he possesses. This man is a sleeper agent, I swear.
Just cracks his knuckles and boom. Viper's pit out on top. Close towards pipes, gives him so much control over the A site. What would you do if you're Fate's Eyes in this situation? Oh, okay, not like that, surely.
I would like to take a bit of control outside of the Viper's pit, right? At least make sure that they don't have an advanced position, right? You have so many players, like look at this. Chamber loose, up on top, so much information. They can just watch down and just patrol this area of the map with such ease. The read is going to be pretty simple, that it's going to be the B site. So you have to put at least some bit of pressure. And I say pressure, but in the meantime, look at the other parts of the map, right? There was a Sage wall there, so there wasn't any worry about mid. Chambers all the way towards B with an operator, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just take a little peek at it. Yes, he does have an op, so yeah, but now playing the time game, right? Letting the time rot down just a little bit. And with the Sage wall going down, they try to explore that mid portion of the map itself, but the op has already moved its way in to receive. And it's a 2v5. 2v4, JJ Lin tries to even up the playing field, but there's so many players here to receive already. J-Jo finding onto C-Phone, and now there's one player left to receive on the side of Teddy. 13 seconds on the clock, and we'll just close things out. No issue whatsoever. Break a little sweat, but at the end of the day, just crawl back around.
If I'm not wrong, this is the third round. Teddy's gotten a triple kill in. He's been sitting on that Blade Storm for a while. Doesn't even need to use it. Doesn't even break a sweat. And when it comes down to it, it's like you mentioned, Coldan. You need to put a little bit of pressure across the map. You can't just suddenly decide to make your way all across down the middle, you know, explore, go on an adventure. By that point, it's all too obvious for Orchestra. They are making all the reads. Fate's Eyes are kind of an open book right now, and honestly, only like maybe JJ Lin is able to outduel some of the Orchestra players.
Yeah, more often than not, he's the one that's getting the opening frag on towards the side itself. But in the meantime, look at this early control over the mid portion of the map. Walled it off, they're gonna be playing for a retake now. I like this idea coming in from them. Scum, advanced position, no whiffs, a shot, but a double! Shock dart kill coming in from as well. Controlling further on, does not find too many more frags, but his teammates clean up shop. I'm not sure if there was a Viper snake fight there to weaken up the players, but that was a fantastically placed shock dart.
Yeah, possibly. Thanks to Scum, the lineups, I mean. Just the one bounce and it hit 2 players. It's just, again, another brilliant response coming in from Orchestra. A good idea from Fate's Eyes, don't get me wrong. They rushed onto site and completely overwhelmed them, managed to get control, even out-fragged some of the other players. But utility on the side of Orchestra reigns supreme. 6-1 is the score. They need to turn things around.
You wanna play? Let's play.
Do it in a French accent.
I can't do it in a French. No. I'll get cancelled.
Okay. Maybe we can get Flaring to do it. But anyway. Oh, that's brilliant.
I mean, he didn't even fire a bullet from my screen, but all good. Just take these heads-up builds, right? You're leading 6-1. What could go wrong?
I have to fight.
Surely you don't lose it around. Just clean up shop, right? These ego peaks, so confident. Valorant, such a confidence-based game. If you have confidence, your aim just suddenly improves tenfold. And
that's why just not top G enough.
Ah, yes. Just breathe air.
Oh, not that air.
Vowel doesn't breathe anymore. After that one, gets poisoned, clouded, and then snake bitten.
Literally.
7-1. No, 7-1, never forget.
But yeah, 7-1, and I don't know, I'm just not quite seeing the strats from Fate's Eyes. Maybe a timeout, perhaps? Because they really need to pick apart and think about how it is that Orchestra are defending these rounds, defending these sites, and how they're really controlling the map. So many times they're trying to push in together as a team, but it's a little bit too obvious and easy for Orchestra to pick them apart. Interesting approach though this time, just updrafting and dashing onto the top 2, and he's able to find 1.
Okay, control over the side. So Teddy here could potentially throw something in the mix. This Spear actually invested. No, not aware of his backlines. Devour catching onto as well. I'm not sure if there was a miscommunication of some sort. He should be aware that they came through mid, so his position could definitely have been caught in the sidelines, and indeed he would be. 7-2 now. Perhaps getting a little bit more complacent, I guess, is Orchestra, but I mean, they still look pretty in control of the game, right? A mistake or 2 here and there shouldn't be too much of an issue. Until it becomes an issue, then we can criticize it.
Fairly certain enough, that is how a lot of these rounds are going. But when we do see that W gaming, just non-stop aggression from Fate's Eyes, and not to mention some contingency plans coming in, you know, leaving one player staggered behind to suddenly push in, they managed to catch some of these Orchestra players off guard. If they can do the same thing again, that could work, but this time, maybe not so much. Taking a look at the mini-map, all players positioned towards A, minus the 2 who are just hovering around B. I don't know if they want to commit into this, but Eric Cho certainly seems to think different. Okay.
Scum playing a scummy angle, finds the perfect opportune moment, strikes with 2, buys enough time, his teammates here to receive. And now in a 1v2, JH as well as a 1 HP. I'm not sure if he's aware. He's the only player on towards the A side chamber, sprinting his way, trying to help his buddy out. It's a 2v1, but barely so. 2 and 0.01 man, I guess. But that's more than enough as well from up and above. The silent ninja himself strikes down from above.
8-2 now, and Orchestra just clearly showing the dominance that they have. Especially in these retake scenarios, they are just able to come in together as a squad. Fate's Eyes struggling to try to find a foothold on the sites.
I mean, the read, or at least, should I say, the positioning and the game plan on the left side, the B side of area of the map for the side of Orchestra has been really stellar so far. Right, you park a chamber, a B main, you rotate him, sometimes he goes towards mid, you wall off that position, you put a trap towards B main. There's so many different variations, they've done it so well. But again, Fate's Eyes, stubborn as ever, they want to brute force the A side. Seems like that's their comfort ground, but hasn't been looking too comfortable so far. And not checking your angle, chamber loose, finds a frag, catches a second as well, somehow still dancing around, tiptoeing around the side itself. Teddy dropping up and above, catches 2 frags and now brings things into an advantage. 2v1, Spike gets planted. And again in a 2v1 situation, this time around it's JJ Lin.
Okay. But this is possible.
Player.
He has the Viper Spit, and yes, indeed, he is a fantastic player. As long as he isolates them one by one, he's able to do it. And Teddy making the first move, does give off his position, and then JJ Lin slowly creeping up towards him, flicks onto the top of Seaphone's head, and collects up on that 3rd win for his team.
And I guess owning a Valorant roster does have its benefits. Seems like he does know how to play the game. Opening kills from JJ Lin and closes clutches.
I heard that JJ Lin's more of a Dota 2 player.
I mean, gamer at heart, you know, put the dedication to either game. I'm sure you can get there.
Yeah. All that said, this time around, 2 ultimates on the side of Orchestra. I quite frankly, this is near impossible to win, but they could do it if they can find that opening pick. And Raiden just got it towards the middle. That gives them a route to explore, perhaps.
Seaphone so confident in his position. Never mind. Just takes the safe route out. Don't mind that at all. This big weapon of his could deal a bunch of damage. Jumping straight in, Devour! Tries to find a Sova for food, but Seafoam providing cover fire from above. Knocks one down. The ultimate rings out in deafening position given over. Now in a 1v2, Teddy versus J-Cho. Some tries to isolate a duel. 40 HP, so low and unsuspecting of the walkout. Teddy secures them. The coveted 9-3 scoreline.
Well, JJ Lin could do it, but J-Cho, unfortunately, not quite the same. The Nightfall was a good touch, but perhaps a little bit of eager beaver nerves. He stepped outside of heaven and kind of exposed himself towards rafters, which again was the same position which Teddy dropped down from earlier in the previous round. 9-3 is the scoreline that we have, but again, once more, you can see that, well, perhaps mechanically or strategically a little bit, or just performing as a team, Orchestra are just marginally better. I think Fate's Eyes have what it takes to possibly turn things around, though. 9-3 curse, and now they are on defense. That said, still, it is that double duelist composition, Coldan.
Yes, sir. And I guess a difference that Orchestra can do is going for these Z-splits coming in with the Sage as well. But Red, pretty decently. J-Cho does find one, but Raiden's here. I think he can stop the plant though.
Spike planted.
Good situation now. Players all over the map. Chamber
Oh no.
will teleport back there and Raiden.
Come on. Come on.
They didn't check B main. They didn't check B main, but as well. Flicks on a dime, catches the chamber in the back line.
No.
Low HP for multiple players. Eric Cho finds a shot, but now in a 1v1. In such an exposed position, finds onto Seaphone. One shot for both players. One player slightly easier than the other, but Eric Cho. Oh, but Seaphone has such a ready position. He can just tuck it.
Oh no.
He can just tuck in. He's not giving him anything. Spots out his position and Seafoam just plays that position to perfection like it was designed to. And a 10th round garnered from the side of Orchestra.
Hats off. Round of applause for Seaphone. Just well played, well read the situation, knew exactly what he needed to do, knowing how much health the final player, Eric Cho, had. It's 10-3 Coldan. They've got the guns. How can Fate's Eyes possibly come back from this?
I like to say it all starts with a 50 round.
It all starts with a 50 round.
Well, it's a repeat of the first round. Looks like they're gonna be a bit more potent on this one, yeah. Got a couple of better weapons. And same plant coming in, so very, very difficult to defuse once it's got down, especially with classics.
It is classics indeed, but you know what? Orchestra are keeping them at bay. Look at the amount of map control, the positioning that they have as well. Just finding 3 without breaking a sweat, similar to Teddy. And it all happens towards Kitchen. They knew that there was kind of a stack coming in. They heard those footsteps. They knew where they were. And they just set themselves up, put up the wall, the barricade to prevent Fate's Eyes from going forward. And it's 11-3, Coldan.
I think this is just a brilliant example of the strategical difference between these two teams, right? We saw in the first half, Fate's Eyes very A persistent. They didn't really have many set plays, but they were very confident in taking just duels towards the A side. This time around, swapping side, just the first 2 rounds, the other team, right, Orchestra, they already have set plays for pistol and second round. It just shows like the prep work, the strat book is just so much deeper. And honestly, that is the main difference for me.
I couldn't agree more. But still, just to see what Fate's Eyes have in store for us, they are trying. They are trying to play a little bit safer, not over peeking out too much, trying to get some bits of information, but look at how disciplined Orchestra are.
Yeah, exactly. What happened the previous time? Okay.
Ooh.
It's a nice attempt, but a bit bold. But what I wanted to say is that the last time that Fate's Eye was on the A side, right, they just ulted towards A main. They didn't push any other part of the map. They didn't take any control, and they got converged on A. But this time around, right, Orchestra taking a bit of mid presence as well. This spreads out the defense just a little bit by trying to get planted. Scum pulls things back. It should have been an easy round coming in from the side of Orchestra. On side of Fate's Eye, right? They were the ones coming in with rifles this time around, but somehow it ended up in a 2v2.
And this 2v2 is not one that favors Fate's Eyes at all. I mean, look at where Scum is positioned. All he needed was that spike down. Stephone still left unchecked. This is gonna be a big old flank, and he flicks towards the top. Finds Eric Cho, even with the dink as well. This is now match point.
Match point.
Well, that was a bonus, and you know, I was going on a little bit of a tangent, right? I was just talking about the strats, how they were gonna do it well. I kind of presumed that they would do better on the gun rounds, but unfortunately, just too many favorable frags for the attacking side, and once that spike got planted, right, the post-plant positions coming from Scum, very confident in his lineups as well. Like I mentioned, right, these kind of minute details, this diligence coming in from Orchestra, knowing your lineups, knowing what to do each round is what's going to get you the win. This time around, Teddy, very, very aggressive, takes an instant shot to the counterpart. The Jet v Jet duel ends up in his favor.
I mean, Eric Cho heard him coming up the tube as well and tried to out-duel him, but it just would not happen. Now a bit of a barrier arc coming in from the Sage, doesn't quite block off, and J-Cho is still able to cause a little bit of mayhem towards the middle, playing the off angle that he's holding. That's it though, it's all clear for Orchestra. They knew how to play off of that intel, and they found the frags for it. It all comes down to Devour. And he's got nothing but a spear to work with. He knows the disastrous situation that he's in. He drops down all his guns. He's waving the white flag, but they're not responding in kind. Double satchel away with the tail between his legs. He eats the beams.
I
There is
predicted
no
it.
hope.
Come on,
There
give
is
him
nothing
one.
that they can
Give
do.
him one. Come
Let's
on,
just pull out our knives.
For honor.
Lay down
Let's
our
go.
arms. Oh, but the slow orbs aren't really helping him. Seaphone
Attackers win.
saw the opportunity, went in for the stab. 13-3.
An orchestra with a symphonic and fantastic display of just teamwork and brilliance as a I mean, that team name kind of really speaks to their playstyle, like a well drilled orchestra. So
Yeah.
perfectly done, and so like a well-oiled machine as well. Just the strategy that came in, the teamwork beautifully symphonizes with each other. That mid-round, that last round, they were all over the place, right? The players left, right, center. You had defenders pushing the mid portion of the map. You had attackers trying to flank as well. And then there was a brief pause, right? There was a brief pause called by Orchestra. They understood the positions of where Feitai was going to be, and then
Indeed.
they instantly took them all out. 3 kills, blink of an eye, gone, round over, map win, land secured.
Map win, land secured. Yeah,
Easy as you
it's-
like it.
That's orchestra for you. Still though, I mean, I just got one question, Coldan. Were they rushing or were they dragging?
Oh,
And
because
I'm
they were
gonna
dragging the inevitable.
fling the chair at you. Not quite my tempo, but that's the win. It's 13-3, and it just shows that orchestra really has the potential. I hope to see them perform at LAN tomorrow, but for now, I mean, it's just Fate Size showing that they also do have a little bit of potential as well. But you know, maybe some things to fix here and there. I mean, JJ Lin finding a lot of these entries somehow. Eric Cho able to help him out. Man, every time I'm just saying these names, it's like
It doesn't feel. It's. I mean,
I know
welcome
they're the
to
players,
to local tournaments, right? You get these kinds of very creative names, should I say?
it's fun.
But yeah, as long as they're not too risky, right? That we're all good with that.
Yeah.
But regardless, I guess we are just left with one match for the day.
Just
Right?
one more.
We've done majority, pretty much everything. The top positions of every group have been decided, save for one, which will be the next match that we're going to witness. Just want to give a brief recap for all those in chat, all those watching at home, right? If you type !bracket, you will find the brackets available for you guys. But just recapping everything that I'm seeing on my screen right now. RSG, No Man, first and second place for Group A. One Last Time and the Mongs, respectively, first and second of Group B. Redla, Thanks Gaming, and Orchestra, first and second, respectively, for Group D. And for Group C, it is a contention between One Gaming and Ubu for that first and second seed. So we'll see who's gonna be victorious in that group in just a little bit. But I think we will be going for a short little break. But when we come back, we will be watching our final series of the day, the conclusion to the very first day of the AYN tournament. So stay tuned. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back in just a little bit.
In the night I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by. Here's this feeling lying. Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo. Put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. vision, watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do, cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo, put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision cause of you tonight. It's electric.
You've been talking about patience, hoping for everlasting. You're known for talking crazy. I know it's infatuation. You know how I feel inside. You know what is real, and I rock with your vibe, but I don't think that we should tie. I know for real, I'm your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know for real, I'm your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. Just let me be. I got a lot to say. I hope you don't feel no way. I hope you don't make the same mistakes when you blow the flame. You're kind of obsessive to me. You're kind of too strong on your feet. I can't say that I guarantee, but I know what you mean to me. I know for real, I'm your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. I know for real, I'm your deal. So please set me free. Just let me be. Just let me be.
Oh my goodness. Here we are, the final match of the day. There's some shenanigans going on in all chat, but this is the last one, and it determines who places first or second, and that affects the seeding into the land brackets tomorrow. But the teams are One Gaming versus Hamquack. This is Colan. What are your thoughts?
I mean, these two teams, two of the best teams in the tournament, I would say, right? These two teams are filled to the brim with some amazing players. And I'm pretty interested to see what the result of this game is going to be, right? Because these two teams right now, they're both with 3 wins each. 3-0 in the group stage. Whoever wins this match head to head, right, will move on into the the playoffs in the LAN environment, and placements of these games will determine who they're going to go up against. So looking at the groups, winner of this game will fight or will go up against the Monks, and the loser of this will go up against One Last Time. Right. Looking at the matches so far, I'm not sure if there's a preference per se, but Quack, what do you think about the two teams that they're
they'll
going
have to
up
play
against in Group
against?
B? Yeah.
Well, I'm a little bit more familiar with One Last Time, so I'm more inclined to go with that. But looking at how the Mongs performed earlier on, yeah, you might want to avoid them. So one way or another,
like-
you're gonna have
yeah.
to play it. So
it's pick your poison kind of thing, right? They're both good teams. It's difficult to say who's going to be the better opponent. Of course, you know, how should I say, the math in esports isn't really the best thing. So if team A beats team B and TC beats team B, it doesn't mean that team C is better than team A, that kind of thing, right? It's all matchup dependent, it's all team based, right? Matches make well, good games, right? It depends on the rosters that they're going up against each other. So either way, right, you would like to get the first seed. It's of course a safer position to be in. And right, looking at the stats itself, Monks did lose a series to 1 last time. So maybe they could be an easier target for one of these teams here. But I think bigger than that, right? These two teams have history together. They're friends, they know each other, and they've played against each other. So winning out against each other, right, there's a bit of, pure competitive spirit between these two teams.
And apart from that, like the fact that they all know each other is already a lot of fun. But you know what's even more fun is we're getting bind. We've had so much of your favorite map, Colden. I'm so sorry we didn't get to play our favorite map again. We had Icebox, a nice change of scenery, and then now it's gonna be bind. That's pretty different than what we've seen so far today.
Yeah, bind, of course, characterized by those teleporters that you can find on the map. And I believe that Redco has a bit of an affinity towards that map. For some reason, I tend to see him playing quite a bit on that map in tournaments. I'm not sure if it's just a coincidence that his team prefers to play like that, or maybe he has an idea of how he likes to play that map. We've seen him or his team pick a Yoru on bind before, trying to emulate some sort of PRX energy. But I think that he has a good read of the game, right? Obviously, he was a coach for TSM FTX.
He's still coaching.
Roster. Yeah, and he's still coaching, right? The Alter Ego Celeste roster. So this man has a brain on his shoulders and aim in his hands, and I'm excited to see the kind of rounds that he calls for his team on this map.
But of course, there are some names that we have to address just to let everyone know who's who and what's what. Because it's a little bit confusing here and there. Of course, LF Thai girl Fane is it's Fane. It's Fane. He wants a girlfriend. I don't know, but his name is Fane. Andrew Tate is actually Xenu. It's not the actual
Xenu with an X. That Xenu.
Yeah, because both names are so similar.
Whenever people say to me, "Oh, it's Xeno," I'm like, "Is it Xeno with a Z? It's Xeno with an X?" Something, but it is the Xeno with an X.
Oh my gosh! You know what I really love though? It's both teams have that double controller composition.
No chamber. I love that. Get chamber out of here.
Wait, then this could either be like a very post-plant-ish sort of.
Yeah.
Or I don't know, maybe One Gaming's got
Thanks to the name of the game, I would say a lot of opportunities to get some interesting plays, especially if you can get on the back lines.
I'm hoping for some Astra Viper combo plays.
Oof. I think we will have something, right? I mean, seeing Redco on an Astra, I think he's in tryhard mode. Because I've seen him in tournaments before. He goes on the Reyna, he goes on the Raze, he goes on a Chamber, right? Very fun agents, should I say, for lack of a better word. But now, right, this is the sweaty Astra plays coming in from Redco. And I'm interested to see what he has in store for us. What's out? Bit of aggression, and he will fall back to a safer line.
Instantly recalls the star and has his teammate to back him up as well. I mean, instantly Bryce puts up the toxic screen to block off Hookah, block off Garden. But when it comes down to it, they still need to outdo these players. And unfortunately, Redco loses his life. BXN makes it a bit of a trade. Vera comes in to help out, but does get traded out as well. 2-on-3 situation.
Spike planted.
And advanced position actually already by Shun.
Look at
Could
Fane.
potentially find the timing. Yeah, Fane is already up close and personal, and Haze with an 8 out in hand. This could be a crunch of a lifetime. A couple of nice shots to the head will take down Fane.
What?
And oh no,
Come on!
Bryce somehow gets taken down as if through the wall.
Come on! I call nonsense. That he was
The
behind the
nade
wall.
barely just peeked around the corner. It jiggle peeked him and
Oh
took him
my
out.
god!
Look at
Hate
this.
shells, the cluster.
Hello!
just-
Stopped it. It literally just stopped it.
How unfortunate, my guy.
One cluster grenade just popped out of the corner.
All right, we got
Oh my
different
God.
positions this time though. Round 2, of course, and we do have the Spectres coming in, but take a look at what One Gaming has in store instead. It's the shorties, and a different toxic screen lineup this time. They're leaving B quite defenseless though, and it's the right call from Uwu to actually head here.
Oh, there goes DXN, the lone player in the side itself. Shun was towards Hookah, but with a shorty in hand, I don't think he can do too much from that position, especially since the plant has already been down.
Now all they gotta do is to just hold the site down. Not to mention, we talked about it, those post plants can come in handy for sure. Chrysania's already setting up for it. We do have a bit of a flank coming in from Bryce, but he has to be very careful. Xenu has already spotted him out, so they're already watching the angles. It's gonna be really tough for One Gaming to dissect this post plant defense.
Thing is, all the exits are sort of watched by the side of One Gaming, right? You have to walk into at least one of them. So any avenue you choose, I guess the teleporter will be the safest spot of call. Bryce wants to go down in the midst of things. But flawless round, I guess, safe for Melting dying for the spike. But nonetheless, clean round coming in from Uwu.
Indeed, I mean, you called it, you know, safest protocol. They went through the teleporter and pretty much more or less everyone managed to get away unscathed. And that is the generic start that we've been seeing so far. Of course, though, we do have One Gaming on the full buys this time. Melting's having lost his life, buys back in with a bit of light shields. However, we can count on the fact that he is a Sage after all. He does have that heal. He does have his res. And that's something that can come in handy.
Yeah, I think the Sage is actually the most interesting pick out of all the agents in the server. Right? Having the ability to put a wall down and then get a plant in is, I think it's a bit underrated. It's a very straightforward strat that can be countered, but if it works, it works.
It's something that a lot of players have done before. Maybe slightly phased out of meta because of the chamber these days, but still very, very effective indeed. That said, he is playing on the attack, so not quite able to get the A control that they want, but they have sussed out the positionings. And now they know B site is probably the weaker defended one. They can make their way into this, but at the same time, just as I say that, intel retrieved by DXN.
And this relies on Chrysania's luck, right? Whatever pressure that they can put onto the B side allows Chrysania to creep up, but Bryce was not phased whatsoever. Teleporter taken, audio cues passed across, and they just crumble one by one, taking these duels low HP, trying to find some sort of a way into the side. Melting's tagged down low as the rest of his teammates try to struggle out towards the shower's position. A fantastic flash catches the first one, but Bryce staying within the smoke, timings it perfectly, but great. What is that peak?
He's
Just
got
going
time.
left, right, center. Spike will get planted, but he's in the open. Somehow managed to get away with his life, and has to go for the reload as well. A messy series of events. A whiff coming in as Vera tries to vault over the truck itself. But wrapping around the Sage, melting. No HP previously, and he's the one to close out the round. A bonus round that seemed to be going in all sorts of direction, but a victory in the end. They do pull it out of the bag.
What did I say about that res? It came in handy after all, and of course,
Absolutely clutch.
not just Melting's, it was Fane who kind of clutched as well. The plant coming in time. He managed to sort of air strafe away back into its truck to keep himself alive for just like one more second. Melting's the res onto Chrysania as well. And then the wraparound truck. It's just pristine plays coming in from this team. And One Gaming, I don't know what it is, but they gotta step it up.
Like to see some of those interesting strats right now, Mr. Ritko.
Where they at?
Especially, yeah, I mean, you have a low buy, and X5 on the side is not the worst thing in the world.
Uh-oh.
Frag would help as well.
Is this where we see the
It all
The sacred
starts
words that where it all
with
starts.
50.
Kuldan. Oh, I'm nervous.
Andrew Tate dogging Hookah. Never thought I'd say that. Taking the chance.
But I
to say
love
while
that
he's
they're
still alive.
trying to stall and then to push them back. Look at the utility coming in. The snake bite initially just to buy a little bit more time, and then the nebula to block off vision. Of course, they could still spray through that thing though, and that's something that one team has to watch out for. And then Meltings comes up from the other side. There's just so much pressure towards the B site that you have to consider. Do I want to stay here and reinforce this? Do I rotate over? What do I do?
40 seconds on the clock, so still a decent amount of time. Do they want to accelerate into the site itself? And yes, they do in the end. Redco around the box itself finds a headshot, but Krisani with 2 fantastic frags will secure the site. DXN. The Sheriff in hand, smoked out, spotted out.
Oh my goodness.
Headshot to the dome. There's a nice attempt coming in from Ubi, right? They almost had them by the ropes, but the execute at the end of the day, with the abundance of utility, was fantastically done and ensured that not too many more casualties were found.
Not to mention, abundance of utility is a very good phrase, because if you take a look at the ultimates on the side of Uwu right now, I mean, there was that Molly from previously, and it kind of burned Redco down, it kind of gave away his position as well. Fane has been sitting on his ultimate. Chrysania just earned his ultimate. This is something that's going to help them out so much as they approach these rounds. A little bit of a Viper's pick coming in from Bryce, though, and it just possibly sends a warning sign. Do not come into A, but Chrysania doesn't care. Oh my god, grab walk, and he finds his head. That is the Viper gone, deleted.
Nah, you can't do that. You can't just walk into the Viper's pit and just instantly kill him without taking a pinch of damage. He's flawless right now. Oh, headshot galore. Fortunate phantom things, but it evens the playing field, right? And it drew all the attention towards the B side. This time around, the A side should be the avenue for them to secure it. Redco here, only man to receive. He's in an advanced position and he has to stay alive.
Oh, okay. Interesting get. But then it is the spike that gets planted. A bit of a seize keeps him trapped in and unable to escape. Meltings peeking out of showers, getting taken out. And then it's gonna be the coordinated place at Nightfall. Utility caught in hand though. Shun has to be the one to come in clutch now. Sprays it down. 4 rounds left. Chrysania peeks out to slap him down. Get off your high horse. Sit down. Be humble. It's 5-0.
He's flawed. He didn't take any damage that round. Can I just say his HP was full, his armor was full.
Ridiculous.
I have no idea how he manages to open up the round, stay alive long enough, and then clutch things out. This man, he has been performing in previous lands so far, right? He's been doing a very solid job as that sort of controller player. It's the reliable anchor that you always have.
Quite frankly, a little bit stupendous. He crab walked into that Viper's pit.
Ridiculous.
And
Shouldn't have gotten away with it.
Full HP.
You know, a strat is always amazing, right? A great idea, but sometimes aim just diffs you, and then.
Like what Bankai said, you know, you can have all the strats in the world, but some days it's just one. It takes just one cracked Korean aimer to just destroy everything. Now that's gonna be Hayes as he sprays down a quick double. A lovely attempt from One Gaming as they retrieve the weapons. Now damage going through. Sheriff, oh Bryce! Oh, he's gonna get it all into him. It's all up to Fane, and he has to back off because of all the fragilities coming in because of that snake bite. Toxic screen as well. Fane, what are you gonna do? It's a 1-on-3. It's not impossible, but he has to pick off these duels. Does get Bryce, and that is a great start. But take a look at what's on the other side of A short. 2 players, neck to neck, right next to each other, shoulder to shoulder. It's easy for them to pick this apart. And then the sacred word for you, Cold Ben, thrifty win for One Gaming.
I mean, am I wrong? Look at how many of these comebacks have started off based on a thrifty, based on a heroic play. Look at this from Bryce. I mean, ice cold. He didn't back off. He heard the footsteps. He knew they were coming. He wanted them to come. that perfectly timed snake bite, right? And then swings out. He knows that the sheriff deals 100+ damage just off the back of that snake bite
Yeah,
itself,
but
that vulnerability, and so confident is his aim, and that's the reason why they called it Bryce Claw
Yes.
Gaming when they were a roster, right?
we have a new Happy Deagle Ace. It's not Happy Deagle Ace anymore. It's Bryce Deagle Ace. Well, not quite an ace, but you get the idea. However, while it does start with a Thrifty, I do want to point out we've got 5 ultimates on this side of Uwu. Surely that counts for something, and it's going to be the Seekers that initiate the catalyst on towards the site. A little bit of a haunt does help as well, and it allows for DXN to pop flash up onto Artuka, but he runs out of ammo. Haze takes him out with the headshot. The Phantom Sprays helps. And Xeno now tries to break open the site. They TP forward, leaving him on a huge flank. They could just TP through again, though.
Do you dare? Do you dare?
come
do the
on.
second
They
TV,
did
and
it.
they do! Bamboozled!
Look at Xeno, look at Xeno.
Oh, they got the res as well!
Oh my god.
It seemed doable. It seemed doable for the side of
30
One
seconds
Gaming,
left.
but then just a series of absolute outplays comes in and getting the res as well. That was so ingenious if they actually planned that through.
Who's the IGL on? Ooh, man, I want to know. Look at this now. Xenu, Intel, a little bit of flash, setting up for that peak for Meltings and Gang. All of that go in together, a little bit of a trade off of contact. You know, they had the numbers. It was insurmountable odds. Ooh takes the 6th win, 6-1.
Ooh, answered back right off the back of a 50 round. They don't let that get to their heads. They ensure that it's going to be a clean round from them. And well, it wasn't exactly the cleanest of rounds. It was a fantastic mid-round call, right? Who was that guy? Let me just check. Xeno.
Andrew Tate.
Right. The big brain himself, the top G, right? Realizing
Oh,
that the
gosh.
rotations were absolutely called for, recalls his teammates back to the B site.
You can tell they're having fun with that one. The second TP too. But back
They
into it now.
knew, once they tapped that spike on the A side, they knew that they were completely bamboozled.
What a sudden change of pace, though. Like the bamboozle first, and then now they're just playing default, holding the angles, peeking off of each other. Cresania, the second headshot. They can just heal Meldings back up instantly. It doesn't even matter. But of course, One Gaming answers back in full towards B Long. We are not to be trifled with. But that said, it does leave Bryce alone. Can he do it again? He did it before with the Sheriff. This time he's got nothing but a frenzy. Do they even know that he's here?
This is the benefit of the Sage Wall. He can't do nothing. He can't do
no.
anything.
Spike planted.
Oh,
On the outskirts. Can he do the same to what
Towards-
Cresania did to him?
I don't think so, buddy. Cresenia's prepared. Bryce is down so low. If he just touched that snake bite, he would have been gone. They have to break down this wall, and they are trying to do it, but the bigger obstacle still is the Viper's Pit. Only way to go in together as a team, maybe try to spray out some of these angles, but Melting's up on the other side, knows that that's what they were trying to do, and then the snake bite comes in. This is the post-plant play. What can Redco do? Nothing left, only the Vandal. He finds one headshot, but that's all he can get to his name. 7-1, Koldan. And Ubu Gaming are on a roll.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Call a timeout, Redco. You need it. It's getting really out of hand. I mean, sure, right? Even if you win out the last 4 rounds of the half, it's still a decent half, but you gotta get those rounds. You gotta get something on the board. And I mean, okay, it was an eco round. It was sort of a half by half investment, but it was so doable as well. Just unfortunate that the piece of utility was just on point for Uwu right now, right? I wanted to praise Ritko and his ingenious, right, his ability to in-game lead. But this time around, Uwu, they seem like they are the ones with the better game plan. Like everything that they're doing, their mid-round calls, their strategies, their little pocket strats that they have, manipulating the teleporters, has been so brilliantly done. And a team that can use the teleporters the best, such as Optic Gaming, right? They know when to take teleporters. They know when to abuse it. That's the hallmark of a good buying team, in my opinion.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, that's definitely how Uwu are playing right now, and it's just incredibly smart, incredibly sharp. And if we take a look at the scoreboard, it's all at the hands of players like Chrysania and Meltings, not the duelist. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, who needs those when you just
walks
maneuver
into the
your way
Viper's
around
pit.
Viper's? Yeah, exactly, right? But
Takes
still,
one to know one, I guess.
full buys coming back in from WAN Gaming. They've got 2 ultimates to work with as well. Bryce and DXN very close to earning theirs too. And they just go in for that execute on towards the A site.
Wow, free access, free plant. Oh, I say that free plant. No way, Zero through the smoke. He sways down two just like that. Suddenly again, one gaming. It just crumbles.
Spike planted.
How is this?
Last player standing.
Oh my god, Xenu!
Fine, but the PUBG himself, he takes 4 into his hands. The master in all fields, and aiming is definitely one of them.
You know, Coldan, it's been a while since I said it, but we got 10 players right here. Somebody pick Xenu up,
yeah,
honestly.
I think he is a free agent right now. I think
He is.
he's not with W Streak anymore. So yeah, he
did.
he was on BCG, right?
Yeah.
As yeah,
quite frankly,
that one player, he was good. I mean,
They really were.
I mean, safe to say.
One of my favorite rosters from the local VCT, but then again, back to this local
The
community tournament.
It's the complete opposite of where the Viper's pit is. And the
No, but
rotations.
look at Chrysania. Look! Oh, catches Bryce.
Just
It
TP.
doesn't even need to TP through. The rest of the squad, though, they've been kind of bummed up because of the shots coming in from Rico and Gang. Baron goes in with a Phantom Spray, drops the spike, but Bane instantly picks it up and TPs all the way onto A. And this is where Chrysania is. He has the psych, but they're not quite sure where WAN Gaming might come from. So the positioning has to be precise right now. They have to be very careful about where these players could be coming from. As soon as they hear those footsteps, as soon as they hear those prowlers, they will know. And that's what we see the pings on the map for.
2 great ultimates they can use. Nightfall to reveal the positions.
Oh, but they
As
play
well as the
post-plants.
Cosmic Divide. Yeah, the ping postmans, but the Cosmic Divide. If they buy it, if they just
It
wait it
doesn't
out
block
long enough,
the-
I'm not sure. Is that enough? Is a Molly and a Snake Bite enough?
It's just they just need to time this out. They've got the health for it.
So low.
Don't make a sound. Be very careful about it. Oh!
Ooh.
Is there? Yeah, there is.
Oh,
The utility.
I'm
It didn't
using
come
a
in.
sigh of relief just for them.
Where's the
I was
artillery?
Not sure. No, I think they used it early.
You're
They
right.
used it
You're
early.
right.
That's why I was saying that there's no way that those pieces of utility is long enough to delay the spike plan until it's gonna explode. Especially when you use the Nightfall, you reveal no one's in U-Hall, no one's playing in the site
They
itself.
knew.
Right? Yeah, and with that Cosmic Divide, it made it really, really difficult.
And just split up those 2 players, one on each side, one from showers, one from short, effectively isolating the duels. You got 2 players dealing with one, and then one more dealing with one on his own. Vera, no problem. 2
I
to
think
8.
Yeah, I think in a grand disadvantage situation, you really need to even the playing field, right? 2v3, yeah, you can still, but without time on your side, it's very, very difficult to play
course.
post plants all the way back.
And that's a very effective Cosmic Divide, and you have to
Yeah.
admire Redco for it. But we're on to the next round now, and back at it again. It's Uwu with their stacked plays, trying to break open in towards B. They don't.
And, yeah.
They didn't quite use the Boombot to clear hookah though, so
Oh,
Crusader's gonna have to be very careful about it, but he has been winning out his duels against Bryce. Paint shells though, and pops the dynamite. DXN gone. However, null command still active. No utilities available, and Bryce this time defends hookah as his own home. We've got 3 on each side now, and they're creeping up in towards B. No TP, no rotations. Not to mention Shun all the way inside of market. He knows that they are somewhere still on B.
like this, taking away CT from them,
30
taking away the
seconds left.
defending spawn, and they can plan for this position, right? If they want to,
Comes down to Bryce.
just clearing out. Yeah, they're just clearing out positions right now, and they
20
should be
seconds.
aware that hookah is a dangerous position.
Oh,
The wall.
Oh,
Fantastic.
what? Oh my god! Dude, one piece of utility. One. Just the wall. And then Bryce is nullified. They have the site, they got the spike down. All they gotta do now is watch the angles.
Vera's the key. Vera's the key. Comes on the back lines. They thought they cleared out CT, but he's coming in late. But Melting spins on a time. Finds the first one. Low HP on the fade. They're both low, extremely so. Trying to dance around these corners. It's a very difficult task. And Meltings secures that round. It's 9-2.
Last round.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, talk about firing on all cylinders. Meltings just kind of does it on his own. He fans the hammer and all those rounds from Revolver goes off. And all it takes is that wall to start things off. Yeah. Blocking off Hookah made it so much more easy for them to take down the site. And once it's planted, Vera might have been the initial key, but they already knew where he was. They took him down, and it's still that much difficult for the rest of the one gaming squad to hop outside of Hookah.
Flash, better not get caught out. There's no utility available for Zeno. He tries to escape, but Meltings with the cover fire takes down one of your controllers. You have no more smokes for anywhere other than where the Viper's utility is already placed. Bryce the only one with utility, and I think it's all okay. It's split, right? There's some towards the B, some towards A, and he's watching showers, so it's a decent. It's still decent, right? It's not the worst thing in the world.
I agree.
But man, disadvantage and low
it's
HP.
not. Yeah, the low HP is that part. It's so easy for Uhu to overwhelm them right now, and if they win this, it's 10-2. And it's that fake as well. No Jing ult will be seen today because he's just pushing them away. He's keeping them trapped in here while the spike goes towards B. You're absolutely right, Koldan.
Oh my gosh, these fakes, these rotations being pulled around has been stellar. Look at this, Ace even predicts the teleporter play. And now, 1v2, that low HP DXN at the start of the round will yield absolutely nothing. Bunch of ultimates available. Last round of the half, and Bryce volleys into the Hookah position. I don't know, trying to find some sort of solace. But I don't think 2-10 is anything to be comforted by.
These are the strats that I want to see. My goodness. I mean, it's just such a smart way to play around Bind and making use of the teleporter to do so. I mean, not even the teleporter, just secretly creeping up towards B whilst you have that showstopper pulling all the attention onto the A site. It's safe enough to say that U are one step ahead of one gaming every step of the way, right, Koldan?
They're one step ahead.
Yeah, I didn't intend to do that, but you know.
It's all part of the process, and well, it's got to be a very tough process for them. R.I.P. Boombox, but they've got to try. They've got to dig deep. They've got to dig deeper than they've ever done before. 2-10 up against an Uwu team with all of their players online, ready to take on anything that you throw at them. And look at the information. Look at where they pushed. They've got the complete. There's no Sentinel utility to protect these flanks, right? It's just the Bryce by himself watching the back lines. Meanwhile, the attack coming in towards the side itself. But Melting's too aware that this attack is already coming through, and Fane answers with a second. They're completely boxed in. Bryce spotted out as well. These players are completely boxed in.
You can't plant. You can't plant unless you somehow block off Hookah or take down Meltings, but yeah, you might just have to teleport.
I'm not sure if they're aware that there's 3 players in Hookah. Make that fall.
Okay, they got time, and they do have Hookah kind of blocked off, but the Nebula drops down, and now Shun is looking for some heads to tap onto. Bryce getting information onto which long as well, and he backs off. They want to get the spike planted. Now they will do it. Unfortunately, Red Coat gets tapped out by Xenu, and we're back to a 2-on-2. Bryce off angle, right clicks is all he needs. Here it is. Xenu wants to take him down, sends in the dog, but oh, Bryce! In the face of danger, he stands tall. And now a little bit of crouching.
I'm not sure if that was just a brain fart moment, but I don't think that picking up the Trailblazer was the best call in that moment. But regardless, I think it was a round already secured in the bag for the side of One Gaming. So very much needed round. It got really, really dicey. There were so many positions that they were being encroached upon, right? Uwu had all the information in the world. In the end, One Gaming did the correct play, right? They cleared out the backside, they managed to get that plant in, and now they enjoy a second round with better guns.
I love this. Both sides are honestly just having so much fun with this. And you can see that One Gaming also still has fight left in them. I don't know who picked this map, but it's just incredible. And now a little bit of a default as well. They are able to call out the pushes, call out the positions. Yeah. They know showers is not safe.
Simple things. They push showers, let's go to the other side of the map.
All the way onto the other side. Oh, what I do wonder about those is this all too obvious? And I think it is. Can Fane actually land a shot though? That's a whole other thing.
Oh, you can't even smoke.
Oh my gosh, you're right.
Oh, nothing. What can you do with the classic in hand? Not too much. Seems like it's already a done deal at this point.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I don't think these pistols can cut through them all that much. And at this point, we've got One Gaming with their Spectres. Spectre Gaming going off to catch Chrysania from behind, which leaves Hayes alone. He has paint shells, but you can't do all that much with it. You can't really go for exits either because they could just back off from the other side. So pushing up front, it's easy for Bryce to peek in and collecting on the 4th frag. He is 1 point away from his ultimate.
I think a very important question right now is, do you buy rifles into your bonus? Right, you're 4 to 10 down. You did have a relatively clean second round. Is it viable? Do you go for that little bit of a gamble, right? Invest a little bit more into your bonus round, hope to somehow win this one and establish a more dominant lead?
I think you want to try, but then you're also going to have to be very careful about it, right? Because if you lose those rifles, then the investment just isn't quite worth it. That's it. They did go in for it, and we do see some light shields on the side of Uwu. And that's something that hurt Chrysania. He's gone. No more smokes other than Fane, so you're going to have to be very careful about your approach here.
5v4 is a great position to find yourself in, especially up against the rifle round of... this timing, yeah, information. I'm sure Rico's heard that. I'm sure he's read it. Yeah,
100%.
Oh my gosh, fantastic! Off the contact, they both swing out and instantly catch the players that were aggressing, trying to bite back a little bit more than they could chew, trying to find a bit of information, and all they got was a bunch of bullets in their brains.
One little footstep was all it took. And now they know everything. Meltings, obviously. Somewhere towards spawn. They call that elbow is clear. They saw his shoulder. And this guy, no choice other than to back completely away. He wants to save this Vandal, but yeah, I don't know if you can do it. This is 5 players hunting you down. All converging towards his position. He finds the first head. Flicks on towards Lamps, but... unfortunately, Redco and the rest of the squad still chasing his trail all the way up the ramp. It's not quite enough.
I think it's an important frag to get, right? Despite it being 1v5, you really want to take as many guns away. Don't give Uwu any chance of coming back into this round.
Plus,
establish a lead, establish an economy. Yeah. Alt points, yeah, it's decent coming in from the Sage, but not the end of the world. I think the rifles is where the real damage is going to be dealt from.
Indeed. So now, off that loss, it was the bonus win for One Gaming. Uwu have no choice but to go in with the half buy, and we see Stingers, Shorties, Sheriffs. They're trying to defend, but at the same time, the positioning is just too fast for them to handle, so they have to back off. The slow orbs just to buy a little bit more time, a bit of a breather.
Challenge control is pretty decent coming in. Oh, and they're going to be aggressive. DXN completely blinded. And the Stinger showing why it's so good nowadays. It's after that buff it's gotten, so many more players, especially in this tournament, have picked it up and they've been showing how potent it can be. And this Seeker is going to reveal the positions of all these players. It's going to be an A finish. The players trying to lurk onto the side itself. They do have a bit of avenues. And Red got to be careful of melting. Just takes throws caution to the wind. He just peeks out of the smoke. Just Ash up player. And now without smokes, it's a bit of a chaotic move, right? There's so many avenues that the defenders can peek out from. And oh my gosh, 1v2 Shun. He knows that Xeno was here. Oh, the Giga Chatter he is. That's right in front of U-Hall. Use the ultimate, spots out the player. Oh, and a fantastic shot takes down Xeno. 1v1. 4 bullets left in the chamber. He has the haunt, but I don't think he's gonna be using that. Duels and oh, a haze! The Crusher of Dreams shuts down that fantastic attempt. He will secure an 11th round for a thrifty round. What's the worst thing for a comeback is when you're shut down by a thrifty itself. And oh my gosh, it's that timing for meltings through the smoke.
That was lovely.
Can I just mention this shot as well? Shun. 1, 2, 3, bang!
Sudden flick, knowing that the jump might have come up again. I mean, it wasn't even like crosser flick, this was pure flicks. But yeah, Crusher of Dreams, Sender of Nightmares, and unfortunately it still is Uwu who has the upper hand.
Potentially land. What's that crosshead? And I just
Dude, that was the thrifty win, alright? This is where we start to see the turntables turn, as it were. But of course,
there's a confidence brewing from Fane. I don't even need a good crosshead to take you guys down.
Come on, surely you can go more absurd than that. There was the Flappy Bird crosshair. Where is that?
Very true, very true. Gotta ask them that question. Maybe get them to use that and land. The most ridiculous crosshair gets a bonus round, I guess.
Perhaps,
We
but
could do that for the show match.
look at this. They just went over onto B, made a little bit of presence known, and then all the utility gets spent by meltings and gang. Now they know that A side is weakened, the Cosmic Divide gets set up, and then they go in to overwhelm the side. Case instantly gets shot down. Xeno pushed back in towards Lance. They can get the spike down relatively safely now, unless Xeno gets a little bit cheeky. Oh. They're trapped inside of lamps. They have to stand their ground, and they are doing that. Watching the angles, knowing the peak could have come through. 20 seconds remain, though, and then they go through the teleporter. This is still dangerous, however, because Chrisania exactly is prepared for this. Oh my god!
Oh my word, Chrisania. He read them like a children's book. Flip one page and he sees a stretch straight through like a glass wall, a window to their souls. He takes away all hope they have. It's 12-5, the man in the corner, playing the discipline, and he knocks them all down with a fantastic spray of the Vandal.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The children's book, and you know it just said ABC 1 2 3, and that's all he needed. Three frags to bring themselves to match point. I don't know how one gaming can turn this around now, but Bryce certainly is going to try. He's trying to go in for this.
Oh my god, Vera. Timing, trying to find an opportunity, and he does. Catching onto Faye now. Xeno, he's caught between two worlds. Where does he fall back to? Elbow is the port of call. He wants to reconvene with the rest of his teammates, but in a 2v5, they have control of both sides. I guess just join back with the rest of your team, because you don't want to give them any chance of coming back to this round. Yeah, Chrisania takes down Vera, and the comms should be passed across, right? Both players towards that side itself. And he hears a teleport coming in from showers. So fantastic pieces of information garnered from the side of One Gaming, and they shouldn't let this round pass through their fingers.
Definitely not. They have this in the bag. This round is theirs to win. I don't see them losing this at all. But Xenu, make me a little bit
Player
nervous.
standing.
Only good for one. And then Christina comes in, tries to B-hop away, but again, simple shots this time. You will not escape death.
Oof.
However, it is still match point, Kodan.
Are they
It is
just
still
delaying
match
the
point.
inevitable, right? That's the question. Do they have it in them to go 6 more rounds flawlessly? Dropping not a single round. Can they do that? Can they give themselves another shot on this map? Winner of this match between these two teams will, of course, get the first seed. Second team will get the second. Might not seem much, but it's a pretty big deal in the grand scheme of things. Xeno making these heads of blue together, melting. Tries to find some sort of angle, but Ridco is actually the one to knock down both players.
One enemy remaining.
And just like that, in the blink of an eye, all the players from the side of Wu just go down, and seems like a bit of a lackluster attempt, or I'm not too sure what exactly, but it did seem a little bit uninspired.
They weren't quite prepared. They weren't quite expecting the sudden aggression coming in from One Gaming. I mean, it was the defensive plays towards showers. They had the wall up and they thought it would keep them safe, but my goodness, I mean, this is that leadership. All right, they sprayed it down together and then they took down all these duels as a squad.
The only piece of utility was the wall. So that was a bit curious.
The Meeks, perhaps.
Yeah, especially even coming off from the teleporter. I think it was a Viper, so yeah, I guess not too much utility was available. But nonetheless, right, great round coming in from One Gaming. They have a chance now to rack up a couple more rounds, especially against this low buy of Uwu.
Give them a little bit of a chance, right? You got some Stingers and Guardians now. Can they win? If they can win with this, yeah, we give it to them. But that's it.
That's not a round that that's not any outcome that I would like. So still gotta be careful, right? These Stingers have been buffed for some reason or another. Cannot let your foot off the gas pedal. Gotta make sure that things are done effectively. Vera, very effective is his flank, especially with his grenade shells.
No! Well, the Stinger
still okay, right? It's not the end of the world just yet. They do have showers control. They should be able to get that plant without too much hassle, especially you shouldn't. Right, great advanced position.
30 seconds left.
Oh, this is so smart. However, as soon as the nebula drops, he's gonna get tagged out. Ksenia brings things back into Uwu's favor, and then Meltix chimes in along with the Stinger down to one-on-one. Ksenia!
What just happened? We were saying it was a 50 round. It was a 50 round. It's a half five, 13-7. Ksenia puts his team on his back again. A fantastic player throughout this map, and he's the one to close it. What a play! I mean, Melting's just running in through the Viper's pit, reckless abandon, and they pull it away, and that's exactly what you need from a low buy.
And
I mean,
again, I gotta say, it happens. It's that lowish buy.
You don't
but
expect it.
It works when your players are just cognizant enough. Meltings, hiding inside of lamps, and then it just peeks out at the right time. Comes back in to help out his teammates towards the end of the round, and then Ksenia getting that first tap on the Shun eliminated so much danger, so much threat that you got to give it to him. 13-7 is how they win this.
Oh man, I mean, it was a 4v3. It was just Meltings on the side himself. I mean, you look at the skills at this battle stage of his together with that Viper. So deadly together as a duo and so deadly together as a team. It was a team effort right there. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it may seem like one or another player might be at the top of the scoreboard, but I'm pretty sure that they
Yep.
were firing on all cylinders. Everybody did their job as required and even more. And I mean, congratulations, right? Both of these teams will be moving on in the LAN event, but One Gaming will be taking the second seed and Uwu will be the first seed in that one.
Can you say it that way again?
One Gaming
Ooh,
will be
ooh.
the Uwu. Okay. Why did I fall for that? Why did I fall for that?
Thank you so much, Colette. That's brilliant. The baseball. Thank you.
I'm
But
not-
yeah, you are
I'm
absolutely
not
right.
casting with you tomorrow, okay? I'm gonna find a dummy you can cast with that cardboard cutout. That's it.
I'm sorry. No, please come back. But okay, it is very, very much true, and it has to be said that all of these players are just performing so well, and it's without a doubt that tomorrow's games are going to be insane. You see so much magic coming out from One Gaming, even when it seems like all hope is lost. But then at the same time, just with such crazy plays from meltings, but you got those moments where Haste just draws all the attention onto a site with his showstopper. Everyone rotates over through the teleporter. Like, I mean, not through the teleporter, but it's just so much that goes onto it that it's unbelievable. It's so fun to watch these things happen in front of your very eyes.
Yeah, fantastic map called. Mid rounds were fantastic. I loved that he used the teleporter so much. That is, again, as I mentioned earlier on, right, the hallmark of a good team when you can abuse those teleporters and abuse they did. One Gaming, oftentimes running with their tail between their legs, trying to save or trying to rotate towards the side itself. Should go A B. You hear teleporters ringing off, and they didn't even need a Yoru, right? You didn't even need a Yoru to pull off
Yeah.
these kinds of fakes. It just goes to show, right? If you have a sound game plan, you have a sound teammates, you have a good idea of how to call one, you can get away with these kinds of wins. And I mean,
Credit.
fantastic performance. I'm excited, very excited to see all these teams here tomorrow. Of course, it's gonna be at Reality Rift at Bugis Plus for all you guys are watching at home. If you want to catch the action, right? This LAN, I'm just gonna say it here, it's one of the best LANs that we're gonna have, right? It's by far and large exceeded a lot of my expectations, even previous LANs that I've done so far. This LAN is gonna deliver. I'm sure of that. And tomorrow is gonna be a very, very exciting day.
Stack teams, stack casters, W casters such as Coldan, Lehman T. We got
What's
Grammy as
yourself?
well. Nah, I don't know who I am.
Oh,
but
come on.
Also,
You
the
have to
biggest
do that,
thing,
Pat.
everyone dress yourselves in blue. It's
Why you'll find out.
incredible orgs just helping us here. I mean, it's all thanks to the Admiralty Youth Network, but of course our MVPs, I have to say it, Cloudy and Skies, just putting this whole thing together.
Can I get a clap in chat?
Clap in chat.
And one clap for Skies, another clap for Cloudy. But yeah, we will be seeing you guys tomorrow at Reality Rift at Bugis Plaza. If any questions, you can just message Sky on Twitter.
Yeah, if you want to.
Or you can message in the Discord server. But yeah, I think this will conclude the day for us. We've had a couple of very insane matches. I mean, so many close games. We had a 13-0 somewhere, thrown in there. But so many good games, so many good players. And of course, these players, many of them looking for an org to represent. I don't think you'll be disappointed in most of them, if not all of them. So any potential orgs out there, do keep an eye out. Any potential players that you want to team up with, right?
Yeah.
Maybe head out to LAN and, network with them or, get to know them as a person.
Just enjoy the games.
Yeah, just enjoy the games. To be honest, it is an open event, so even if you aren't playing in the LAN itself, you can come down and come watch the show unfold. We have a show match that's also going to be coming up, so I do expect some interesting agents to be picked, some interesting plays to be made, and yeah, I'm overall just really excited for tomorrow.
Heck yeah. So, everyone, thank you so much for watching. But if you want more, please, if you're in Singapore, head down to Reality Rift Arena tomorrow, because that is where we will see you and we will see more Valorant action. Thank you so much once again. Goodbye for now. Come back tomorrow. 10 a.m., right? 10 a.m. Well, that's for us, but yeah.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye and peace.
Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo, put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Baby, I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. Moving through all my feels, you're blurring out my vision. Watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself unfolding. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo, put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it is to let